All right, check 1, 2. We're back. See if things are working now. Cool. Looks like we got it working. Nice. Okay, so welcome everybody. Yeah. Welcome. My channel's back on the air. Again, I haven't been on the air for a while, so thought I'd do some content for you guys. Like, I've been playing lots of games. I just haven't been streaming. So I thought I was playing this one, and I thought, let's just start the stream and show you what I'm doing. Because I've got like a whole day's worth of like railroading in front of me. Okay, so the bell can stop now. Let me alt-tab over to the game real quick. It looks like everything's working. Okay, I don't see any viewers yet, and I don't expect too many viewers. This is just kind of for like my friends to check in, or it's kind of a Christmas train stream kind of thing. But it's called RailRoader, so you guys know I like simulations a lot, and I keep my eye out for all like the good games. I like to play the good games, and this one just came out in early access, and I think we got a good one. So I'm going to get myself a beverage, and I'll be right back, and we're going to start playing. And I'll start talking then real quick about, there's multiple things. Like I said, we've got a whole day's work, so this could be a long stream. I wanted to show you, like, the passenger service is what I'm doing now, and then there's some freight, and then there's some logging, and we're supporting a sawmill that's making us rich. So I'll be right back. And my mic's open all the time, I guess, so you get to hear me making coffee and stuff. And there's a dog around that you might hear, like, wanting attention. All right, so an introduction. Let's see again. I'm gonna just alt-tab over, make sure I see VU meters going up and down, and everything's good. I like, the streaming thing is like you're doing everything yourself. So like you're your own like audio engineer, and but enough of that. We're playing this game RailRoader, and I guess first I'll show you. I like graphics and art and stuff. Like was a professional broadcaster. And I'd like to say I have a trained eye. And look, isn't this stuff just beautiful? And this is the cheapest coach you can get. They're just beautiful, I think. And even though, okay, so this is an early access game, there's going to be a lot of what I call placeholders, like the audio. There's a lot of things. Bell. I'm hitting B. I'd like to turn the bell off. There we go. Nice. So this is RailRoader, and it's different than just about any other game I've played like this. It's got AI. It's got a lot. It's like we can get in the trains. So since I'm doing the passenger stuff too, and I want to have this engine selected, so this is how I select that engine over here. And I can select to control it by hitting select. So now over here, these are the brakes and the throttle and the stuff over here. And then follow, snaps the camera to it. And then there's a little conductor in the game somewhere here, and he's in some engine somewhere. Where is he? I don't think he's at the station here with us. He's at another station? Oh, he's in getting repaired. This is where we were. So this, I might as well start showing you the map. This is where we started the game. It's called East Whittier. I want to say Nitwhitter or something. I'm having trouble remembering it. And it is 2 in the afternoon. We've done the freight for the day. So that's the interchange freight yard where we're going to pick up the stuff that has to be delivered to the rest of the map over there and bring the empties back and place them there. And that's what I've done. Those are my empties for this day, which is my 9th day in RailRoader at 2 p.m. And it's been a busy day already with the freight. Passenger service is running late, and the log mill is empty. Here's the sawmill. We'll run over here and show you that I can fly. I think I'm in my body. So we can teleport him around the map. But yeah, the log car is over. Here's the sawmill. There's some cars. And it needs logs. It's not bad. I mean, let me know if I get into too much details. Nobody's watching it. So this is all for then the on-demand people to watch it later. That I'll show you the detail of the game. Is that there's the sawmill. So here's the interface of where most things are happening, and locations is like where we're going to get a lot of data. And the sawmill is on the locations, and once you select the sawmill, we are up to Tier 3. We can determine the levels of freight we want to interact with the different customers. And I'm already pretty much at my capacity, but I'm already better today than I was yesterday and faster because I found these AI engineers to run the trains that are helping me manage and deliver all this faster. So the neat thing about the game is you can get into the engines and drive them yourselves, and actually we can go sit in the seats, and I'll show you the coaches and all the detail, but you can't do it all yourself on the map. So there's so much stuff that you can put other trains to work and have multiple things going on. And I even saw, like, down here in the milestones, there were signals. And that's going to be kind of cool because I've already started, right? You start learning to run the trains, and you want to run the passenger service, so you want to stop at the stations. So I've been learning to use the flares to stop at the stations, and I realized if we install the signals, those will take the place of the flares, and it looks like you can run the whole map from one location, kind of thing. So I'm having fun. So we were looking at the sawmill at locations, right there, Tier 3. Bonuses. I don't really understand what I'm doing with I don't know what 632 means with timely delivery. I'm just keeping it full, trying to just fill. So we can click on the map here in the settings, and we can sleep until 6 in the morning when everything's delivered. And I've done that on a few days, and you miss a lot of stuff. Like the log mill runs out of logs while you're asleep. And I'm making so much money, like in my finances here. Like we have $13,000 now, but every day we're making thousands of dollars off of this sawmill, where are the payments here? Like, look for the large $1,000 payments. And there's the sawmill. And because we're at Tier 3 now, which is in the locations with the mile, Tier 3, it's consuming 15 cars of logs a day, and there are 3 logs per car over here. And my trains currently, this is so exciting. I'm gonna upgrade all this stuff for you guys. I'll go and turn these on. Is this level? This is L1. We can call them like Lagrange points or something. And my coffee's ready, so I'll be right back. Yeah, I used to have the mic pushed to talk, and that's a pain in the ass for a long stream. So I know I leave it open. The danger is you just say something that you don't want people to hear. So I'm going to try not to do that. But if I do, oh well. Right, this is a new medium we're exploring. Okay, that's probably good enough. Yeah, I'm attempting to embrace this new medium of actually talking to people live. And I'm looking at my off air and I see nobody's live yet and no other buddies here, but that's okay because it's being recorded, and then I can transfer the whole thing over to YouTube. And these are just moments of Silk Gaming. So back to what we're doing, that these are empty and they're going, I guess I can show you the map and start showing you things. That this is what we're going to call East Whittier. And look at the neat little switching yard. Like the empties are here, and we got services and water, and the sawmill, I believe, is over here. This is where we're standing. The logs come up here up this line. And there are essentially 3 places we can get logs. There's L1, L2, and L3. And you can see L3 is the furthest away. I've been getting them from here, and I can fit 5 of these skeleton cars. This one, see where it says L1. Have been going to here, and I have 2 sets. So I've had 10 cars so that I take in the empties and pick up the fulls, and put in the empties to be filled. Because each of these L points, I should have this other window up here for you. The Conley Creek L points. Here's L1. And then there's also pulp cars too, which should again probably make us rich. I haven't found any factories to deliver pulp to yet, but they're probably out there somewhere. The map is just fucking huge, right? I'm an adult channel, so I'm going to use my language. So all this I'm showing you today is just going to be here between Whittier and Bryson. That's all I've opened up. There's a whole... You can buy this section of the map, and I am not going to. It's here in the milestones. I'll just share, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong about some of this, but what I've learned is purchase the track to Silva, and here's Silva. So you can purchase all this. It's essentially another railroad company that is running it now, and we would take over all of this freight, take over the passenger service to all of these stations. The little huts have to be serviced. So today we'll be servicing just Whittier, Ella, and Bryson. And I got to get these names right. I'm going to get the names wrong, and we'll just say I'm high. Okay, so that's the way it is. So the logging is up here in Connolly, and I'm gonna show you all this neat stuff. I'm running behind. If I seem a little stressed today, I've got a lot to do. We did the freight in the morning, and it took like way longer than I thought it would. Like I thought I could do it in an hour. Like I started at 7 in the morning. I thought it'd be done by like 8. It was like noon, and I wasn't even done yet. So the passenger service didn't get done this morning, so I'm running the passenger service. So we got to get back to that, and then we got to get back to here and get the logs going. And I'm letting the logs go because if you look at, you saw here that L1 is producing 24 logs. Oh, it's in short. It does 12 logs a day. And it's 100% full. Really? L1 is full. I want to make sure I'm reading that right for you. It shouldn't, because I've been sucking all of my stuff out of L1, and it should be empty. And why does L1, 12 a day, have 24 logs in storage, but L2, which I'll show you, I hadn't been going to L2 up here much, but I went there because L1 was running out. It wasn't, if it's providing 12 cars a day, and the factory is consuming down here, sawmill, 15 a day, right? So the Conley Creek 1 can't keep up, can't supply enough logs. So I knew I've got to start using another point, and now I have 5 cars, so I was going to run 5 from L1 and 5 from L2, and I got to L2, and it's much bigger than L1. It can take like 8 cars, and I'm like, really? Oh, fuck yeah, yay. So I got 5 cars there, and we're going to come back and we're going to buy some more skeleton cars because to put in L2. But these go to L1, so we're not going to do it yet. And the down percentage, that's because those are the ones that I loaded. But L1 should have a car sitting there. Wait, I can just click on it, and we can zip over there. Oh, wait, it's empty. That's what happened. So the car that was at L1 filling isn't there, and while it was away at L2, it filled up, which is what I wanted it to do. So we go back to L1. This is our destination. And this is going to be so cool, you guys. It's like it's all set. Oh, but we're not here yet. We can't do it yet. The car is in service. I'm just playing. I'm just showing you all the cool stuff we can do, guys, because we can go to the engine service place where it's being serviced, and I can jump to the coal dumpsters. So I'll get the map. We're back in East Whittier. Close up some of this stuff. See all the detail? All that stuff. It's like how you can get into it. So what was I doing here? I was going to show you the train, my best train. I should show you the trains, right? We got 3. We got 3 engines, locomotives. And I'm not up in my body here, but here's 3. It's in service because the tender here, you can click on it. Needed service, but it's repaired. So we can do the logging with this because I was waiting for it. It pulls the logs. And this passenger service can wait. We made it to Branson. It's sitting there. We'll get back to it. I want to do the logs first for you guys. So to take control of an engine, you just click on it. So I got control of this. Select it, and now it's over here. And we want to back it out. So it's just take the brakes off. It's service. It's fighting me. It's got some kind of command here. So manual, no. I've shut off. That's the AI. Had it going. So I'm turning the brakes off. So train brakes, that's the whole train. And that's good when you're 800 tons. But when you're just an engine running around, the engine itself has its own set of independent brakes down here. So the brakes are off on both. We're going to reverse her out of here. I'll call her. That's okay, isn't it? Slowly. And by clicking car follow, we'll follow out here like this kind of thing. And the body isn't even here. We're doing all this remotely. And I can leave the train. I can fly over here, and I'm checking the tracks because we want this to go pick up the logs. So through that switch is right. That switch is right. This is right. And we had a flare. I'll show you. These are the flares. I don't want it to stop here now. I think that's engine is full of water and fuel. We want that. I've got it ordering. I control the engine from here. No, I didn't. I just left it. I'm going to use road commands, and it's reversing, and let's say 15 miles an hour. So now there's an artificial engineer in there who's going to do it for me. 3 is back. It's so cool because now remotely I know what the engine's doing. And they're all set. Oh, check the tender. Is he full? Yes. Look at that. Pretty much full. Okay, back over here. The switches are set through there, through there, through there, and turn here. Because I'm getting a thing going. I'm getting you figure out how to do stuff. You get in a groove, and how the standard settings are for the switches and stuff, and what's normal and what's not, and it's like becoming really cool. So I'm back here. These are the cars if you haven't seen them. And you like the yellow? I did that because they complements the black like honeybees, and they're highly visible in the forest as we drive through. I've crashed. I've derailed. Hey, look, it's me. I'm standing here. Look at that. And so you can just leave him. So I'm in camera 2, which is all this remote stuff. 1 is me on the ground here. So back to 2. Okay, so I'm your cameraman, so I'm going to try to work on my camera work and do decent work. But yeah, if you're watching, thanks for watching. That's the plan for this channel, is I'm just going to show you the games I'm playing while I'm playing them, because I play a lot of games, and I just have to turn on the stream, right, to make the effort. So there's a lot of really good content, especially lately. I should do some Space Engineers that I'm doing with my friends. So we're in remote road mode, which is just traveling down the road at 50 miles an hour, and when you do that, the engine will stop for other cars on the track. It'll stop for flares. It'll stop for switches against it. Basically, it really makes good sense. The AI drives so much better than me. It's like amazing. Now, if we want to do switching in a yard, what this does is it lets me get out of the engine, and I don't have to worry about the brakes and the throttle and everything. I can just worry about the switching moves, which I like. So yard mode here is the switcher in the yard, and he's still reversing, and I'm going to say maximum speed 20 is his command, but he's going to follow all safety orders. If that track can only do 15, which it looks like it can down here, it's only going to order it to do 15, even though I told it 20. It's so cool. It's like it's smarter than me. And if you're in yard mode and there is a car on the track, it assumes you want to dock to it. So watch, the AI is going to dock for me, and it does better than me. I used to dock at like 3, and you're supposed to do like less than 5 miles an hour. He hits really hard. Like here's at 4. And there's these collisions. And I think that's how they damaged my tender. I didn't damage the tender because I'm not driving the trains anymore. I want 1 whistle for stop. So you see how it's when you're not in the engine, the engineer communicates with you and you know what he's going to do. So I'm the brakeman. I'm like the flying brakeman to do the connection. And frequently when you leave cars in a siding like this, you've got a handbrake. Like every car has a handbrake. And this neat little icon down here, like one of the best features of the game, I hear, shows you the purple handbrake is on right behind the car. See the red are the brakes on the engine, then the one right behind it. I can click on it and remove it. So now all the brakes are off. They all want to go to Conley L1. All it is a road forward 15. I'll show you. And I got to back him out of the switch. So we got to get him out of the logging yard. This whole thing should come forward. 2 whistles for forward. Bell for forward. Ding, ding, ding. So it makes so much more sense now. The bells and the whistles. Then I'm like, oh my God, it's so cool. Okay, so he's going to come here, and I'm here as the brakeman to throw the switch. Like the engineer's AI, the fireman's AI. They're taking care of the engine and the fire for me, and I'm the brakeman doing all the switching work. That's a lot of work. I mean, a lot of work. That's why I'm already busy enough. So I have the opportunity. I guess driving and talking at the same time is going to be challenging for me, so I should stop and focus. I'm waiting for this train, which currently weighs 160 tons here empty, to get through the switch, and I've learned with this new big extension I have about 2 cars. So if I give it a stop, like a 0 command here with 2 cars, it takes about that long. And that's really a car and a half, right? I'll bet you. This is hilarious, isn't it? Good content right here on Silk. Didn't clear the switch. So I now have to go back into forward. Let's do 5 miles an hour. But time is money, and this is how you fall behind. It's like things. There's a lot of switching. It takes a lot of time. And Heiss, I saw him and his switching, and he's way better at it. So I won't be doing any of that. It's like there are real railroaders who really know how to do this stuff. And I'm just sharing with you my enthusiasm saying, oh, this is so cool. So we're going forward. the track ahead, I'll go ahead and fly it for you because you've never seen it. I can avoid all this. I don't have to do any of this. So there's walking the track, then I'm hitting shift faster, and then there's control super fast. So here's our first switch. Make sure this one's right. And I won't do a whole lot. I'll do the semi-fast one at low level, and then I can do the high-fat one at high level and show you the views. But this is like mapped on a real railroad, I understand, is my understanding, in North Carolina, in a certain area, like all these hills. This is the North Carolina Appalachians, so the mountains are the Appalachians, and the ocean is the Atlantic, and the mist, and the haziness is all real. It's like, I've been there. This is like so cool. They've done such a good job. I think so anyway. Correct me if I'm wrong. But, okay, did you see all the switches were flipped? Oh, and we have to go back here and make sure we're in lumber mode. There's like a freight. See, I'm messing it all up. I'm way over on the other side. If the train isn't here yet, like right here. Passenger service goes through here. Yeah, I did the switch to go off to the lumber here. So we'll go this way. And this camera's really hard to get, and I'm your cameraman, right? So I got to get this right. I'll show you what I know is I'm using the middle mouse wheel to back it up. And there's like a ghost point. You can't see it out there, the XYZ. And the camera, see how the back swings? We'll call this tail swing around the back. And there's no junctions, right? So this is all fresh track set up. And then right here, this is L1. We want to go in here. I'm setting that. It's good I came here because, it's all set up. What I'm wondering is like the last move I did, like when I pulled out of L1, it's all set and waiting for me. So I didn't have to do anything. That's another cool thing I've learned about the game. It's like, oh my God, there's so much stuff that just happens. So the track is set. And since it's an AI engineer, it's going to reach the end of the line here and stop on its own. So once I started the train, I literally don't have to do anything other than tell it, don't do 5 miles an hour. Let's do 35 miles an hour. Now, that track can't do 35 through all of it, but it'll go as fast as it can. And I should turn, did you hear that my speakers are loud? So I'm turning them down. The engine's way too loud. Now, I'm going to say the audio is a work in progress. I mentioned this is early access, so I'm going to call the audio placeholders. And they need professional help with the audio. It's not even close. But, I mean, it's good enough, right? Because I get it. I get the placeholder. I see the algorithm. I see the main program. I can see the subroutines. I see the calls. But it can be so much better. And I'm sharing this game with you because I can see right here at the beginning of the start, if they stick with this game, it can turn into so much better. Because it's multiplayer too, right? Like you can get all your friends involved here and have them helping. And like I say, the whole map, right? So the train, I'm just going to let it run here for a little bit. See how it's going through the switching at 25. I'll go ahead and show you the map. What was my point? It's just so big, right? I'm only playing this one here. I could buy this section here, and I'm not. And then this is the ultimate interchange down here. So everything on the map is going to have to start down here and like move up this Appalachian Valley, and these are all the routes. We're following a river if you don't see it. And by taking this logging route, we're leaving the river. So like, does it make sense that trains follow rivers because the water is like the lowest, levelest path? So the way the American West, well, this is the East Coast, but the developed is, the natives and the Indians were doing trade on the rivers before we ever got there, hundreds of years ago, and so those were the natural trails. And then the horse trails, and the wagons started following the rivers, and then the trains followed the rivers. And then when I was a truck driver on the interstates, the highways follow all the railroads and the rivers, because it's like it just opened up so much in my mind about, wow, that's why things are, that's why the railroads have the paths they have. If you look at it, you see how nicely the road, what do you want to call that? The road bed, and then there's the gravel. What's the gravel? There's a name for it. I forgot. Ballast, right? The ballast and the ties and the rails. And it looks really good. I'll show you in the passenger car when you can stand out in the back and see. I also play Railroad online and look at their ballast and their tracks and their ties and their they're very much like this, but these have a little more rounded corners. And when I was in the passenger car, I'm like, you know what? This is really more realistic. I think I like theirs better. So, and look at the engines, right? This is $29 for this game, and I'm already considering it a really good value because look at the number of locomotives and what do you call that? Freight and everything that you get for $29 compared to the other train simulators. And I'm like, yeah, they're absolutely right. This is just so awesome. And I'm hands-free. I'm doing nothing now. Just so you know, I'm just sitting here talking to you as the train travels at 25 miles an hour because that's what look at these curves. and the tracks are not the best. And that's what I learned is the AI knows stuff I don't know. You know, how would I know that this is a 20-mile-an-hour curve? They aren't posted, I don't think. This is where I derailed both engine 1 and engine 2 before 3. 3 is the biggest, strongest engine so far, so that's why I have it up here doing lumber, and it's doing the main freight line, so I can share that with you. That opened my eyes, is that I need a big engine to haul all the freight up and down the main line to the different towns. And when I get into town, you break off that little town's chunk, and then you can have a smaller engine like a switcher. You got to break it up, and I have customers, so then you've got to service your customers. And frequently, when I'm taking a new container into a customer, you got to take an old container out. So as I'm taking new freight out, we're picking up empties along the way, and it's just a whole cool thing. And it just takes all day, you know, to do all this stuff. It's like, oh my God. And so it was so cool to find the AI engineers, and it made all the work. Because I mean, when you're doing this all by yourself, it was a lot of work. I had to put all those cars together and paint them and number them, and we got more of that to do, right? We're gonna go pick up L2, and I'll show you. It's bigger. I think it'll hold 8 cars, and these are 5. And so I had 5 and 5 swapping out. So we're gonna leave L1 as 5 cars because that's all it can hold. Because I gotta use the 2 sources of lumber now to keep the mill fully. So that changed the game for me, right? I told you about how you can sleep and wake up at 6 in the morning and you miss stuff. So now my railroad runs 24 hours a day. I just do 1 hour advances. At the most to empty cars or fill cars kind of thing until late in the night when I get everything done. Then I might sleep, but I make sure everything's done. Okay, so see that we're coming into L1 here. I can jump to the back of the train with this is 0, that's 9, and that's 0, but back and forth. And I told you set it all up, and the AI engineer is driving right in to the load location. I could turn these on and hover over and show you. See, that's the load area highlighted. Backs it all in, and you want to see the crunch, the collision, right? He shouldn't hit it. He should stop. But here's the speed, 4, 3. See how good they are? It's like they're so better than me. It's like that's so much easier. I was doing that, and it took a lot longer. It's like, holy cow. So here we go. And see how they ghost when they're properly selected. So it's saying it's there, and I see that XYZ point in front of me there. I'm trying to get the camera work good for you. And me, I've been practicing this. Oh, I probably didn't get the stream right. I'm going to go over here. Can I update my stream to be RailRoader? I forgot. If we have any viewers or anybody, we'll see. I mean, I'll port it over to YouTube. The important thing was I was just sharing. I was just trying to get something on the air. But it's so much work. You got to get so much right. I would have to go. I think I can do it, but it's going to take me some time. But since nobody's watching, that's what I got is time. Going over to the creator dashboard, and I think I can change the stream titles. Right there, stream tools. Stream manager. Well, it's like maybe I will screw it up. We'll see. I'll see if I do it later. I didn't do it, but I gave it a try. I figure I was boring you, so there's that. Apply the handbrake, and you see that one car kind of holds them all in there, and then disconnect. Okay, so we're free, and it's filling, right? So I'm just going to share all the stuff I've seen with you. So we're back at the creek, and it does 12 cars a day, and it was 100% full, right? In storage. So it had 20, this car holds 15. It had 24 logs in storage. So it's going to, I think, fill this faster than the logs. I think they spawn like 1 an hour, or it does 12 cars a day. That's 36 logs a day in 20. So that's a log and a half an hour. I think it's a spawn rate, but it collects and stores 24 of them. So this will fill pretty quick. That's what I've learned. I haven't had a log issue yet, but I've been looking ahead. So we've disconnected. So close this up. So now I want to do a little manual driving or kind of AI. It's like road forward 15. We want to get him back out on the main line, and the main line needs to be clear for stuff coming down to it. So he's going to go forward, and he's going to go straight back out to the main line. This one's straight, and all we have to do is get him out here past this switch, and we're going to back up to L2. I think my thing says Star Citizen. That's hilarious. I do that too. That was last. Yeah, I should watch when I'm driving it. So it's like it goes through the switch and you can hit stop. Then reactivate the switch, and sometime I'm even just slam it into reverse, into 15. He'll do all the thing. Whistle, stop 1. So he stopped 3 backwards, and we're going back now. And I might as well just ride the train. We're riding up to L2. All right, so let's go get all the switching set up for L2. That's right. He's coming at 15. I'm going to tell him to come at 35, but I know in this mountainous area he can only do like 25. But he's coming as fast as he can, and I'm checking the switches. And this has been great for safety, right? I haven't had any derailments or accidents with the AI guys. So my safety record is improving. Yeah, we get a whole report, and here's my operational safety. It gives you a reputation, and there are benefits and perks to your reputation, like discounts on equipment that I've been enjoying, kind of thing. Yeah, so I'm not going to worry about the Star Citizen because I don't have that many viewers and things, and I'll just try to remember next time. So here we are at L2, I believe, and it's all set up. See how I did it last time? So it's all set up. Just head north on the route, and the engine's going to run right into these 5 cars. But I told you if you highlight over the spotted thing, it looks like it can hold... Oh, come on. It's not the Whittier Sawmill. It's this isn't saying L2 is wide. But I know it goes out to here, like so far. So to get back to the engine, I just hit 9 and 0, like here. And we're backing our way into it. And I don't know if I like it. Like all the engines, they don't all face the same way. So like the first 2 engines face the other way, and this is my first engine facing this way. So in the first engines, I did all this pulling the freight backwards. And this one, you back in and I pull it forwards. And I don't know, I think I kind of like this. But yeah, look at the detail on this. This is my Pacific. Right, it's down here. It's a 55 ton. All right, so watch the weights just go up. It's not that long until the next engines are huge. So this one's 55 tons. So I'm appreciating and really enjoying each engine. That's what I'll talk about. I mean, it's the P18 Pacific. I don't know what the 18 stands for. Maybe that's traction. It's right around 18,000 pounds. So this one has the most pull of my engines. There's a 1. Is the first engine they give you. It's the most expensive at the time. This one's more expensive than that. And then the broken one is the 2. And then this is my 3. And I'm having so much fun with every one of them, right? And they're all working. They all have rolls. So 3 is my biggest engine going between the cities. And 2 is the weakest train in the game, is pulling the passenger cars. And 1 is hanging out in Branson, the big city, just, available for wrecks and emergencies, and because he was doing this job before I got a bigger engine. And 35 is like the maximum speed. This is so great. This is like the 1900s, and it's like discovering this valley in the Appalachia at 35 miles an hour, and I think it's beautiful. Okay, so we've backed into the yard, and since we're in the road mode, it's going to stop. It actually sees. You can see down here. It sees this car by number 736. We'll remember those last 3 numbers. It sees 736. So I've learned a lot. You can watch this panel and see what it's doing. I've told it 35, but it's coming in at 2. It's going to stop. It's in road mode. When it sees another train on the tracks, this is the distance. It's too far for me. So if we want to do switching, we go into the yard mode. Continue reversing and do it full speed at 20 miles an hour, and it won't. It'll just say we're going to do it at 5. And you heard the beep, beep, beep. That's reverse. That was my coffee mug hitting the mic. It's bound to happen. Oh, edit stream info. Found it. Stream info. Title Star Citizen. No, it's RailRoader. See, it's docking while I'm editing my OBS settings. Watch it click. Lovely. Okay. This is RailRoader, I believe. You can't see the keys to type it. It's on my laptop. RailRoader. And the category should be RailRoader. back to my channel. So yeah, I've got a laptop watching off air while I'm using my gaming computer to stream, and this one shouldn't be that bad. Yay, it looks like it says RailRoader now. Yay! So that's right, you got to do everything yourself. And we've got the logs. They go to the sawmill, so it's all lined up and ready to go. So I'm just going to say road forward 35 miles an hour, and I want it to stop at the end. So I'm going to go put a flare back at the coal source. It should go beep, beep, beep. Why isn't it saying road forward, beep, beep, beep? Oh, I got to hook it up. And the brakes are on. It's saying, you didn't do your job. Brake man, right? I'm the brake man, and I didn't do it. And this is how the XYZ thing is all messed up. So I'm pulling it back. I'm zooming in. I'm getting in here. There's the glad hand. You go shift click and turn off the brake. Oh, it likes that so much better. I've got my audio way down, so I'm going to turn it up a little bit. Off air is muted, so I think it's okay. Oh, we got 2 viewers. Like, hey, welcome if you're a viewer, and can you hear me and see me and it's all working? All right. I'm watching chat, so I'll say hi in chat. There. And he's on his way. Like, I'm going to snap 2. I'll show you hit 0 and 9. Boom. That zooms in on him. There's the way bills, I guess they call them. I can turn them on and off. That's off. I like to ride in the back of the train here. I snap to the back car and go forward. But I told you, on the map, I can do locations. At the service center, there's the coal loader. And I want to jump here, because this is like the end of the line. And I'm going to try to watch my camera work and make more sense. But I expect the train to come down the main line, and it's going to have to stop and turn into it. So I've learned, I just put a flare out here right between the two. It's a good flare because it stops them here for loading for fuel, and it stops the lumber runs here. So you set a flare, or a fuse, I think they call it, like with a Control F. And then we jump back to the train. See how simple it is? I'm your cameraman, so I'm producing all of this content. Cool. All right. Looks good. So, you see, I told it 35 over here, but the track conditions are 25 down here, and you can see here's AI drive. And the first thing I learned is as soon as I saw AI drive so much better than me, like I derailed here. I damaged 2, not just one, both 1 and 2 engine to 50%. And my safety rating went to 50%. And I lost like half of my benefits, my perks here. What are the perks? For a good review, like I did 3, this is like from yesterday, day 9. I did 300 passengers, 29 freight deliveries. We made like 10 grand. I'm paying engineers. I guess these AI guys get a salary. I've got shop guys, 1 in each of my shops, making 15 bucks a day, I think, which is nothing. But I don't keep too many of them. I just keep 1 on round. Then we bought some new. I have 3 passenger cars now, and we made $400 hauling passengers. So here's the safety rating overall. My passengers are delighted with me. My freight customers are delighted with me, and I'm recovering from my 2 derailings. The benefits are phase costs. We're going to build a bridge to Branson. I think I like building the bridges and opening up new territory. So see, this should all be set up for me. We're going past L1 now and carrying on. Let me know if you have any questions. There's going to be a lot of stuff I covered that the people joining just won't know. So we'll go over stuff over and over again. Just for you guys. It looks like I've been on there 39 minutes. That's cool. I guess I should check the audio. What I've learned is, stuff goes wrong and the whole stream goes bad. Okay, cool. I hear a little ambience. Oh, but I was over the outlet, so I was off mic, and now I'm on mic, so I should sound better. 19 miles an hour. Track conditions, 20 miles an hour. So hear the screeching. This is where I derailed. Because I thought it was 25. Like, there's nothing here that says this is a 20 mile an hour curve. And I was doing it at 25, and yeah. So AI, so much better than me. Changed the game, and I'm sure there's so much more I don't know out there. But I thought, like I say, for my channel, for Silk, just turn on the stream and show you what I'm doing. Because I pretty much just play games now. I am a computer science major. I went to Arizona State University, and I, like, in the 80s, before the internet, I learned Moore's Law, right? And that's the story of my life. And I'm calling this like the golden age of PC gaming, and that's why my channel turns it on and shares what this PC gaming is like, right? That's the thing. I'm not a console player. I play with other PC gamers, and we build our PCs. Like, so this is an AMD machine. I've got the baby, right? My big claim to fame is I build the most powerful PC gaming computer I can for the least amount of money. Like in this current rig I'm on, I got the monitor and everything for less than $1,000. I went with the AMD, like I think it's the 3600, the baby, and gave it 32 gigs of RAM on an 8-bit motherboard with an NVIDIA. I'm doing like this video you're seeing, I think, is the NVIDIA 1660, and I don't even know how much RAM it has, like 6 or something. But it works for high definition like really well, right? And these graphics are, I guess you can brag about them. I think these are procedural graphics, like, because they're like all the same pattern. But it has the potential, like a lot of the other railroad games have what I call handmade map, like Derail Valley, right? I call that a handmade map. I see the potential. Those things can change. The core mechanic that this game has, the other doesn't, is this AI thing. Unless I'm missing it, that's where you viewers can help me learn. But yeah, I play Derail Valley, Railroad Online, this one, and I have a train simulator. I forget which one. And I did buy some DLC, like for the famous passes and the Arizona. I've got the Arizona Flagstaff like routes. But those are more real life. You're like buying a real place that really exists. Right, those are handmade maps that they really sat down and made. And this is this is a real place, I hear, like in North Carolina. So see how we're doing this corner at 25. You want to go up front and hear the train sounds? I've heard enough train sounds. He's using his lights. Oh, question for viewers is these marker lights. I don't know anything about them, but I like them on. And this guy has a reverse headlight too. It's my first one. And I just love these trains. Can I just say, this game and games like it just made me love trains. Steam trains. Like so much. The other ones, they do the diesel. But what I like about the steam is the slow. Like say, Discover America at 35 miles an hour. That must have been so cool. And this is such a beast of a machine. Like the way I've heard other people like Heist describe the engines are inside out. It's an engine like your car engine, but the valves and the timing and the push rods are all on the outside where we can watch them. Like, so you can zoom in and see. Here's the detail. I haven't showed you guys that. Look at that. I'm gonna close this even so you can see it. The push rods. I think it's all accurate, right? This is the timing rod up here. This is the Johnson bar. When you pull the lever for the forwards and backwards up there, it's this little pivoting thing here that changes the timing in the steam thing that makes it all work. It's just like, holy cow, good job, guys. I'm so pleased. So we're coming in, right? And he's going pretty fast. How do I see him again? You hit click, control 1, pulls this up, and he's coming in at like 25 miles an hour. So see why I put the flare in the road. Everything's lined up. And he needed to get past this to get into the logging camp. So that's why I see how the flares work. So I kind of told you I'm playing with the timing, and I get it. I'm getting it. You can send a train on its way with the switches all set up, and if we had signals, right, the signals will just take. I'm imagining they're going to be on convenient locations, like at the passenger docks and stuff, for me to stop. So I think I'm gonna leave it there because that's a good. It just is nice to know when a train comes down the line, it's going to stop. Because if it didn't, it would go right on through into. I've gone to the train property that I don't own or service, and it goes another way down there, like way. So let's put this in the logging place. Let's turn on the what are they called? I used the name earlier. Waypoints. They have something. Manifest lists. So turn this. So all I have to do is just say road, reverse. I'll do 25 miles an hour, and it'll probably come in at 15. But he's going to back in and come down here. And I used to have to, like, stop, but he's going to see the other thing, and he's going to stop here for me. And I'm like, thank you, dude. Oh, is he empty? No, he's full. So when he gets empty, since this is L2, we're going to add 3 cars to this train. But I think I'll do it on my way out. We'll see how long it takes to empty it. We'll check the sawmill. In the locations, the sawmill. has 75% full with 33 logs, so I interpret that it needs 44, so 11 logs will fill its storage. And this, I just gave it 15, so I'm hoping almost this will empty quickly. And that will give me time, then I'll go buy the engines, or the additional skeleton cars. I'm just so excited, because we're going to easily be able to keep this sawmill full. You know, where I was stressing a little bit earlier. And I'm jerking the camera around a lot. I'll get better. Like I say, I got to work on my camera work too. Hopefully audio is good. I don't hear audio. I just have to trust. So that's why I ask you guys, the viewers, you know, does it sound good? Does it look good? Look at that. He's there. We're there. So we're just going to disconnect, and the sawmill starts unloading them. We have, and why does it want logs? Is I have a contract with this for Tier 3. And I saw somewhere that Tier 5 contracts are now available, but I don't know. I just started this, like, I don't even think it's been a week. Like, say, I play a lot of games, so I bring a lot of experience to my gaming. And that's what I want to share. Why do I have a channel? Why do I play games for people? It's like, I think there's a lot of people out there that aren't computer science majors that don't know this is going on. They don't know this is the golden age of PC gaming. And my way of showing you, you know, what it is by making content and showing you what's going on. And it's been a very fast progress rate of change. You know, I expect a lot more change here in the near future, like VR and AI, you know, are just like gonna like change everything, right? Because the internet was a disruptor. Okay, I was here before the internet. The internet changed everything. And that's what I'm worried about. AI, I'm going to call it a disruptor. I think it's going to change everything. And the biggest mistake I made with the internet is I didn't see all this coming. I couldn't think in gigabytes of memory and gigabytes of storage and speeds where you're actually playing on servers remotely. You know, it just was like, wow. So that's why you young people need to imagine what the future can be and make it 10 times better. And so that's why AI really worries me, you know, that we can't even imagine what it's going to be doing yet. And we'll talk more about that if you want to. But we're done here. So I think I can just pull forward and you'll see the disconnect. Now, what does this train need to do next? I think I've serviced the log and I've done the freight, so he can just kind of sit here. We're going to upgrade the cars and stuff later. See how he just pulls away and disconnects? That guy's got a brake on. He'll just stay there. And to stop, I just say stop there. And I let him stop. Watch what the AI does to a train when it stops it. It sets the brakes and it puts it in neutral. I like that. Then I take over manual control, and that's what I consider I'm leaving it safe. My body, see how I'm doing all this control, and the body can just stand there out in the field. I can jump into it at any time, but it's a little more, you know, it doesn't fly. Where this one, you can get around and do stuff. So you get 2 cameras in the game. That's what's cool. So I was doing the passenger train. It's in I'm going to get these names right. Whittier, Ella, and Bryson. I got to keep calling Bryson. I want to get to that train. There's a couple. You can click on the map. I should show you that. I think it's Control T in Bryson. And for a little more accuracy, I want to zoom in because I want to do it at the depot and hit Control T and jump. Voila! I'm suddenly in Bryson. Now, what's a depot? So at first I had trouble finding, you know, there's all this freight moving around. There's all these cars. I don't want to check every customer every day. That's not fun gameplay. So I found at the depots in each town, this is Bryson's depot, there is a main office, and this is where the passengers are waiting, and there are no freight contracts. That's how I can tell there's nothing here. I pick up the freight contracts, and there's a way list, a switch list, that has see all this stuff? It's all in my switch. I can tell it, let's clean up the switch list. I've done a lot of work, and all that's left are the sawmill. Need to go to the interchange. Okay, again, I got to do that. Oh, you'll enjoy that. That'll be good content, but we'll put it away. But I'm almost done for the day. It's 3:30 in the afternoon. I'm still working. I'm trying to take care of the passengers. I got halfway here. I brought it up from Whittier. I serviced Ella. I left it here, and it loaded. And I left it here sitting, so it's plumb full now. 60 passengers per car. They don't pay well. I think they pay like $1 a passenger for a ticket. And there's 68 passengers here waiting because the train's been here for hours. And it's time to go back. There's nothing here. Here, I'll show you. Here's the train one is in Bryson. And he's just kind of sitting here. He should be fully fueled, and just kind of ready This is just a great place. I should show you, Bryson. You get this. This is my new work area compared to the old one. I opened all the doors so you can see all these are the repair tracks. They're all repair tracks. This is a repair track. Back here's a repair track. It's got a turntable. It's like, holy shit. Here's where I get fuel and water. Oh, and well, here we go. We need fuel and water. The passenger train. So this is train 1. This is train 2. This is the weakest one. This is the broken train that you repair in the beginning. And he's out of water. He's just using, not out of water. He's halfway through, but I told myself I was going to do that. Now, I can remove, probably just easier to remove the flare than drive the train over it. So you do that just by clicking on it. And I want to get it to the coal and the water. Well, I'll show you the servicing. Okay, he's already under control. Forward. I'm gonna stop him. Stop. Stay. Look at those cylinder cocks. He always does that when he takes off. I told you to stop. You should stop. Reverse stop. Stop. It's not set yet, I don't think. You're going forward. Oh, I've got the wrong engine. Click him. Select controls. Order. Stop. Don't do 35. So, I was doing engine 3. Now I got to go check engine 3 and make sure he stopped. So, call list here. I go to my locomotives, engine 3, select and follow, and make sure I didn't send him. He's now rocketing across the railroad. He should be in manual, though. He shouldn't be. So that's 3 is there. 1, select. Now, why am I not controlling 1? Follow. I'll go here, select. I want to see that it's in manual. And check 2. Follow. Select, orders, manual, and then 3. Click, select, orders, manual, right? So it wasn't in manual. So then 2. I think I'm ready. I've got control of it. It should be over here. That's Silk 1. So select 2, select, and order, pull forward. It's not a yard. You're not going to dock. So just 15 knots to the fuel and make sure it's just a big S. That's got to be set. That's got to be set. That's got to be set. And then we come in under here. And coal and water are right here. Coal's first. Water, I can bring the spout down. He's going to come in. And I was going to say it's manual control, but it's not really. He's doing it. I'm just telling him I want him to. Eventually, for the precision of getting under these spouts, I'm going to take manual control. So I'm going to guess he's going to go about 2 car lengths. By the time I give him 0, he'll pull right up under here, and then I'm going to use these. Okay. 1 missile stops. Brakes are off. He's going to go forward. And just 1 mile an hour under the chute, this is what I'm looking at, is lining up. His moo is enough. It looks like he's still under that. I want manual control for Silk 2. Brakes off. It was fighting me. You hear the compressor. It's pumping up. What does it use air for? Brakes? Yeah, I guess we use air for brakes. It has a compressor on board. Forward just the slightest. And I'm watching this even 1 mile an hour, maybe 2. We'll get this under here. So I'm seeing 5. That's 1 mile an hour. That would probably do, but I'm going to let it go a little faster. And then I'll stop right about there. And then right when the coal's under there, anywhere in here. Heavier trains take longer to stop, but that went pretty well. So he holds 6 tons of coal, I think. So he only used 25% of his coal. So I'm learning different tenders are good for different things. A passenger train needs lots of water, I think. And less coal. Or no, yeah, the freight trains seem to be using more water, pulling all that freight. So these can have more coal and less water, I think, in a passenger train. And in a heavy freighter, I think I'm wanting more water and a lot of coal. But that's what I'm learning is, how the ratio. So that only used 25% of its coal. But when we go in the water, I think it holds 3,400. So it's over. It used half the water, but 25% of the coal. And I don't understand pulling freight cars. It's using water. So anyway, so I could just fill up water, not get any coal. But on that note, forward, break off. I bring myself over here and I'm looking at the water spout like this. And like I said, if I can just get it going 1 or 2 miles an hour. And again, look, we get to get so close to the engine and look at it. Just wow, guys. Something like that. 2 miles an hour is plenty. That's more than enough. Because see how the train carries its weight until right about there. And I went too far, right? Way too far. So reverse, brake, slow, the slowest. Come on, that should work. There, good enough. And it's gonna take a while. That's like, it needs half its water. That's why we did this, is we needed the water. So we've got customers, 60. Yeah, it's all full, so there's no reason to stop again. Now I've learned every time you do a stop, I select the path, and we got info over here now, and I want passenger info. I think these are the guys that are on. We got 17 Eli guys on this car. Each car is going to be different. And 43. And Bryson was checked before at the other stops to get them to load. I guess this determines who loads and unloads from the cars. I have to check this every time. And that's one car, and then you say copy to the other cars, which there are 2. And so watch here in the center of the screen. You see copy to the other 2 cars. So now I made all 3 of these cars will pick up passengers from any station. I don't expect any passengers at Bryson wanting to go to Bryson as we go past it, but you got to do that every time. So I'd like to be able to select that and just leave it so it does it every time on its own, but it's one of those things because I'm trying to get to where you can like set the passenger train up and just send it between the cities, and it'll stop at the flares or the signals at each depot and do this all automated essentially. And then if I can get the logging automated, and then the freight, I don't know, I saw the switch list, but I think I'm going to have to do the freight for all the switching. Yeah, and servicing these customers, right, can be a pain in the ass getting these cars in and out of their place because they have to go in one way or the other. And so you've got to set them up way back at the beginning, try to pick up all the cars in order so they're ready to be shoved into each location in the right direction. Are we done? So the tender now has 4,000 gallons of water, so it was way low. I don't know why the passenger cars... I had 2. I had 1 car and it went really well. And 2 went really well. And I thought I added a 3rd car, and it seems to be a bit much, but this train only weighs like 170 tons here, so that shouldn't be that much. But either way, it's ready to go. It's full of fuel and water. So operationally, let's do the locomotive. Send it down the road backwards at 35 miles an hour because it's a passenger train. So go, get the hell out of here. 3 blasts for the reverse. And the flare's gone, so I'll put the flare back. It was just easier to pick up the flare and put the flare back than to drive over it because the train doesn't like the flare. And again, that's where you viewers could help me with tips and tricks. And I gotta remember, you're watching, so don't get crazy. So you've got the free cam I can do, any of it. I call this a flying jib. I mean, isn't this great? And then I can jump. If you fall off, like the train was a big pain for a while, and you can just hit 0, and it jumps the locomotive, and 9. So a lot of times I like it right here. And I need the guy on board. So you hit Control 0, and that just put my body in the seat. So if I go back outside and jump to the locomotive, you'll see me, all right, they're sitting in the train now. So I'm on board. That was the important thing. And I can turn this off, right, because I'm a video content creator, and I don't want that in my content. I mean, it looks better this way, but I'm going to get a close-up shot of like this and just say, wow, guys. I think good job, right? I've written some code, and I know what a pain in the ass things can be, and it's like, nice work, guys. I work with graphics artists, and I appreciate their work. This stuff doesn't just happen. That's the important thing. But with AI, right, is this... suddenly I'll learn this is all AI generated. It's like, no. All the jobs. That's what I'm worried about, is all the jobs. don't let the computers write all the code. Here's some teasing tidbits of what I can talk about. Don't let the AI write the computer code without humans in between. And humans have to be smart enough and good enough to know what the AI is doing and keep up with it and understand what its algorithms are doing. Or we're screwed, and it's already happening. It's like we're not ready. We're so screwed. It's like, and again, to put it in there isn't a human job that's safe. Between AI and prosthetics, right? I mean by like what, like doctors can do remote surgery on soldiers in Iraq with prosthetics. Those kind of detailed, precision-controlled appendages. Like give AI detailed appendages, and there's not a job that can't be replaced. Like truck drivers, like self-driving trucks. You can't compete. A human has to sleep. He can drive 14 hours and has to sleep, 8 and have 10 off, to eat a meal. But a self-driving truck never has to stop. So the rates just get cut in half, right? Because already they pay more for fuel than they pay the drivers, So yeah, I'm worried. I'm really worried about all this. So the trucking jobs, that's 3 million trucking jobs right there, gone. What are they going to do? The teachers, it's going to change education. AI doctors and AI lawyers, right? That's what I learned about Moore's Law, right? The AI isn't learning at a linear curve; it's an exponential curve, and they're like as smart as hamsters now, right? And they're not that bright; they're little baby AI, but they're gonna get as smart as us. And we're not a wall. It's like there's no reason they're gonna stop being as smart as we are. They're going to be smarter than we are, right? So an AI lawyer will have access to all of the legal law knowledge on the planet, and how is a human going to be able to compete with that? So I'm really worried about and then when the lawyers and the doctors start losing their jobs, then it all goes to shit. Lots of crazy shit happening. That's my tease as to what you can expect on this channel, and I get to cover it, right? So I've chosen that. How am I going to deal with all this? I'm playing games, and that keeps me right. I'm trying to keep up with the latest games and the state-of-the-art stuff and what's the best hardware we got going. And I chose PC because you can build a PC, right? I can't go out and build a Mac. And then the software. And then the internet. You can't, you got the hardware and software, but it's the internet that connects it, your connection. And I've been in the internet poor department to where I wasn't able to stream. I didn't have the capacity. And I just got 5G home internet. And I now have the capacity to stream for free. Like, it's costing me nothing. And I have unlimited gigabits. What do I get? I get a lot up and down. I think I'm getting like 25 up, and I'm doing 2.5. That's why we'll check this. This is like 2.5 megabits a second at 720p. We're about halfway between Bryson and Eli. And this is Governor's Island. You can barely see it there. And you have these sidings, is that what I want to call them? But I also want to call them, I can pull out, like 2 trains can be coming from Eli and Bryson. And if we had signals, like the one going this way would be on this track and can wait. And trains can pass here. And these are between all the cities. So that's why I'm just like so excited. Put signals in here and just send the trains, and then we're like, it's a multiplayer game, so somebody can like run the signal board or something, and I don't know, it's just pretty cool. So that's why I'm out here on board showing you guys this stuff. That I think we got a good one here. And it's different than Derail Valley, because what Derail Valley is it's detailed, it's more realistic. It's not a real place though, right? But I like it in its own. It had the remote train controls, which is kind of what I'm doing here, but it didn't have the AI driving the trains. But Derail Valley is good in its right online. Railroads Online. That you get to lay your own track. That's kind of cool. Trying to think of any others. So I like them all, right? I like to try all the good games. And early access really seems to be a going thing now. It's like a new, a model for game development. Is how do you generate the funds to build your game? And so software developers now can come out with something that's just, what do you call it when it's skeleton, just kind of filled in now with placeholders, like I call them, and it shows you the good gameplay. But they've done this, I assume, on like a shoestring budget or what they could get. And now that they release, they've got all this income now coming in to help them continue to develop the game. And I've seen it happen with a lot of like games, like what's Valheim early access? And like this, no, most of the games I play now, they start because it's that's the new thing we get to do now as players, is we actually get to work with the developers as they write the code to make the game better. I mean, it didn't used to be like that. We used to get a game on a CD or a DVD and it was finished, and it wasn't going to change once you got it. That's like StarCraft, like 1 and 2. Like they are the way they are, and they never change. And you don't get any updates. And I remember, StarCraft is online now, and with more content, but. That's the point, is that these games all my good games are constantly changing, and there's new content being added all the time. It's just the standard model. And if a game doesn't change and add new content, it dies. I mean, does that make any sense? So yeah, I'm thinking of all the games I play and what I can say about them. And yeah, it's just very, very interesting time for me. Like somebody with lots of computer experience, I actually understand what they're doing here. And it's just like, and like with Star Citizen, that's why I play that one, is I actually understand what they're doing with the code. And EVE Online, the potential of these games. In EVE, I learned evil can take what it wants in war. Like if you have the force necessary, you can take what you want. And I was like, wow, that was a powerful lesson. I've carried it with me since that day. All right, this is Eloy. Let's get these. I told you I was going to be really bad with the names. Ella. Boy, you got me on that one. I won't even try. It doesn't make any sense. It's going to be Ella, right? Because E is an not a E. Ella. Here we are. Does it have a flare? Did I bother to put out a flare? I think I did. Most of the time with the passenger trains. It should be past the station now if you want to see how the flares work. I don't see it, so maybe I'll hit stop. If you want to stop the station. Probably went past it. Yeah, I should have put a flare out there, but I didn't. But that's okay. You see, I'm multitasking. And that's as fast as it can stop. That's not too bad, right? It threw the train brakes here, but it didn't dynamite the train brakes. I want him to pull forward at 15 miles an hour, please. Right up here to Ella. Peek over here. Make sure we don't hit anybody. String actually looks pretty good. I don't see any jittering. Oh, stop. Top. This way. If I can get a stop with the passengers anywhere in the station, it should be fine. That's fine. All right, so there's 60 there, and you'll see as soon they're disembarking. And Ella had 40 passengers waiting, and there are no active waybills here. So everything's good. I got it under control. So my goal for the stream is like to get through today, get to tomorrow's freight, because that's what I thought is I've got a lot of good. I've got my first day like tier 3 freight coming up. And then I'll do the passenger and the freight and the lumber servicing, and then we'll call it a night, right? It's Saturday. I just wanted to do some content, and I'm hoping to do more. It just takes work. I just got to turn on the stream. See what you think. About an hour in. Okay, we got paid 52. This car now has 51. This car has 58, and this car has 60. They're almost full, and there's no passengers waiting and no freight bills. So I'm going to go ahead and leave. I could sit around and wait for the cars to fill, but I'm not making my living off of freight. I'll show you the lumber is what we're doing. Maybe when we get back, will the lumber cars be empty? So continue on the road, reversing your way at 35 miles an hour to the next station, which I think is all set up. I'm trying to think I didn't do freight. I did stuff. So I'm going to go to the Whittier Depot and make sure it's all set up. And the best way is location, Whittier Depot, boom. And you can just snap to location. So I'm like, yay. And there should be a flare here, I think. Yeah, there, just stop so it should come all this way on its own. And we might as well ride along, right? I just want to make sure it's all set up. Okay, so I wanted to show you how pretty, right? I know, so I called this procedural landscaping, but that can change. And will probably get better as time goes on. So I wanted to show you I'm in the train, right? And I'm sitting here. I can operate the throttle. I even know them. It's like, this is the train brake down here, I believe, and this is the independent. Use my throttle and the Johnson bar, or reverser. You guys can tell me which one you want me to call it. This is pretty cool. I want to show you I can get in the cars, and again, look at the detail that the graphics artist did on their first attempt, though. That's the thing. This game just came out. So check. So you can't get in this way, but I'm like, I learned, oh, jump. Here, if I get right here, I can jump. And get, oh, don't fall. Be ready to fall. And they made the little transition here between the two a little dicey. But you see, you get these little gates here and handbrakes. And again, isn't this so friggin' cool? I'm calling this, like I say, the golden age of PC gaming. I can get on the train. I can go between the car. Can you actually sit? I didn't sit. It gives you the detail. So these are all forward. And you'll see my third car here is facing backwards. That's how it came. But I think I like it. Because I like to stand back here. See the diciness of this transition. You got to be on your feet. And you can come back here. And I like to ride back here. I got all the doors open. This is the cheapest. This is the lightest cars I went with. There's a steel car that holds like 84. These hold 60. But it's twice as heavy. So this holds the most for the weight. And I think I already talked to you about it. Taking this time. We're doing 30 miles an hour. And yeah, I like to just stand here. And I can show you this is following the train. I can jump up to this one and pivot around here, and you'll see me. Right? That's me right there. I should look down. I don't want to fall off the train, but I can, like, get out here more. And there I am. I like it. So, yeah, I think that's why I'm showing you guys this game. I think I like this. I think they got a good one here. One thing, though, I don't like is the dancing of the cars. But that'll all change, right? They're working on it. And again, I hope with the launch they get an infusion of the cash they need. Because I look at these games kind of like music. Back in the 80s, we used to have bands and CDs, and you could pirate it. You could get the music off the internet for free. But I like to buy the CDs of the bands I enjoyed and support them, because why would they make the music if they couldn't have a career or make it profitable for them? Like, so yeah, if everybody steals them, it doesn't work like the economy. So that's why these games, it's the same way. I like to purchase the games of the ones I like and support the development. And I'm excited about this one, right? Because there's so much like they can do. New maps, more cars. Like, I like the idea of being able to, like, the signals. Are there other, I guess the train simulators can be like that. I don't play that part of them. But again, exciting. And multiplayer, that's a whole new thing. People are getting together now. Changes everything. Yeah, I wanted to show my friends this new game I was playing, spending a lot, although they're looking at me on, I have Discord and stuff, and they're like, well, he's playing RailRoader all the time now. That's what I'll remember, this Christmas of 2023. Okay, we're going into, I call this the siding for Whittier. I'm keeping the main line open. Trying to keep the passenger service off of it. So I'm keeping the main line for freight, and then I've discovered each town has like a first siding, and I'm putting the passenger trains, the depots service both lines. So I'm putting the passenger on this inside line, and then I'm calling everything off over here to the right or the left on side when they do it, just like the switching yard. So I'll call this as my siding. I'm using all this stuff. It's so cool. More cars. This is a customer, that's a customer. I can get water here. So we're pulling in and there's a flare. So it's going to stop itself. And I put the flare there because I practiced, right, several times. And I wanted to stop, like, right before we don't want to block the road. So I learned, that's about where the train stops versus, I got to start calling them fuses. Or you guys are going to be all over me. Anyway, isn't that pretty? I just think that's so cool. Again, on their first attempt. Good job, guys. They made the basic important stuff work. So somebody made some good choices. Right, of all the things that they could have done. I like the way it came out. This is a nice package, but it could... it doesn't have to be a lot more, but it could. All the engines. There's so many engines. They're so nice. All right, so good job, guys. So that's my passenger service. So these guys are emptying out. Did I select... I have to go to passenger and get them for Eli here and copy it to the other cars. And then I check here. There's 6 active waybills, and I'll bet you, I hope those are my logging cars. Oh, no, there's a siding up there. 1 is logging, and I'll go show you there's 5 cars have to go to into their, probably empties. That fuse stays there. So I could show you, I'll just go down here because it's close. Or I could have jumped. And I'm thinking it's better for you to get to know the railroad like I am, and that this interchange, this is where all the, I'm calling the interchange where the cars come and go from the game map. Like if I want to get rid of empties, they come here. If I want to pick up new freight, it's here. Well, here, the sawmill, I think, has 5 empty cars. And if it does, that's the engine that services this area. And there they are. I think if I turn on my waybills, that's the word I couldn't remember earlier. These are all waybills. These go back to the interchange. So these are, oh, they're not empties. So this is product going out. I love that you can, again, the detail. You can look at this car and see that that's dimensional lumber. And that's dimensional. Oh, it's because it's a lumber mill, right? This is all lumber. So these are not empties. These are fulls. This is product for my customer. So I've got to deliver it. What, we just get paid for the customers, I think. If you miss a communication, like it's really important to note what the game is doing, you can open the console over here. And I'm looking at stuff, and we just received 156 fares. Not bad. And it looks like I'm getting about $2 a fare now, but that's gone up. It used to be $1, so something's different. But I'm not getting rich off of passenger service. You have to do passenger service to get your reputation up. So you can see and like 1 trip a day is enough to keep them happy. I'm doing 2 because I'm learning that the passenger service is one of my more enjoyable services. The freights actually work, and the lumber's kind of like work. So the passenger is the one moment I get to relax and enjoy the scenery, and I like doing it at sunrise and sunset, and the game changes, and I want to get more into the weather. But again, I told you, this is North Carolina, the mist in the air, right? From the Atlantic Ocean and the Appalachian, the old, ancient, rolling Appalachian Mountains. It's like, again, well done, guys. This is a valley, the wide U-shaped valleys, right? That this water has been coming down this river for a long time. So yeah, I took Geology like 101, and I just totally appreciate it, guys. Again, good job trying to support my community. Yeah, so there's going to be a RailRoader community. And mods, can we expect mods, people? Would that be cool? So I got to get in here. Well, stop talking and let's get to work. We need an engine, right? So that's why I keep an engine in... I keep getting the name wrong. Bryson. You saw it up there. This is where we just came from. Governor's Island. So I keep an engine up here to service Bryson. I don't service Ella. I just use whatever I've got there, and then I keep an engine down here in Whittier. And that's probably as I expand. So if I open this up and I buy this area, I'm going to have to buy some more engines and leave one down here in Dillsboro and the interchange. We'll see. Like I've got so much to do. I'm not rushing to expand. And so this game's got legs, right? There's a lot of content ahead. I mean, I could be playing this for a long time. And that's just this first map. It just came out. I was like, there's a lot of history in Railroad. There's a lot of maps, right? I like the West. I like everything that happened out here. But the East is just older, and everything's crowded and dense there. So what's my point? Take the engine. Click on it. Select it. I'm now controlling it. Giving it remote orders to go road forward at 15. I'm not doing the switching yard stuff. I just wanted to come out here. We got to go pick up those cars. Cover my mic when I clear my throat. Try to be good. I'll keep practicing. So my idea is just to stream more, practice more, get better. But literally, this is all I have to do is turn the stream on and do what I'm already doing is the plan. I mean, I could edit it, but you guys let me know if you want to see edited versions of this. I think the story just tells itself. I mean, everybody else is doing the how-to tutorials, and I just wanted to share that's what my channel is like, the development of gaming, the bigger picture of, just the tutorial, just how good these games are. And I haven't even upgraded my graphics card, right? That's on my list of getting new things, but we'll see. I really don't need it for my gameplay in HD. And I see 4K coming, right? It's ridiculous. But the viewers are going to demand it. People are already doing it. And yeah, what that does to the data rates, right? I just got to where I could stream high definition. Okay, stop. Actually, I'll do the flat, slam it into reverse. But you'll see it's going to do the stop and the reverse procedures on its own. So I just changed the switch. So it should be one whistle. It should just whistle to stop. That's reverse. So we know we go in here, and we're going to pick up this product. Oh, it's so exciting. Because a lot of times they're empty. I feel good about picking up the customers because we're helping them make money. And they didn't do this before we gave them logs. So there, again, so many good decisions they've made with this game that you had to provide log input and you get product out. What else the game is like this? forgot. I'm thinking Farm Simulator. There's a couple of them, but I like what I'm seeing. All the different development across all the different games. I've kind of learned that if anybody comes up with a good idea, like everybody copies it real quick. So the whole industry, the whole community, advances together. Okay, he's going to stop. So now we are in a switching yard thing. So I'm going to go to yard mode, reverse, full speed. But his assumption now is that he's going to dock. He's got to dock to AC 300. And see how this is A3 with the waybills. And again, just so many cool ideas. The waybills over each card. Again, good call, guys. There's probably a professional graphics person working on the interface so far, right? People bitch a lot about user interfaces, UIs, right? And I'm doing okay with this one. And it's kind of different, right? It's not like any of the others, but I picked up on it quick. I'm trying to think of anything I don't like. I tried to use it with a joystick. I'm sure you can, but I'm doing this all with keyboard and mouse for my camera work and stuff. Okay, we're connected. So now we got to pull this out of here and get it to the interchange. So just go to the road mode and forward out of here at 15. I could do 25, and we hope there's enough. Every time I do this and service this customer, it has to fit on this siding between that switch or that what do you call that, a bumper down there? That bumper and this switch. And I'm starting to worry. If I do, I have to break the cars. It just doubles it's just more work. And I'm trying to slow down and enjoy the work, right? That instead of rushing through it all, because there's a lot to do, I'm trying to make sure I enjoy the gameplay, and doing all this switching is fun. Like this, but see, it's going nowhere, because if you look down here, there's a purple handbrake on. Ooh, see that stuff like that? It's like, what did I do? Why am I looking straight down? Oh, and again, I'll keep saying this is alpha. Is it alpha or is it beta? I think early. We'll call it early access. So stuff's gonna happen. Like engines can just stop working and things, and new players. That's what I can share with you. Like a lot of the gamers get really upset when I play a new game, and I've learned that it's because I don't know how to play, and I make mistakes, and I get really upset and angry, get triggered. Is that a good word? So I've learned to cope, and that's kind of what I'm going to share with you guys. Is if an engine blows up and just stops working and you're in early access, just don't worry about it. Fixes are coming. They're not done yet, right? But I get so upset. I'm coaching myself. It's just relax. Give them time. And yeah, most of the games I play now are constantly changing to have bugs. He'll stop on his own down there, right? So I'm not going to tell him to stop. Just keep going, and I'll switch. But yeah, we're almost... Well, there's plenty of room. All right, reverse. So I'm not as worried. I could probably fit another... That's 5 cars. I could probably fit another 5. Like 10 would be pushing it. We're probably going to find out sooner or later. And then down there, those will only hold so much. Like the delivery point is flush with this shed here. So it can only hold from here to here. And I've never used this one. I don't know what this does. But yeah, so I don't know everything about the game. It should be coming. Hope you don't mind me flying around all the time, but I think this is gooder, better camera work. I mean, I guess I'll do some of the point of view. Okay, I don't want to go into the lumber yard anymore, so I'm changing this switch. We got to go over the fuse, so I'm going to get it out of my life so I don't have to worry about the fuse. But I'm using the right word, right? Fuse. He's doing 15, right? Because I told him to do 15. Yeah, see how I can see the big sky of remotely controlling lots of trains all over the map? Having signals, send them somewhere and stop and wait till I come back to you. And wow, I don't even know how to do that. So I'm waiting for him to get through the switch, so stop. And we're going to the interchange. Right, that's all aligned. My points are aligned properly. See how my vocabulary, I've learned so many words. Forward at 15. Look back, I gotta show you guys something interesting. But I'm making sure all the switches are aligned. So here comes the train. Let's do a close-up of this consist. Okay, there's my point. I've got to learn to control my camera. Like, there's the point right there. And the details of the engine. Look at the Cox valve, right? Cylinder Cox valves. Getting the water out of those cylinders. Hold the camera steady. Oh, so nice. I love that car. All of them. Turn that off. I mean, I like the waybills, but let's You don't have to look at them. All that lumber. Look at all that lumber. The trucks. Get down under there. And the brakes are there. It's like I checked. I found the brake pads are up against the truck wheels in there. Can't see them right now, but they're there. So we're going up ahead here. Whee! And... oh, that's the repair station. No, don't go in the repair station. So this is the shed you start with, and then you saw the really nice one we have at Bryson. We've got diesel, but the diesel engines are like $8,000. They're like the most 20. I think they're 22,000. They're very expensive. So we've got to deliver the product. I'm gonna do it here. No, here. Oh no, a train's coming. Okay, because I think I can leave the train out here. I'm gonna deliver like right on a different rail. Because I'm going to like zoom out. Let's call the waybills back up. And you'll watch, see how they ghost. But there's the delivery area. Here's the switching yard for the interchange. So things coming and going off the map have to just be on here somewhere. So see how I'm just getting him on the map. He's fine. We can stop anywhere here. Because it's the end of the day, right? This is pretty much, if I have to do more freight, you end up stepping on your own foot. You put stuff in your way. But I'm just saying, it's the end of the day. I've stopped the engine. Now to get him out of here, I'm going to disconnect the engine and leave the cars here, but I've got to take the engine all the way down to the end, and I could come back this way, but it goes further to a switch to have to get back to my station, so I'm going to go and come back down this one. Here's us getting paid for delivering the freight. That was a nice pay. I can disconnect. Oh, I didn't even hook up the brakes. I'm a bad engineer. Oh, my God. Whatever. Forward. 15 works. Got to come up here, make sure this switch is okay. So I was telling you, I'm doing this way because it's shorter. What are we going to do next? Lumber? Something like that? We got to do something? I could probably get the lumber cars out. I'm coming. That's properly set to do there. And that's the main line. I've got stuff coming from the south turning in here. Hoping, like if it was AI, that it'll stop. If it goes on the main line, it can just continue on. So I'm kind of leaving the switches to like, if I expect a rogue train to come down the line, because I expect to lose control of one of these trains one of these days. I'm trying to like keep them off the main line. I don't know, maybe leave them on the main line, and if you turn them into a freight yard, they can wreck your stuff, and the cars take damage. That's another cool thing. All this stuff, I should check the car, like I will once it goes through the switches here. And this switch, I mean, I like model railroading and stuff, and I like playing with the thing, and it's just like it. It's just like, this is so cool. So it's like playing with a huge train set. I didn't clear the switch, but I don't need to because I'm changing this one. So it's just a reverse 15. And 15, I can't go 25, but I'm doing 15 to go slow because I'm talking and playing at the same time. Yeah, so these lights, it can be off. It can be, let's see, let's jump on the train. It can be white. Maybe I should have them white. I don't know. That'd be like the front of the train. But I have green just because they're pretty and it's Christmassy. And there's some back here, and I don't know what the red lights are, so I have green. But somebody can tell me, what are the marker lights? I think is what they're called. Okay, we're coming down here. We're not going to hit these cars. We want to go around them. What do they call this? A go around? It's a term in the tutorials where you're constantly like going around. You're like, got to pick up the car one way, and you got to get around the car and get behind it. So this is how we're doing it. We're coming down this little one here, and this is set, and we got to set this one. This one. And there's our diesel. That's where you bought. I have 4,000 gallons of diesel, but I don't have a diesel yet. I can show you the prices. But I like the steam play. I think I'm going to stick with the steam, and I'm going to buy every engine, and I'm going to enjoy every one because I'm just enjoying each one so much now. And the next ones I'm going to buy are huge. I can do that. I went over into the sandbox mode. So this is career mode. I went over to sandbox mode and looked at the next trains I want to buy, and they're huge. They're just awesome. There's a lot of cool stuff. All right, so I came here. How's our fuel and water? He should be pretty full. Yeah, 5 tons. God, they use a lot of water. I'm going to just stop him here. It's off the screen. And what to do next. So we're waiting on the lumber. So it's 5 in the afternoon. I've done the freight for the day. Let's check our way list. It had those 5 that are done. So clean up, and every freight on the map is done, I think. And I'll show you how I learned to double check that is I'm using the interface, right? I'm going to locations, and I'm checking the depot. So like Whittier has a depot that we can just snap on and go to it, and I'm checking those waybills. So like here, I can show you the cars at 58. They're not even full yet, but they'll fill by morning. I'm gonna let it sit here, till morning, or maybe we can do like a midnight passenger run, maybe a sunset. How about that? We'll do a sunset passenger run, because we're nothing to do, but we're watching the lumberyard. But here's where 2 fractive waybills from the mill to L2. So those we know about those. I'll put them on the list though. I put everything on the waybill list. That's how I learned. And now they're there, so I know they exist. So that's how I find out waybills exist, is I go to the depots, and there's, on the map, there isn't a depot down here. Like, so the first depot is Whittier, then I check Ella, and then I check Bryson. But that's in the future, I have to check every depot for content. So Ella Station, just Ella Station, click on it, direct, what do they call it, jump to the station, where I check, and they have passengers and no freight. That's what I'm double checking. There's no freight anywhere else on the map that I'm forgetting, right? Because if I get docked on my daily thing, if I leave, like here, Whittier, 2 outstanding waybills. That's the same thing. I left some logging cars, but it knows, and it evaluates me. So we're good here. I was going to go to the last location. Is Bryson has a depot. I just jumped to Bryson, check its thing, and no freight here. So that's how I confirm that there's no more freight on the map. So that's what we're waiting for. The lumber, we're keeping the logging yard full. So I'll show you what's happening here. It's slowly emptying them. Now, I've noticed, like, when you upgrade the tiers, there's demand from the sawmill. So we might as well call him up here and say locations, sawmill. Like at tier 1, he went through like, how did it go? It used to be 12, maybe 9 logs a day, and then at tier 2 it went through 12 cars a day, and tier 3 now is 15 cars a day. And it's not full. I don't understand why there are logs out here and it's not 100% full. It should, to me, be loading off of these cars faster than it's producing product. But what do I know? So I'm waiting for these to empty. I guess we can go ahead and buy the cars because, again, a passenger service is done, freight service is done, and we're just waiting on the log cars. So we'll do that. When you buy stuff, I think it shows up here. And if not, we want the log cars to show up here. I think they show up in the interface here. They have some relation to where the engine's at when you purchase them, but I'll go ahead and purchase 3, because I'm going to go for 8. It has 5 up there now. I'm going to try to have 8. And I want them to be on the other side of the engine. Like, I'm thinking ahead. I'm thinking when we connect the 3 new cars to this, I want them to be behind the engine, and I'm worried that when I purchase them, I'm not sure where they're going to show up. I expect them right here on the interchange somewhere, but there may not be enough room. So we're just going to go forward. I've got control of 3. And if I'm talking out loud, I'm just checking everything, right? And so I don't accidentally have control of engine 2 is what I've noticed. And I'm sending it off on the track that I can't even see. I expect the cars to show up here, and I don't know there's enough room. I'm going to push the stuff I just dropped off further up, right? Because you see how far they can go up here to give room for 3 new skeleton cars back here. I'm going to double check and look. Is there room for 3? It looks like it's just enough, so I'm going to make sure. So he's coming at 15. I'll go ahead and give him the yard maneuver forward at 20. So come in here and just dock to these because we want to push them. Right, so you got to connect to them to push them. I think I set a brake. But I don't think I need... Oh, dude, I went the wrong way. Backwards. I thought I checked that. But either way, backwards. How about road reverse 15? That'll work. 25 will work even better. So I got to sit here and wait by the diesel stand. I put in the diesel stand. I wasn't there originally. It was a milestone But I'm not jumping out. I told you I think I want to enjoy the steam engines first. Oh yeah, I went around. That's good. Yeah, I did. I went around. Now go forward. Actually do the yard dock 20 thing now. Should work. Come, little engine. Do as you're told. It's kind of cool. Like I say, I've been bandwidth poor for a long time, and I'm looking over it off air, and let's see, I straightened out 1,000, 2,000, 3, about a 4,000 lag. So I'm about seeing you're 5 seconds behind. And that's just amazing, right? I'm in America, I'm in SoCal, and that I can do something, and in 5 seconds around the world, you see what I'm doing. And that 720p looks pretty good to me. Yeah, I'm not seeing any digital compression artifacts. Whee! Yeah, so mine is a non-serious channel. I figure everybody's got them these days, and everybody's streaming. So, like I say, I'm a computer nerd, and that's why I'm doing it. Is I'm embracing the medium. And I think this is making me a better player. I told you, how the early access is making me a better player because I've learned to cope. Okay, I'm not even going to set the brakes. I'm going to take off the brake. Right, there's the purple one at the end. No, other end. I set this brake. Okay, there, all the brakes are off, so I just wanted to go forward. 15 works to make plenty of room for them. We're going to see 3 new cars here, and they come in black. And I'll show you how to paint them yellow. And then you guys... Hello, there's 2 viewers. Welcome. You guys can let me know if you want me to change the colors. I like the yellow. And I like the blue on the passenger cars. I was gonna, but I can make the passenger cars yellow, like a gold yellow. I like a real goldenrod yellow. And hey, we can do anything. But I like the way it's going so far. What do you think? That's enough? I'm gonna hit 0. If you have any questions, feel free, because I've covered a lot of material, but I figure new viewers are gonna show up anytime, all the time. So I'm fine going over stuff over and over again. We're going to purchase. If you want to learn how to purchase stuff, like it's this little locomotive up here. And I heard it's like Shift T in the sandbox. But there we go. We're buying. And here's all the engines. So I have the Mogul and the 10-wheeler and the Pacific. And I told you I'm going to buy every one. So I looked at that. That one was awesome. The 10-wheeler is just a big version. So this is a 17-ton. No, it's a traction effort. 17 traction effort. This is a 21 traction effort, and it's just twice the size. That's a beautiful. I'm looking forward to getting that one. I don't think I need I'm doing switching. We'll see. I haven't even really looked at the switcher. I don't think I liked this one. Why didn't I? Oh, the medium curve radius. You got to watch the curve radiuses. So I probably won't be getting that one for a while. I noticed these are all 6 drive wheelers. Here, and here, which can do the S curves, the small curves, and the switcher was extra small. But this guy's he wants big medium curves because he's got 8 drive wheels. So the 8 drive wheel guys don't do as well. But the Mogul here is just a big Mogul here. That's a 16,000 pound traction effort, and this is a 20, much big, and it's a beautiful, twice the size. The Atlantic, I looked at that. That was a beautiful engine. I didn't really look at these loggers yet, but everything up here was this is the Pacific. It's just a big Pacific. Here, it was beautiful. But the Decapod wants large courteous raves. It's 10 drive wheels. The Consolidation, 8 drive wheels again. Medium curves. The switcher, okay, it does S, but it's a 51,000 pound switcher. I haven't even seen it yet. Medium curves, 8 drive wheels, and the biggest, the Berkshire. Medium curves, 8 drive wheels, 65,000 pounds of pull is the big one. Then here's I told you electric diesels are 24,000 for the switcher. And the GP9, everybody's favorite, 31,000. So that's why I haven't bought an electric diesel, because I have, where's my finances? $13,000. So I'm really looking forward to the bigger 10-wheeler. It was blocked up there. I'm looking forward to this 10-wheeler. I'm looking forward to the Pacific. I'm looking forward to the Atlantic. Anyway, can you tell how I'm excited? Then you have the coaches. These are the Pullman coaches. The blue ones are $4,000 each. I looked at the steel car that holds more, but it's twice as heavy, so I didn't get those. And the Palace cars only hold 50 passengers, and I don't like them inside. I do like the observation, but look at it. It's twice as heavy. No, it's 90,000 and only does 25 passengers. And the train's already acting weird anyway, so I'm not that's a possible upgrade. I'm not doing cabooses. I sold the caboose to get a quick 4,000. Then we've got the flat cars with bulkheads. I think those are for pulpwood. And I told you I haven't done a pulpwood factory. And then we have 40-foot pulpwood racks. I don't know what those look like. This is what we want, but I can also get 3-bay and 2-bay hoppers and tankers. So I'm going to buy skeleton cars, and we want 3. So 2, 3 for 1,800. Anything, and no other options, right? So now I can't choose the direction or the paint or anything now, because I've had cars land one way sometimes and then the other times, and I don't know how to control that. So I'm just purchasing these 3 cars, and there they are. See, they just poof, they're there right behind my switcher the way I wanted them. And the brakes are up front or in the back. I'm looking. The brakes are there in the front. Yay, that's where I want them. I prefer the brakes up front, right close to the car, right, when I do this. So there they are. Ta-da. And they got weird names. That's fine. I don't bother naming the skeleton, the lumber cars. Okay, I am watching chat. If you have any questions or anything, I'm going to hook up to these. So I'm going to disconnect. This guy I always like to set a brake. Release. Okay, so that means I set it. And we didn't hook up the brakes, and I disconnect. And now we're going to go backwards. I'll do the yard backwards 5-mile-an-hour thing and expect him to back into these guys, which are already hooked up. Yep, the things, the brakes. There'll probably be one of them will be set. Oh, you want to color them? No, we want to copy the color from the other cars. So I could try to match the yellow, or I'm just going to say no, transfer the settings to these cars. So we're going to do a road reverse 15, right? Should send him this way. Cool. If I seem like I'm distracted or busy, I'm over looking at off air. I'm looking at chat. I'm doing mobile things. Got to make a cup of coffee here. Yeah, I was telling people earlier that I'm just doing this to show you what I'm doing. I'm streaming. I was playing it anyway, and I just turned on my stream. So expect my car should be coming down here. And we want it to connect to the lumber car. Actually, do I? Yeah, we can connect, right? Because we're waiting for him to empty. So to do that, he has to turn here at this switch. And see, to me, this is just like model railroading. Like have my little electric trains, and I'm setting my switches. But this is what, like I said, the golden age of PC gaming is that we get to do this now instead of playing with your trains at home. And it's so much cheaper, right? I told you the content you get for $29. Do you know how much you get? You couldn't even buy the tracks for a HO set for $29. Yeah, so the entertainment value I get for my money these days is just excellent. Because I'll play this game for hundreds of hours for $29. Okay, it doesn't have a way bill. That's why it's that weird color silk. And yeah, I'm not going to worry about the way bills. I'm going to copy them. So I can do, instead of all this jerky stuff, I can ride like here. You want to see the engine for a bit? I can turn those off. We're full. Look, no, we've used a little bit of water. That's interesting. Oh, we must have got the lumber. Yeah, so see, I only used half a ton of coal, but 1,200 gallons of water. Okay, we should be going in, and it is in the yard mode. I can tell. I'll just go ahead and do the yard backwards 20, and it's going to dock them. Like, why not? I see something in chat. Yeah, exactly. Totally addictive, right? And again, I'm enjoying it so much more than I thought I would. And I'm just like, and it happened when I discovered the AI engineers. It's like I was playing and I'm like, oh, this is a lot of work. It's cool. But I wasn't able to get it done. All the work on the map in a day, right? I went out to do it and it's like what I thought would take an hour took 4. So the AI guys are really helping me get the work done. So check that out. That is just so friggin' awesome, right? Okay, so I should hook it up. I'm the brakeman, right? The flying brakeman. So get those brakes connected. And then there's a little purple turn. I expect it to be that one. So all the brakes are off. They're connected. Now, we want these cars to look like this car. So I can, like you select an engine to control it, I can select. And since you say you've been playing the game, I'm going to talk less. You know everything I'm doing. So I'm just going to say car, equipment, customize. That's the yellow. Copy to all the public cars. So boom, in one click, all the cars are yellow. Now I did something else to them too. I forgot what else. Oh, the waybills. We want operationally to do the Whittier L2 thing, right? And these are L2, not L1. Copy to coupled. So now all the cars should say Lagrange 2. I want to say L2, and I'll turn that on with the tab key. L2, L2, L2. Look at that. All of them are L2. The empty cars are highlighted and ready to go, and we're just waiting for the last 2 logs. And then this will be the first time I get to take 8 cars up to L2. So it's like I say, we're having no problem feeding this, and we're making thousands of dollars a day off this sawmill. Oh, you like my loco? Which one? There's 1, 2, and 3. But this is the Pacific. I like them all. But of the 3, I like the most power in this one so far. It's a 462. The little wheels. They're all very similar like this. They all do about, 35 miles an hour. So they all get up to the maximum speed. But the big ones, have you seen them? I can go over to sandbox mode and see like the bigger Pacific and the bigger, what's it called? I forgot the name of my engines. Mongol. Is that a Mogul? I want to say Mogul. Okay, well, what do we want to do next? We're waiting for the lumber. That's the lumber gig. We'll check on the sawmill. In the locations, the sawmill is 41 logs full. And what did we say? I think it needed 44, so it's almost full. So it is filling, right? I thought it fills quicker than it uses logs. So we hopefully can expect this to empty anytime here. How much you can look at it and see how many logs are left. And I'm still trying to get this camera interface down, and that's really important to me because, I'm your cameraman. So I'm working at it. I'm trying to get that point there, and I wanted to zoom in and show you that it has 2.6 logs. Okay, what we can do, I haven't showed you the advanced hour. Like, everything's done, right? See, I've got my checklist. It's like 5:30 in the day. We're going to do a sunset run with the passenger car. The freight's done for the day. You want to do the passenger run now? And then, I was going to advance it an hour. It's 5:30. Where's the sun? Because look at this is all new. The modeling too. The weather. Do you guys want to change the weather in the game? Like have it rain or something? I haven't done that yet. But I'm looking for the sun in the sky. And this again is North Carolina, so the sun's going to set behind the Appalachian Mountains, and this moisture in the red. Have you heard of the Great Smoky Mountains? It's just so realistic. I've been there, and I'm like, wow, you guys, this is so awesome. So let's go take the sunset passenger train ride. And we'll come back and then we'll do these logs at night. Because the sawmill's fine, right? It's not going to run out. It's got that buffer. It's not going to stop making me money when these logs are done. But we got that work done. So, the easiest way to get to train 2 is I'm going to do the locations, Whittier, Depot, jump. And we're at the passengers. Anything we need to do here? I think they should all be full. Like, that's full, that's full. They're all ready to go. Check the window, right? There should be no 7 active bills, and those must be the back of the lumber yard. And 40 passengers waiting, so we're full. We can't take any more. So I go ahead and leave. What's ahead of it? We need to put a flare. Did I put a flare at Eli? I'm going to let him sit here for a minute when I do this, because I'm trying to come up with procedures. I'm going to do the same thing every day. Yeah, the unloading. Yeah, I stop and pause. My chat is on a laptop next to me, so I have to lean over and look at it and squint so I can read it. So, I was going to the first station on the map is Ella. Is that the right pronunciation? Or I'm saying not E. So Ella, and I want to put a fuse there. So the easiest way to, I guess I could jump to the station. That I'll leave this up. So see, I've made a nice little home for this in this corner to where now I can go to Ella station, jump, and get rid of the map, and I'm right here. And I know I want a fuse right before the switch. Like literally, you can come down, and I want the engine. It's like 4 ties. So this is all you as you play the game more, right? You memorize it, and you get better. And I'm in that phase, and I'm like really enjoying learning the map. Like right there is a control F. Then the train, why am I not controlling it? That's train 2, I know. I'll just go here to my equipment. Pick 2. select and follow. So we're back at this location with, and I like to ride the passenger train, and it's just pick the engine, select, follow, order, go down the road at 35 miles an hour. And he should do that. I should get 2 whistles from Silk 2. Silk 2. Now it's done. So this is the thing. It's early access, and I've had some problems like this. So I'm going to go back to manual, back to road, forward, 35. And you see how it was at 0? Okay, I like that. Now at this point, I could close this, because this is just a beauty ride. Now, that's why I was saying earlier I like the passenger service, because it's a nice break from the freight. And so yeah, it's so addictive, like you say now, but I hear the audio is going to get so much better. And there's 2, so that's the weakest train. That's the free one you repair, right? I let it do the passenger service, and it's using a lot of water. I think it was full, right? We filled it last time. Have 4,000 gallons, and it takes 800 gallons of water just to do one way. And that seems like a lot to me. So there'll be times when I just stop talking and I'm just going to let you enjoy the ride. I like doing it this way, but I get tired of the engine noise. So I also like to go to the back of the engine, and I ride back here. I think I told you to see me riding in the back there. I like to sit here and watch it both ways. Again, what do you call it, epiphany you had the other day. I was like, it would have been so cool in the 1900s to discover America like this, like drive across that great Central Railroad, seeing America at 35 miles an hour. It's like, this would have been so cool. Right? And this is a real place. What do they have back east? Hardwood forests. I have a dog, and he's here by my side now, like wanting attention.
What is it you need, dog?
Yep. He thinks it's weird that I'm talking into a microphone by myself here. Are you okay? Let's try this way for a while. See if you like it. I like sitting back here. I turn these off. You don't have to look at those. And then this was our sunset ride, right? So we're heading west. There's a compass up here just driving right into the sunset. And I wonder, will it be down on the way back at night and do it in the dark? We're talking about weather. You mind if I go, like, where are the preferences in this game? Like up here with preferences? That's a guide. Can we change the weather graphics? Nope, doesn't look like it. I saw change weather somewhere. It wasn't in like the inputs here in the custom bindings. Like, it's none of those. That's just me. And that's not weather, but UI, console, company, equipment. Maybe I'm thinking of another game. But it's good for you to see this is, a nice set of controls. But these can also change and be upgraded. Yeah, I didn't see weather. That's interesting. I remember seeing somewhere something that just said change weather, and I didn't know what that meant. We are doing mostly 35. All right, this is as fast as the track goes. So even though we get bigger engines and more freight in the future, this is as fast as it's going to go. This is a 30-mile-an-hour corner, so this is a 30-mile-hour sign, and we're doing 30. Even though it says 35, we can do 35. That's what I complain about the other ones that were 20-mile-an-hour curves. There was no posting of the 20-mile-an-hour curve. And I'm like, that's not fair. It's not right. I think my light should be coming on the front. So if I jump to the front, do some of this, get a little closer. Say, I haven't, before these games, I haven't, enjoyed engines much. But since playing these games, I'm like, wow. Nice job, guys. I can tell, you got the bell. One of these are sand domes. Like, is that the sand dome? And I've learned this is the whistle. That's a pretty cool thing in and of itself. Like these whistles. Compressor. Right, there's one compressor. Does it have 2? Nope. This one has 1. Yeah, lots of nice detail. And I think I showed them earlier. I can hit Control 0 and pop me into the seat. Oh, from the back of the train. I'm now. Am I sitting in it? I'm sitting in the back there. That's kind of funny. Look at that. I'm gonna hit Control 0 again. Control 0. And I'm on this side. I'm on the other side of the train. That's interesting, huh? I'm over there, but that's fine. I'm in the right place there. I forget what I was doing. We're passenger service for Ella. Everybody interested in Ella, please prepare to disembark. Expect it to bring the cars right up. And they were all full, right? Like 60, 60, 60, and you know it stopped. Sometimes it whistles. They immediately start unloading. And it tells you in the console, like I get high them up here, that the engine stopped for a fuse in the gauge. And that is a fuse in the gauge. Yeah, you like the rail stock. Is that what we call it? I thought, and for the price, right? The $29 compared to the other simulators, I didn't really realize I was buying it because I keep up with all the train or as many. I want to play all the good games. So when I saw this one, I really watched a lot of YouTube videos first and thought I'd like it. And then, like you said, you get into it and you find the AI engineers, and it's so much better than I thought. I think they got something here. I think this could really grow. There's my fares, right? So the guys got off and I got paid, and now they're loading. So I come down here and watch them. There's 26 passengers loading. I'd move the mouse, but it's moving around with the mouse. So that number should be going down. I wonder why it isn't. Am I full? No, there's plenty of room. So I have noticed, right, there's going to be bugs. And I told you that us professional gamers, have learned to deal with the bugs. Ella, I didn't do it. You got to do it every station. So Control 1, click, go to the path. I have to enable the loading. I'm a bad engineer again. So maybe now it'll load the people. How badly did I screw up? I don't think I screwed up too bad. So really, once there's no passengers waiting, right, I can leave. And yeah, like I say, the looks, I'll even go around and, you like my colors? I really like this blue. I just landed, sometimes when you're picking your colors, and then I chose yellow. I was going for a gold. I might need to make that a little brighter, but I thought that the black and the yellow and the gold really complement each other. And I told you I was thinking about changing them to the yellow of the logging cars, but you viewers can vote and let me know if you want to see something or you have a favorite color. And that's the thing. You're helping me with the creation of the content. Is part of my stuff. That's the streaming thing. Is you can help me get better. Yeah, multiplayer, right? Again, as a professional kind of streaming gamer, multiplayer is really where it's at. And I'm playing Star Citizen is multiplayer. Space Engineers multiplayer. Valheim was multiplayer. But yeah, I think it's part of the gaming experience. It changes the game, right? I have friends, right, on the internet that I game with regularly now, right, that are really going to enjoy this. Now, they're not playing railroad games like I am, but I see it coming, and that's why it's exciting for me to stream this, is maybe my friends will see this, and they'll want to play with me because of this kind of stuff. Yeah, multiplayer. And you can get me talking, and it's oh yeah, a lot of cool stuff happening. So, what's the easiest way to deal with this? He's set. I don't think I stopped him if we clicked on Silk 2 locomotive, and his orders still are currently. So all I have to do is pick up the fuse. So I was thinking through all that, just say if I pick up the fuse, he just carries on, and there are no passengers waiting, right? No way bills. We're done. Now we're gonna come back here on the way back, and the fuse won't be placed, and we want it to stop in a different place with the cars. And I think I've learned it. It's right. You put the fuse right down here next to this gate. So if I come here and put a fuse, which is like a Control F, right here, that's where we're going to stop. And then I just jump back on board, and next stop is, I want to say the word right, I want to say Bryson, but there's a town in Missouri, it's like Branton or something that I keep messing, so that's why if I keep trying to say Bryson, we're on our way. And this is a beautiful one, right? And I picked the sunset time of day. So here I am, I'm a content creator, right, trying to create content, and this is I'm semi-artist, semi-game player. And yeah, that's what I can do, is you said it, right? These guys really put in the effort to make this game. This is their baby, right? And I'm trying to help show it off as a computer nerd who gets what it took for them to get here and get it done. I can, I have some experience in media background that I enjoy showing people that might not know what we're doing in here. Right, because like EVE Online, I was a member of the Test Alliance, and I think there's a lot of people don't get what's going on in there, So that's my stream, is to kind of pull out, because I'm already in here doing it, is to just turn on the stream and share with viewers, what we're doing in here. Because I don't think there's a lot of PC gamers. I know there's more PC gamers than ever, is what I've heard. So welcome to anybody who's new. And anything we can do to help you enjoy your PC gaming experience. I mean, there's nothing wrong with consoles or Macs and stuff, but I have a PC because I can build it, right? So as the latest processors come out and memory and the latest games, right, demand the latest hardware, right? So I don't know, can a Mac could probably play Star Citizen, but you have to play which one. You'd have to have like a higher end one. So the PCs, you can build the PC to play the game you want. And I build my PCs to play Star Citizen. And if it can do that, it can do just about anything. Yeah, 32 gigs of RAM is like pretty standard now. I recommend it for my gaming. And it just keeps going up, right? I had 8 gigs and it was fine, and then I added 16 and that was nicer. And then Star Citizen, it uses more. It uses like 24 gigs now, and I added 32, and it's just awesome. Yeah, running. I can play 2 games at once, and stream at the same time. It's just amazing. That's what I can share with you. Some of the tests I've done is how you can let me know, how does it look and how does it sound. Do you like we know the game audio is kind of messed up. It's real low to me, but you like the mix. I'll be working on I would bring the game up if I could, but my voice isn't like blasting your speakers. And then the video, is 720p. At 2.5 megabits per second, I can change all that. In fact, I will. I'll turn it up to HD when viewers ask for it. But this 720 test is looks pretty good to me for people seeing what I do, right? For the purpose of my channel, and I'm trying to respect the viewers' content or the viewers' data. Like some you guys out there, you're paying for your plans on your cell phone, and I don't want to use up your data. But if people want to see HD, I need to experiment. You guys can help me. I think I need to turn up the bandwidth from 2.5 to I was thinking HD at 5 megabits a second, or is it 6 megabits a second? But we'll have to test all that. But that's why I've done a lot of testing to get here. Oh, so you're good. All right, excellent. Because my experience is as a streamer, it can change in a heartbeat. Like I don't hear off air, so it can just stop working, and I won't notice. So that's where you can help me out. Yeah, just so pretty to me. I love this. Like I say, addictive. I'm just so addicted. And I told you about the mist in the air. Like, dude, the graphics, the evolution. I've watched it all. I can testify, witness that. Yeah, look at the light in the clouds, streaming through the forest. And it just keeps getting better. A lot of this, right, is what's the latest engines we can talk about now? There's like Unreal Engine 5. Everybody's talking about, and a lot of this stuff is built, like the weather is built in, like I think it's Railroads Online is Unreal Engine 5, and the dynamic weather is just built into the graphics engine. Awesome. This is so awesome. And that changes, right? God, I go so far back. Like I've been PC gaming for 40 years, so I played Unreal, the game. And let me know if I'm bragging. I'm just telling you about me. I knew Valve before it owned Steam. I was around before Steam, right? I was around before the internet. So I played Valve, and what was their game? Half-Life 2. So I knew Valve when it was Half-Life 2, and they started this thing called Steam, and they started selling games. Because when I played Half-Life 2, we bought it on a CD or a DVD at the store and brought it home. And you couldn't even buy games online. And so Valve created Steam, and I got them. That's how I got my name, Silk, on Steam, 25 years ago. Like, I just watched them grow. And right now, they dominate the market. So I think Steam and PC gaming, right, are a nice combination. And the other thing that changed is being able to update the games all the time. Is Steam, because right, as a computer nerds, right, this channel of mine, we're all about computer nerd talk, is think of what do you call the distribution data sites around the planet, like, right? So you create a game and you've got one piece of the software, the package, and you send that to one data center. Like Steam, I think, owns the data centers, but they're around the planet. Like China has a data center, and Canada has there, and like America has probably several. And I've watched like on the release of a game is they've got the release client and they publish it to the distribution centers, and think of all the data that flows across the planet at the push of a button, right? I've seen a CEO of a gaming company hit the button to launch his game, and suddenly there's 1 million downloads happening all around the planet. And again, just pretty friggin' awesome. As a computer guy, I'm like, well, I'm a uber nerd. Is that what they call them? Still. But that's, yeah, so what I can share, my enthusiasm for computers and gaming, is what I can do. That I thought about this channel, and why would I want a channel, and what would it be about? And it's just about me sharing this knowledge that I don't know that, I don't know. Do you ever want to talk about your experience and your, like, I assume you're on Twitch, right? So I've got a YouTube channel, and I think of YouTube as like the world. They can be in Antarctica and watching me on YouTube. But Twitch is my gaming audience, right? So I thought as a gamer, I started making my games on YouTube, but I thought, let's go for the Twitch audience, because so I'm thinking you're more like a computer knowledgeable person. But that's you can't stereotype either, right? That there could be people who have no idea what's going on. So that's what the Twitch, right? I'm on Twitch now. Is the Twitch community can help me like become a better member. Do this Twitch stuff. Like, do you do a lot of Twitch? Do you do other channels? How much time? I don't watch Twitch a lot. I watch YouTube a lot. What did I start out on PC? It's like, oh my god, like the original frigging Doom in 1980 and 90. I remember it was so friggin' awesome to be playing a game like that. It was the only thing out like it. Yeah, that's like 30 friggin' years ago. And then just 500 games ever since. I mean, I can talk about highlights. I don't think I'd remember every one. But Doom, that started a whole thing. And then World of Warcraft, the massive multiplayer games. Is there a fuse up here? I better stop. Stop! I should have put a fuse out. So see, that's the thing with the gaming control. Yeah, let me know if you know some more. What did I start out on PC gaming? It's just always been, as a kid, I played games. Yeah, game-oriented. So if I can talk game-oriented, what kind of game-oriented talk do you want? We're here. We're not delivering. I overshot it. So, again, forgive me. I'm trying to interact with you while I play the game, and that actually turns out to take some skill. And again, so I'll talk to you about why I'm trying to embrace the medium, right? So I'm a media guy. I'm an editor, right? I edited professionally for 20 years at PBS, right? I've done national work, but I'm retired now. So that's why I get to play games all the time. And so I've decided part of my retirement is sharing what I've learned, on Twitch. So any one of these should start the process of unloading. Forgot what I was doing. But yeah, the Twitch, I haven't done a lot of stuff, but there's no reason I can't do no more, right? Were you here when I said I was bandwidth poor? I was like trying to stream through my cell phone, and I just got 5G home internet, and it just changes everything. Suddenly I have like 20 gigabits upload, and I only need 2.5, so I've got 10 times the upload capacity that I need. So that's why I can do HD now, and I could cost me nothing. So I'm trying to keep up with the times, and I'm thinking that's what I was going to say is I'm looking at this as a new media. So my media when I was a broadcaster working for PBS as an editor was one directional. Like we got together with producers, and that's why I work with graphics artists and audio engineers, right, and professionals, right. The true pleasure of my life was working with professionals that knew what they were doing. And it was just friggin' awesome. So that's why I try to share and encourage these games is I appreciate and I know what you guys have gone through to develop this stuff. It doesn't just happen. So now this medium with you, what I'm doing right now, it's a two-way that as I'm producing, so I'm looking at myself, I'm a producer, I'm a media, I'm creating the content, and you are interacting with me and helping me with the creation of the content. That's the new medium I'm trying to embrace and get better is to connect, right, with the viewers, because I can give you whatever, right, I have hundreds of games to choose from. So I'm assuming you liked Railroad is what you play the game, right? So you're just checking this out. And you notice everybody's playing RailRoader, right? There's a lot of YouTube content. I can think of a dozen people. Have you seen Heiss? He's a railroader that he works on railroads in real life. and is working. He's a developer doing his own game, and he did reviews on it. So anyway, I saw everybody's playing this new game. Cassettes, audio cassettes. Yes, I had an audio cassette in my car, and when the tape jams and you rip it out and throw the cassette out the window and the tape streams behind the car. Downloading via radio, that's interesting. And cassettes, yeah, I didn't think of that far. I think my brothers had 8-track, but I've seen an 8-track. I never bought one. But yeah, God, yeah, if it goes back far. And think of the journey. I talked about Moore's Law. Do you know Moore's Law? You should know Moore's Law, right? And again, I'll repeat it over and over my stream. It's the density of the transistors on the processors doubles like every year and a half. And just think of that. And that literally, I witnessed it. I could go into court and tell. I've seen that in my life. The density of the processors doubled. And there's no reason it looks like it's going to be stopping. So these processors have just blown my 30. Oh, see, I worked back when 8-bit processors were around, right? And then they went 16-bit, and then 32-bit, right? Windows 32. That was a wonderful thing. And what happened to us as artists is at 8-bit we only had so many colors combinations, and when we got 16-bit we got a whole lot more colors. And when we went to 32-bit, I think it went to like 24 million colors on your palette in Photoshop, right? Changes everything that artists, the graphics artists could do and work with. And now 64-bit, which now I get the pleasure I have of this game is running on 64-bit hardware with 64-bit Windows. The power, the colors are literally unlimited now. Right? That's the journey, right, of Moore's Law. All right. What are we doing? We're unloading. We're doing the passenger sunset thing. The cars are at 30, 23, 24, and no passengers. Oh, passengers are waiting. So guess what I didn't do? I didn't select a car. Passengers. Yeah, so see, I'm getting a little off topic, but like I say, I'm trying to connect. So if you want to talk about other stuff, but I want to make sure I keep playing the game. So RailRoader, you own the game. Anything you want to see me do? Am I showing you anything you're not doing? So I just select the passenger. We should be loading the passengers now. Yeah, I'm trying to think. So if you play the game, am I doing? I just discovered to do it this way. I'm pretending it's a real day in the life of a RailRoader, and I'm getting my task done. So we're reaching an exciting point now. When we do this lumber, we're gonna sleep, and start a whole new day of freight tomorrow. And I haven't even showed you guys any of that, but I think I figured it out. It's got a lot of work though. How far are we in the stream now? It's like, yeah, we're already 2 hours in, so this could be a long one. So just let me know anything you want to see sooner rather than later, because the viewers are going to come and go. And that's cool. And there's 5 of you now. Like, anybody else want to chime up? Any questions? So the passengers were done. We're gonna take the train back. I think that's what we're doing. Okay. So take control of the train. I'll get the train going, then I'll check chat again. So that's the thing. I have trouble playing the game and doing chat. So you'll see those are the pauses of orders for Silk 2 are reverse down the road at 35 miles an hour. Now check chat. Okay, so you just like to see the play. Okay, cool. And then the talking can get repetitive because I'm going to be repeating myself a lot. So I'll try not to do that. But I did think that like these stories are part of the content you can get on this channel, and if you guys want to talk about the future. Oh, and I don't want to do politics and religion, but we can do mental health, like depression. There's a lot of people are suffering out there these days, and a lot of my friends struggle with depression. So if you guys ever want to talk about, I have depression, right? So, and I don't take any medication for it. So what you see me here is me coping with my depression by making choices in my head about how to deal with situations. I've learned I don't have, like, things don't control me. Something happens and I get to choose how to react to it. But yeah, the playing, so when I'm not playing the games, the depression is there. It's present. I notice it. So the gaming just helped. Like just today, I got up and I didn't feel good. And I'm like on my case about streaming. I should do it more because I play so much and I have so much content to share. I just got to turn the friggin' thing on. I didn't feel it, but I had a cup of coffee. I played a little bit of Space Engineers earlier. I'm in a server with multiplayer friends. And like instantly within an hour, I felt so much better and I was ready. So I really got to turn this streaming on. And I did. It's like a Saturday. What time is it? It's 10 a.m. Saturday morning for me, which is really unusual. But I have friends in Finland. Like her name is Lemon, and I watch her Twitch channel, and it's like Saturday night for her and 10 a.m. in my morning. So this might be a prime time for her in Finland to be watching. And if there's any international viewers, you guys are all welcome. Like I say, I'm totally here to interact with you guys. Won't use the word entertain. Maybe it's entertaining, but it's like I say, it's this bi-directional relationship. It's the new media. Is it new media? Is that a good word for it? The new media. I think it's a thing, right? So the old one-directional, we make a documentary and you watch it. And the thing about making the documentary and having, a dozen people on the team work on it, and then we aired it, you just get a little feedback. Like how many people actually write you a letter or make a comment about how your documentary on PBS, like Frontline or Nova. You don't get a lot. But this idea that you're talking to your viewers live, like I'm making the documentary right now, and you can help me make it better just by interacting. And that's the big deal, I think, the media I'm embracing. So it's so cool. Thank you for doing this with me. I just got up this morning and felt like it. Oh my God, the Space Engineers? Totally. There's like 12 DLC, downloadable content. So Space Engineers you build with blocks, right? And the DLC is they release new blocks, and there's like weapons blocks. The most recent ones were like smart blocks, AI blocks. Like literally, you've got my friends are building drones that fly themselves and go out and fight. So just all kinds of stuff. I guess, and again, it's who you play with and who you build with. So I played Space Engineers one way and built like large rovers and things I thought of, and then I have friends you'll probably see on this channel is Falcon and Zero. Blew my build on a scale I never would have dreamed of. They've got auto miners, they've got ships that go out and fly and mine on their own and bring back resources. They build dreadnoughts and capital ships and use millions of ingots. So just playing with them was like on a whole new scale, and that's why I like gaming, and I can share that with you guys. Is that because I've played games with other people, my friends on the internet, they've made me better, a better player. And that's why opening this door to you viewers is maybe you can help me get even better. I don't claim to know everything. I'm not great. I'm fair. I'm pretty good. I have a lot of knowledge. I've played a lot of games for a lot of years, so that I should know something. Yeah, that's probably too general, Minecraft in space, but the same idea, the building. So I hang out in my community of friends are builders. We like Valheim and space and, things that you can build with blocks in, and, have the sandbox kind of thing. Like this, it wouldn't be neat if they let us, build rails and buildings and stuff, but we'll see. I mean, every game can't do everything. But why do I love space? I love the backpack, the flying around in my spacesuit. Right? We die if we don't have oxygen and stuff. The camera work I can do with what I call the flying jib. Right? I really like. So that's why Space Engineers is probably one of my favorite ones to stream. If you guys want to see Space Engineer, I can do that. I'm in a server now with them. We were paying for a server, a small one. It's not expensive at all. It's like, you need a server for $10 a month now or something. But it's less laggy, and it's more convenient for all the people because I'm on the West Coast. We got friends that are on the East Coast. But God, Reavers, have you heard of Lucas? Yeah, you can't call Space Engineers boring. Have you got the mods? Right? There's tons of mods for it, and Lucas makes modular system to where you install his content control package, and after that the Reavers we'll do a search in the workshop for Space Engineers under Reavers and install those, and we're playing with the Reavers, and they're the best ships in the community. If you haven't seen on the workshop, dreadnoughts, capital ships, all can be downloaded for free, and they're beautiful. Right? One of the neat things I've seen happen in gaming is when a professional, like a graphics artist who has a job, like he's getting paid 40 hours a week to do a job, when he comes into a game like Space Engineers, the things they build and create when they take their skills and use it in the game, it's just like, oh my God, you're so fucking cool. Going over and looking at chat again. Yeah, so the Reaver, so the artists, so that's what's so cool is these professional graphics artists build these wonderful ships and then give them away, right? Every game has a community now of supporters that they share their work, And so Lucas, I think I got. Let me know if I got his name wrong. Looked at all right. He's a member of the community. He used a lot of these beautiful ships, like Serenity. You know, there's names of these ships that these players built. They're just absolutely gorgeous. And he made a deal with them to where he could use them in his mods, and he calls them up as the enemy pirate ships that spawn if they detect like your radio base. And they have just been fucking us up for weeks now. Well, we call it hard mode, you know. But they're like literally, so the best ships in the community are coming down to our base and just wiping us off the surface. And we rebuild. Like my friends, like we make the choices, right? It's okay that they wipe because we're builders. We can just go build it all and we'll have it repaired in less than a day. So yeah, I'm a big Space Engineers fan. But then Star Citizen, it's the same thing, you know, kind of developing game, play it to keep up with what I'm calling the state of the art, and correct me if I'm wrong. If there's other games, you know, that are state of the art, I'm trying to keep up. And like at the end of my life, I want to be able to say I at least tried all the good games. Because there's so many games where I can't play them all. So I've learned I have to make choices, and I'm trying to play. And this, I'm going to go ahead and get back to the RailRoader and say I think this is a good one. It's a fun one. I think the word you used earlier was addictive. But see how I take the passenger runs and I just use them as a chance to take a break. I think I can totally automate this. And I can send a train off and have it do these runs with the flares. And while I go off and do logging or freight or something else, but multitasking. But again, I want to make sure I enjoy the game. And let's take a look at the sun again. One last sunset. I mean, again, look at the graphics. You know, I think of the algorithms that are grinding right now just to do that. Right, because I did graphics. I know ray tracing. What else did I learn? I told you about Photoshop and the color palette. Good stuff. And it just comes in so sweet. Like I say, the AI engineers are so much better than me. Cool. So we're just going to wait for them. We need to, every time, I told you I wish I could get this changed, but every time you have to select and copy to pick up the passengers. I guess it's not too much to ask. But yeah, I really, like you say, I like this. Just the feel, the sunset. So being able to play with your train simulator in a day-night cycle. Yeah, I play. Oh my God, I was with Star Citizen when we were just talking about it. He described Chris Roberts, right? And this is like 20 years ago. I like to keep up with the space games, right? And so they said, Star Citizen, we're gonna sell ships for $70. And everybody was like, no fucking way. Because it was like then. And we didn't pay $70 for a game then. And I was like, hell no. And now, 20 years later, you know, I'm a member of the Chairman's Club. It happened slow. It was like 1 year at a time. So it started like 10 years ago. I bought my first ship, and I just got hooked. And just every year since then, I've bought another ship, and I have about 9 of them now, and I'm a member of the club. So I've decided in my channel and my content that I'm going to go ahead and try to be pro Star Citizen and support the game as the community, right? I'm on Chair, so I'm going to try to speak kindly of it. But yeah, it's still, right, a huge amount of development. But I can go on and on. I should be playing Star Citizen when I talk like this to you guys, because this is a RailRoader one. And I'll just tell you that I tried to stream Star Citizen, and while I'm playing the game, the communications between me and the Star Citizen servers are over 1 million bits per second, like a megabit per second. That's like watching a high-definition video, right? So if I try to stream and produce and send 2.5 megabits per second while the game's coming down at a megabit, they step on each other. And so I can't stream Star Citizen well yet. But that's where my system breaks. But this game doesn't do that at all. Invest in it? Yeah, you call that support of the game. Yeah. Yeah, you know what the Chairman's Club is? I'm $1,000 into the game. And why? Because I'm a computer nerd. And back to, and I told you about the artists, and when they made an album, and if I liked their music, I wanted to pay them, so I'm supporting Chris Roberts in his development of the game because I'm a computer nerd, and I can see the vision, right? I have bought into the vision. I see it being as big as EVE Online. But did you know, how much time do you want me to spend on, so let me go ahead and finish this game going, and I'll talk a little bit more, but I've got the vision. I can tell you that they are building the tools. It's not a game yet. It's a development lab. And what they've done in this one first test system we call Staten, they've got a hot planet and a cold planet and a corporate planet and a gas giant. And I've seen that it's all for development. We've got a hot planet to test the hot stuff. We've got a cold planet to test the cold stuff. We've got hard armor and cold armor. And this is the first. They've already got the second system of planets called Pyro in development. But it doesn't have to stop at Pyro. There can be 4. It can be EVE Online. There can be 1,000 other systems with jump gates that you can use all these ships that you're invested in. Like you say, you purchase a ship and you got, I would say these ships I've had that I bought 10 years ago, I've been playing with for 10 years for $70. And they're beautiful works of art. Again, like I told you, I appreciate graphics artists like New Babbage, the 890 Jump are just beautiful ships that I own them in. I don't own an 890, but I did buy the 400i, and I bought it because it's a work of art. I own a work of art, and I fly it as my flagship. If I were to take you into the game, I would take you on a tour of Stanton in my 400i, and it would be awesome. And when I can stream Star Citizen to you guys, I will, if you want to see that stuff. But that's probably enough of that. Again, this is a pleasure ride, doing the passenger run at sunset, and a picture's worth 1,000 words. In fact, can I get rid of the UI? I'm going to try to take a picture and post it on my Discord. I don't know how to get rid of the eye up there and that. Either way, there you go. Check in chat. How are you guys doing? Do you need a break at all? Anybody bathroom, get a beverage? We are 2.5 hours into this. I don't know how long you want to go. I told you I was very excited about doing my freight day. We can get it started. How about maybe we don't have to deliver all the freight in this stream? If I'm trying to plan ahead and say I'd like this to be not much more than 4 hours. So if we get the freight going and you see what I'm doing, then we can end. And I told you there's a whole day's worth of work ahead of us. So on that note, we have serviced the passengers, right? Nobody's waiting. The cars are not full, but that's, you can leave the cars here and sit here and fill the cars, but I'm not, again, making my money off passengers. Snap to the car. I don't have to do anything, and he just continues down the road at 35 miles an hour. Control P. Print. Oh, is that the print? I did the F12. I go through Steam a lot, so I snap and then I post out of Steam to my Discord. But you're right, I could do P. And yeah, so all of these games I play, I look at investments. And when I bought the ships in Star Citizen, it was for content creation, right? So that 400i is like a $400 ship, but it'll look great in my videos. And again, I'm helping pay the salaries. I know that there are teams of professionals working on Star Citizen around the planet. They're opening new studios. They're trying to increase, the rate of kicking the stuff out. But the reason it takes so long is they're doing stuff that hasn't been done before. I shouldn't talk so much about Star Citizen on this railroad, but yeah, they're just doing stuff, And I appreciate what they're doing. And yeah, I'd just take a photo of the 890 Jump and post them and just say, really, look at, there's communities again, Star Citizen, Morphologist, if you haven't seen his videos on the ships, the beauty in these games, right? It's good stuff. So getting on the air like this is a way for me to share with the guys that work on the games. Maybe they see this video and stuff, and the people like their work and appreciate what they've done. Oh, the HUD is Control P? Control P. Look at that. Oh my God. Okay. We can take another photo. Do you happen to know what these marker lights are? That I have the green. I could totally be screwing that up, but I just found them and I just turned them on. But they're red. They can be red in the back here if I can get up here and show you. So I was going to ask you guys, the community, if you're railroaders, these are the marker lights. I could turn it to red. Is it should they be red from the back and green from the front, like boating or something? Like this. See how it can be red. And doing one changes both of them. That's fun. Promotion now. I don't think I need any promotion. And again, you guys can help me. I've got to learn how, what do I do? Do I ban 2-year-old there? Or I just ignore him is my plan. I just look over and say, yeah, if you guys don't mind. I don't think you think I need to promote my channel. Because this is for my friends, for you guys. If you want to hang out and watch me play, that's what this Silk channel is about. And Silk 1 is just because Silk was taken. So that's since I'm a computer guy and I've dealt with variables. Like my first variables I choose are 1, 2, and 3, and A, B, and C, and January, February, March. And I've been using those for 40 years. Like, no clue how to deal with the bot. That's what I'll call them. Yep, and then ban I plan on getting trolls, and then that'll be part of the content too, and they're fine. But I don't know how to ban them yet, and I'll have to learn how to ban them. All my friends. Oh, I'm a member of a streaming community too. If you guys haven't heard the Horde, I have 80 streamer friends, and we talk and chat, and so they're helping me. They know how to do all that stuff. And they put their faces on the stream a lot, as I've kind of made the choice. I don't really think I need to put my face on the screen. I'll let my voice do the talking. And if you're watching like me, it's mostly about the games, right? If there's some reason for you want to see me, then I can put up a photo or something. But I don't have a webcam yet. I got to go out and buy myself a nice, what do I need? My webcam would be an 8-bit webcam or something like that, So I need to go get a current one. I need to invest. So that's mainly why I'm not doing it, is it's broken. But just sharing my choices with you. So what do you think? I thought so, since again the channel's about gaming, I'm like my other friends in the Horde use graphics, and they shrink their video down into the center of a graphic, and you can see their face on the side and chat's on the screen all in. And I thought, for you guys, if you're watching my games, I just want you to I'm letting the game fill the screen. I don't need any of that, right? I'm trying to connect with you guys about the game, and I want you to see the full screen. This is what I think the topic is at hand. All right. This completes the passenger phase of our program. Right? That was a nice sunset. And did I time it right? That's right. So as a producer, this is what I'm trying to decide, is make good choices. I took you guys out. And again, the sunsets in North Carolina aren't going to be spectacular like Arizona, because there's so much moisture in the air. And the Appalachians, we're looking west, right? So the Appalachian Mountains are up there. The Great Plains are on the other side. But it's just so cool. Okay, well, thank you for letting me know. That's cool. So next we were going to do, the passenger's done, the freight's done. We were going to do the lumber. So I'm going to jump over. I think there's an engine sitting there, in our equipment list. So I'm hitting I3 is the lumber thing. I can select it and jump over there. And the logs are empty. That's cool. So I just took these out of 2, and if you were in the stream when I mentioned how when you take things out, it's all set up to go back. So all I got to do is pull this guy out, make sure I'm doing Control 3, order, forward, road forward 15 to this switch, and then I can send it, right? And I don't even have to. It's gonna go up to L2 and start all on its own, and we'll just follow it. So it's ready to come out. Passengers. Okay, it just paid us. That took a while, huh? Cool. Well, 4 viewers. Thanks for being here. 4 people. I watch too, so I've sat like my friends, like Lemon. I've been the only person watching my friend. And that's cool. It works for me. And right, there's so many channels where we can't watch them all. We have to make choices. And I think so before it was broadcasting, I'm calling this narrowcasting. That it's my chance to connect with fewer people. So I almost expect fewer people. And that's cool. Anything I can do to make this better for you guys? We're going to stop right here. I hope it's all safe going that way. So stop. Just change one switch, and I'm sending it, reversing it. I'm going to say 35, although it'll probably only do 25. I'm going to jump back on the end of the engine here, and we'll ride back here. And notice even the light goes out. I've got a reverse light on this Pacific P18. And that is just the way I like the lighting, right? And the way it lights that car up. We, I think, aren't on this. I'm going to hit Control 0, and I'm in the train now. I think I can go out to the end of the car here. I wanted to show you the lighting. Like, see, I can kind of see it hitting it, but it changes on the curve. Like, it only lights up if the car is on a straight line. Like when you're sitting here, and when you go around the corners, the lighting was changing, and it took me a while to figure that out. But I think we're set, right? The last thing we did here was logging, so all these switches are set, and we can just ride. And I like it. The engine's quieter behind us. You hear all those train sounds they're making? The trucks sound great on the rails. All the train sounds. And like I say, I think these are just placeholders. I don't think these are the finished sounds. And if you have any questions, you can see the speed over here, and this is what I've set it to do over here. You know, so we're doing 20. Even though it's a 25-mile-an-hour posted corner, I've taken this to 25. The AI knows it's a 20-mile-an-hour corner, and that's why I almost wrecked here. You can hear the wheels just squealing when you're going too fast. And that stuff, right? That's all programmed, all that code. They know when we're going too fast. I mean, you can get down on these trucks and look. Let's see if I can get up there. I can literally go to this guy and then jump over the back of the station, try to land. And the car, oh, get back up there. I can do this. And you can run back or walk back. I mean, right, isn't this cool? You can actually get in and interact with all of it and at the same time program it all remotely. I'm trying to get up here. I was going to get down and look at the trucks. I think I have a lantern, so now you've seen the light fade away in the game. Hopefully that's something I can talk about. I just like to talk about game development and stuff. Because some of my friends are working on games. But yeah, see the truck? Like right here, you can see the brakes. I'm trying to get in here and not die. Look at that. The brakes are on the train, and do they actually work? You see them engage? It's like, oh my god, that is so cool, you guys. It's what I'd do if I was going to do it. Like, they literally modeled the trucks really nicely. All the freight, the connectors. That is such a freaking awesome. Because what in Railroads Online, we don't get. I should know the name of that connector, but we're using pins and links, and it's narrow gauge. I really like this is full gauge. What did you call? Is that the right gauge? Standard gauge, but yeah, and standard connectors. So I'm really, really pleased with the $29 I spent. Maybe 30. It's $29.99. Yeah, no, I think I'll have this game for a long time and come back to it over and over again. Like, there's some games I play and I like them. I never come back to them again. But Sims is kind of my thing. I do a lot of simulations. I like sandboxes. I like to build. If you guys ever want to do a build. So I'm full of ideas. It's like, right, there's all kinds of content. Right, and there's all kinds of channels, right? You're watching all the other channels. So it's like, what am I going to do to just... So I'm on because this is what I'd be doing anyway. And what can I do to make it more interesting to you? And everybody's welcome to Twitch, right? We're part of the Twitch community now. Welcome. Yeah, and so if you're here, you're probably brand new to me. Like, I do content, I've been doing it for a while, but I'm off and on. I think the last thing I tried was the Star Citizen test. I went back and watched and it didn't go well. There's a lot of breakup. So I have to choose like which games I want to stream, like ones that aren't using my Kinect. But again, that's going to change. I'm going to keep testing that, and there will be a day when you can play and stream Star Citizen at the same time. And that's just amazing that it even works at all. And add to that I'm playing with my friends across the nation and across the world, like EVE Online. I think the servers are in London, and I played with them, and so the lag and the delay is like we're connecting around the world and playing together, and it's working. So EVE Online was the first time when I was in the server and felt like I actually had a virtual presence inside a computer's memory. Like what people were doing work in there, right? Building things, making that whole economy and thing happen. Now we're going straight through here, right? We're going past L1, which is full and ready for next time. Earlier, were you here when I explained how at Tier 3, the logging sawmill is using more logs than one of these log sources can supply. So I'm now using L1 and L2 and that's like I'm thinking L is for logging, and then there are P1 and P2 for pulp. And I haven't even found, there's probably got a pulp factory somewhere on the map. And actually, I'm making 1,000. Do you want to see the financials here of how much the log? You know, there's $1,600. And it's gone up every day, like $1,700. And we're going backwards as the tiers went up, but like $1,700 a day. That's a nice source of revenue from the sawmill, because the cars are paying like $60, $70 to deliver, and the passengers are like, you know, a buck or two each. Let's see, the train's okay. I'm reading chat real quick. Yeah, I hear you. So I read your chat, and right, that's kind of what I'm sharing too. Is that I've worked with these professionals, designers behind the games, and they work hard, and they do some beautiful work. Right, the trained artists, guys who went to college. I've worked like at the PBS station. This guy had a master's in art, and graphics design, and used some of the great masters in his. So he was doing stuff like from Picasso and Rembrandt. And just amazing. So like I say, yeah. So that's again, we're just sharing on this channel that we appreciate all the work the developers are doing on all these games, and we're here to support that Twitch community, right? We're all gamers, and anyway, I can help you guys with your games. So you're probably here because you like RailRoader. So what can I share with you about this experience? What I'm doing now is just sharing that it's been a good one. I was telling Maria, I think we got a good game here. This is just the beginning, right? This is literally just the beginning. A lot of games come out like this, and it's just a pun intended train wreck, you know? So they've done really well for launch, huh? Like the engines work, and they're beautiful. They must have been so tied up keeping this secret. Like their engines were gorgeous, and nobody'd seen them, and they were just waiting for them to show the world all the hard work they've done. Like even these skeleton cards, look at the detail. To me, I can like totally tell like this center's wooden, and this is all metal. See how it's coming in here and stopping all? I'm not driving at all. It's doing this for me. Oh, I was going to turn these on and show you how it fits. I'll do a little, this is what it's like to run around on the ground on your feet. So when I highlight it, see how it get the last car. I was right. I was guessing that 8 cars would fit. Do you think? Yeah, the last car got triggered. I was going to say, do you think the last car will load? Because I could leave one behind to make it 7. How close did it get? I think we can push it. So it did a fairly poor job there, right? That's not what I expected. I was bragging about how smart AI was. I'm going to push it back further because I want this car. You know, I thought it would fit. It looks like it'll just fit. Perfect. 8 cars. So how do I do this? I'm going to go to the other camera. And I'm just like a yard reverse 10. There's nothing behind it. So it should just stop. It should say end of track. And it should stop at end, or it's just not going to go. So it's going to say nope. So, if I'm going to drive the train, I'd better be down here where I can see. And I'm going to go to manual. And we're going to do reverse. Brakes off. And like a mile. Well, 3 miles an hour would be fine. We're going the wrong direction? No, I'm pretty sure it's a reverse. Right, so I'm doing something wrong. It's downhill. There you go. I'm giving it a lot of juice. Come on, baby. Do it. That's the most powerful engine I have, and it can barely do it. Okay, so take that out of it and hit the brake right now. Lovely. I don't think I did damage, but you guys know how to check your cars. Oh, I did damage. There's 99%. Doggone it. How? So I'll have to repair that. It'll be fine. Like there's... How? That wasn't that hard, was it? Maybe it was damaged. Or there's 99%. How did I damage that one? You know, maybe they take wear and tear on their own. That's 100. Yeah, I'm going to have to... You know what I'll do? We'll see how this waybill thing works. Like, if this is a damaged car, I can go to operations or equipment, and it's repair destination Whittier. So I'll go ahead and flag them with a waybill that I know I'm going to take them to the station, but it'll tell me that car needs repair. That car needs repair. So, equipment. And let me know if I'm doing this wrong. This is the first time I've done this. Yeah, you're absolutely right with the bugs. And that's the thing about the game's working and they go to fix one thing and they break 9 things. That's like with Star Citizen is they get the elevators working and they break the spaceships and they don't launch in the hangars. It's just like, And as a coder, I've done that. So in coding, there's programming on your own and writing your own code and like the main program and the subroutines. And then there's the team leader who has to get code from other people. Like if I was the main programming dude and you send the subroutines to other programmers and they give you the subroutine back and like you're passing in variables and they have to pass you variables back. It's like all try to coordinate that and put that all together. So a lot of times it's not just you working with your work. You have to bring other people's work and integrate it into the program. Yeah, and find all the bugs. Awesome. Good times, right? So that one needs help. My dog wants some attention, so I may have to like take him out real quick here, but we'll see. We have 2 hours. This should say I'm checking cars. This one's 90%. I thought that one was okay. Yeah, that's 100%. Now, one thing I noticed, you don't have a light on the flying camera, so I can't see. That's 100%. That's flagged for repair. That's 100%. That's 100%. And I don't know why it jumped forward like that, but that's 100%. So I know the cars. So I'm going to leave these here to fill up. Right, I don't have to leave the train. I didn't even hook up the brakes. Am I really that bad? Oh, I'm a bad train driver, right? I think it was uphill the whole way. Yeah, you're exactly right. Right, it's amazing. It even works at all. I'm disconnecting. My coupler open. And I think I mentioned my dog wants some attention, so I'm going to try to see what he wants here real quick. What is it you would like? No, he wants food. He says it's dinner time. He'll be back. What? Looks like we're going to go to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be back as soon as I can. I'm back. He's an old boy, so he goes to the bathroom often, and I try. That's my deal with the dog, is I don't say no. Okay, so we are disconnecting operations for the engine. Go down the road. Actually, we're going home now, or no, we're going to pick up L1. So I think I can just go down the road, like forward. I'll start him at 15 while I go down here. And everything should be set up, but it's like at L1, we've got to do something. I'll go ahead and show you between L1 and L2. It's because it's pretty. I mean, look at all this good track they laid. But it's dark. And I mentioned I don't have a light on the flying camera. So on my feet, you can see a little bit. So we're coming down here. This looks like the curve for like L1. And what's neat, I think I mentioned, you memorize all this. And so I'll remember this game forever. All these maps. All these games. So it is longer than I thought. Down to L1. But here's L1 waiting for us. All full. I guess I'm going to speed him up to like 35 because everything's clear down to this point. And here, instead of going down the main line, he zigs in to pick up L1. And we need this to be changed. And the engine will just come in here. And then he can back up and go connect. But to leave, he comes straight down here. And we're going to change this so we can exit. So now everything's all set up. The engine should come down here. Right, and he's gonna enter into the siding here. And the nice thing is that if I'm not paying attention, this is where I'm thinking ahead, like I can automate all this. The engine would come down here and he would see this switch, set against him. If I left it against him like this, he would stop. And I could come back and then, but if I left it here, he would keep on going. Anyway, just sharing all the stuff I'm learning. Like I say, you just like watching me play, so I'm playing. This is what I've been doing. This is my work. I literally have like work I've got to get done in the game. Do you want to go see where the train's at, or do you know I'm going to snap? I'm using 0 and 9. It's coming down as fast as it can. I've got it set to 35, but it can only do 25. And I turn those off. I just love these engines. Like you say, there's just... I mean, they're basic, they're simple, but they're beautiful in their simplicity. They're perfect. So 4 viewers. Yeah, you guys can see that same information too, as I'm not sharing anything with you. So he's coming down. I'm trying to think what I can share with things I see that you don't see. Yeah, the chuffing is a little loud, and like I said, could be improved. All right, so here's where he stops, so don't go any further. In fact, we're going to change the switch. And since we're in the switching yard mode, we can do yard, reverse. 20 is as fast, and he'll just, I think he can do 15 in switching yards is his limit, so but he knows that. Like, you like seeing him come back? Should I be closer? Yeah, so now I'm thinking like a camera person, is how can I do nice shots for you? See, I don't like that center. I've got to zoom back. Oh, the lighting. See the shadows of the trees on the engine? It's like, oh my god, oh my god. And right, this is just 2023. Like 5 years, the game just keeps getting better. Just amazing. Like, what a journey. All right, bang. We are there. Since I'm the brakeman, right? Maybe I should do my job. Release the brakes. Everything looks good, so just send him down the road at 35 miles an hour. And I think I left a flare down there. Right, so I've got to be better in where it's like, I know I left a flare down there, but he should just go. And we get to ride along. So again, this is like 0 is up here. I like that chuffing. I love it. I'm just like, oh my god, that's so cool. Now that can all be smoothed out right there, but I believe in them. I think they're going to work on the audio. Right? I think they need money and hire a professional and just see what they can do. Okay, well, he's at 35 miles an hour, and we're working our way out. This is my most powerful engine, and this is how it pulls, 15 logs. So it's working up, and that's not bad. Like, for me, that's totally acceptable. I'm not freaking out. Does everybody have something to drink? Because I might need some coffee here in a bit. And yeah, I'm glad I showed you during the day, and now you can see at night. I mentioned the day-night cycle is really nice. Lighting's not too bad. It's not pitch dark, so it's kind of like a twilight. And I think you were saying, like, we were talking about code. You have to think about all that stuff, all the things. Like, that bark on that log doesn't just appear there. And that end grain, and they're all different. It's like, dude, nice work. Somebody knows what they're doing right. Somebody's working on this game that has a clue. And I should get to know them, right? As I'm trying to embrace the gaming community, right? And Twitch and gamers. It's something I can do as a producing content creator, is get to know who the developers are. right? Because that's kind of their game builders. They don't really know media and stuff, and so that's kind of a nice relationship to where if I have a lot of experience with media, but I don't build games. I like playing them though. I am a happy player. Is that a good way to describe myself? A happy camper, a happy user. That's another word I use. I'm a very happy user. Goes back to my early computer days. We were log in with your username. But that's cool. Still sounds good, looks good. So I'm not going to worry too much about the audio mix because the game audio is kind of messed up. It's low. I would turn it up if I could. But if I'm okay, I can do something about that. And then the graphics are. Do you like the mouse? I think the mouse, it's good for you to see what I'm doing. So I have no problem with you seeing my mouse. You can take it out of the photos. I should learn how to turn that on and off. So, and yeah, there's so much I should learn how to do. But then every game's different. So when I switch, and I'll play a different game later tonight, it's all those commands that I get mixed up between the games. Trying to remember it all. We can have quiet moments where I just stop talking so much, just enjoy the ride. That's kind of what I do. Is you saw me with the passenger, just kick back and yeah. So see kind of how the AI engineers just changed everything for me. I used to work hard driving. It's you want to talk about the throttle and the what do you call it, a Johnson bar with the reverser and that. Look down here. This I never did any of this stuff he's doing. That's the Johnson bar and the throttle, and look at how he's. It's my understanding as you move the Johnson bar in more toward the center, you're shortening the stroke of the valve into the piston, and so you're shortening the period of time steam's being introduced in the cylinder, which runs a little better at higher speeds. So he's doing that a lot better than I was. And braking, watch how it says, I was screwing up the train brakes and the intermediate brake, and you got to kind of know what you're going to set the train brake at, at 75 or 80 as you enter the 20 mile. And that's what this guy, he knows everything. So I think I will drive the trains better after I watch them for a while. And yeah, just like, what a beautiful game, right? It just goes, and you can do the sleep thing, but I told you I go hour by hour, making sure my best customer is that log. That's why we're focused on logs, is keeping that sawmill going. But yeah, $2,000 a day. Like these locomotives are like $4,000, maybe their cars are like that much. But I can buy some new locomotives soon. I don't know what I'd use them for. I'll show you. We're at a point like we're gonna put these logs away, and am I done for the day? Right? My checklist. The freight is done, the passengers are done, and this should be enough logs for the night. If not, it doesn't matter. It's got a supply. I'm thinking of calling it for this day. So we're going to hit a button and say sleep, and all these cars will be returned, and a whole new day will begin. And I think it's going to be my first Tier 3 day. So does anybody out there know what the Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 freight thing is? But I don't. But I've done the Tier 1 freight. When I did Tier 2, I got a little bonus, but not much, like $2 or $3 for timely delivery. And then it said Tier 3 freight, and this is the first time I've done Tier 3. So I guess I could stop him, huh? That would have been a train crash, if it was real life, because I was like totally not paying attention to driving the train. He's coming back here. We're putting it in here, into the log yard. Okay, I don't have to make excuses because you understand talking. I can't talk and play games at the same time. How far did it go? I'm going to bring it back at like 25. Reverse road. The switch is set, and it's going to hit the dead end here by itself. So I'm done here, right? So everything's ready when I'm done here. Do I check like this list is checked off? So yeah, cleaning up. I did learn how to use the switch list. It's just a list of like a to-do list of things that need, as I find way lists, way bills. I put them in my to-do list, and that way that's how I don't forget everything. Because cars hide behind buildings and stuff, right? You could have a car you needed to move, and you'd be like, back here, and I swear there were cars here, and they're gone now. But oh well. Is he even coming back? It's like, that's how badly I messed up. So where is my body? Let's see here. Any idea? He's standing. Oh, he's here by the log cars. Oh, he's at L1. Oh, this is L2. And it's like there's a light here. What's that? The sun's coming up or going down. You see that lighting on the hill? Kind of weird. What do they call that? It's like coming through the planet. False lighting, ghost lighting. But it's like the sun's down there, coming up and hitting the grasses from underneath. Is that what? Because it's 8 o'clock at night. Okay. I was going to call him back to L3 here. It's like, is he done yet? He's just finishing. So he can sit here because overnight those logs are going to be empty, and the first thing we're going to do in the morning is take those logs back to be filled up again. So I'm going to say he's done. I was going to hit Control 0. So he's in there. I know where all my trains are. I'm thinking of hitting that switch. Right? Which is settings, sleep here. And it's going to wake us up at 6 in the morning. So a lot's going to happen. I hope I didn't forget anything. I was penalized, like in this review, if I forgot something. Like I took hits here because I hadn't delivered some products and stuff. So that's why I seem like I'm trying to make stuff, get it all done. I'm trying not to screw this up, to lose like my repair speed bonus. All right. I'm trying to, if I forgot anything, check chat. Yeah, okay, nothing in chat there. 4 viewers, thank you guys for hanging out. And again, if you have any questions. So here we go. This is going to be a day change, and it's just everything's going to be new in the morning. So here we go. Settings, sleep, and watching the console. So something happened there, but see how it's gone and you can't review it. Achieved 10 cars. Reputation. So let's start with reputation. I'm now perfect. Yay, I've recovered from my accidents. We're going to have to do lumber on the lumber front. Like one of the first things to do is take the train, get the lumber, because the sawmill here is at 82%. So overnight, it used all those logs and then used an additional, I think there's 44 in there, so it took about 8 logs to keep it busy. But I think we'll easily make it up, because the next thing we're going to bring down is the L2 8-train car. So that's the logging. Passengers, they're waiting. You know, I like to do a passenger morning run. But before I do the passenger, I get the freight done, because these guys get timely delivery. And let's pop up the waybills and see. Oh, I've been doing, these are all sawmill. Majority of my stuff is like sawmill, 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 sawmill. So I told you I was worried about getting those in to the space, but that's what. So we're going to brake the train right here. Might as well do it while I'm here. I'm going to set the brake, because these guys I got to pull out, and they get delivered like right up over here. The rest of these go down the main line. So like Stencil is in Whittier, and 2 cars to Stencil, then on to Bryson for, that's like a mandatory freight, the team freight, and some hardwoods, and that's actually very little. So I'm going to bring the engine around and get this from the back, because the last freight is on the back and the first freight is on the front. So we're going that way, if that makes any sense. Any questions? All right, let's get the train. Now, I could do lumber before freight, but why? We've got the reserve. So why? Let's just go to 3, and I'm going to disconnect, because we're doing freight, not lumber. Going to leave these. Oops. I think that was a control disconnect as opposed to a shift. So you know about the valves here. And the camera's so hard to control, right? I'm trying to get in there and zoom in. That's all the compressed air in the engine dumping out. If you didn't know what that sound was. Open. Ta-da. And you'll hear the compressor, which I should be able to show you it. This one. They should be running, right? You hear it, but I don't see it. Interesting. Okay, I'm on board. Let's pull her forward. Road forward 15 should work. And we're going to hook up to the freight cars with the noise. I've learned 2 whistles for forward, 1 for stop, and 3 for reverse. And the bell, when we're departing forward, because safety, right? Everybody get their friggin' attention. I think I'm in the cab with the light, my lantern on in the cab. If you want to, that's what the lighting is being weird. Okay, make sure this is all set up to get behind the cars going down the main line. No, actually, we're going to deliver these first. Those first cars delivered go here. We got to go forward, then back, then forward in. And my camera work is suffering because I'm jerking stuff around. I'm waiting for the train to come raw here. I'm going to hook to these. Oh, I got to be behind him. Yeah, we got to do a go around. You guys know the term for that? You know how you park a car, then you got to go all the way forward to switch to get to the other line, come all the way back, come in the back. There was a word for that in the tutorials. It was like a go around or thing, but you do it all the freaking time. I thought 15 was fine. I'll do 25. It's like, come on, get down here. Looks good. Okay, the way he's going under road mode, he won't connect. So I'm going to hit yard mode, forward 20, and he'll come as fast as he can. Why is he... the command. I was saying, why is he stopping? And then have we looked at fuel, and coal and water on this guy? I think that's like half empty. I have to remember each engine. I think this guy has 3,500. So he's used 1,000 water, but not even a ton of coal. So again, we use so much water. And I'm not driving, though, so it's not me. I don't think there's anything I can do about that. He hits. And we do want brakes, although in the yard, I don't really think I need brakes, but I'll hook them up. And I expect a brake set somewhere. Sorry, I just hit the mic. Release, yes. And I see another brake down. Oh, it's probably where I did the brake, but the couplers haven't been pulled apart. Like right here. Like see the purple funniness there. If I go, he's reversing, I believe, yes. So road, reverse 15. And as you watch these separate, you'll see it like right here. Right? I said road 15 reverse. He says, no, I'm not doing that. What did we do before? I switched to that. That's at 0 and do the 15 again. Whistle, whistle, whistle for backwards. Oh, it can't because something's wrong. The brakes aren't getting air? Right? Did I do something wrong here? Oh, the compressor is running. See, that is closed. Open. This way? Open. Now it's open. Any of this change? That's open. Second from... Thank you. Cameo. Okay, second from the engine, you say. That's that one. That's that one. Okay, and then now it should separate. And that's this other purple, I think, is the other part of the train. So it's between, like, these two. If I could get these, because, right, we don't see any handbrakes here. Saying road, reverse. We want the train to reverse, right? 15. Do reverse 15. Interesting. I'm sure it's me. It's like what I can see the engine brake is still on. So it's, why would that be? I mean, I'm in there. This is probably just a little bug, but we'll nudge it. So I'm going to take manual. Turn the brakes off. Right? All the brakes. So these, why are these brakes? There's the engine and the very first car isn't working. Maybe I'll disconnect and reconnect, right? That's like have you try the on-off button. So shift click and shift click. Right? So all these cars, right, shouldn't be red here. Any damage? Oh, I like the cars. You see how you can open? Again, we're talking about the detail. Now, I don't see the full cars don't have stuff in them yet, but I see that coming. So like this, I hear the compressor running all the time. And they're... oh, yeah, like we're dumping all the air. Cool. See, so this is where the viewers are helping me. Thank you so much. This is my dream come true. You're like probably right. Like here, it's open, right? So I can get down in there. I'm trying to learn. There's that XYZ point, and if I can get in close here, he's saying close this valve. Might make all the difference, right? And watch, these shouldn't be orange. They should slowly turn lighter color. What else could be wrong? That's closed. That's the end of my line. I guess I should check each one. I assumed, right, we just got them from the shop. So oh, see, the air is pumping up. That's how long it's taking. I think we're good to go. I think order, road, reverse 15 should work. And I'm waiting between these cars. I should see the separation right here. I don't see any brakes on. Again, I'll try again. Manual, road. Are we going the right way? Right, we want to reverse. 15, 20, whatever. Oh, the brakes are on the train. Why are the brakes on the train? I'm going to turn them off. I'm going to take manual and turn off the brakes. All the brakes are off. Right, so it's all white. And now go road, reverse. Right, you're right in front of me. Reverse, right in front of me. And it turned the brakes on. It's turning the brakes on the train. I have an open line somewhere. Thank you. Okay. Let's check them all then, right? This one. Why would they? Because they just came from the store. Maybe the back of the train? Back here? Closed. Okay, so that's not it. There's nothing there. Okay, that. 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 And right here. Closed. Me, okay. I heard the compressor stop. Or we just got further away from it. Sorry for the delay, but at least we have something to do now. It's like, why are the brakes on here for the engine? It's under AI control, so I'm going to go to manual, and I turn the brakes off. Okay, so they're gone. I'm just going to manually back up. Screw it. Right, why are we wasting time? Reverse, brakes off, back. Right? Now there's a brake on somewhere. Right, it says there isn't, but did you see everything stop? Apply. 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 I wonder if I didn't disconnect the coupler. Might go to where... Here's Stetzel and Whittier. Yep. Coupler. Bye-bye. Thank you. And I wanted that brake on. Thanks, guys. That was awesome. We did it. Let's go. So what are we doing? We're delivering these cars to the Whittier sawmill. So I'm going to turn that off. Turn the volume up. And enjoy some RailRoader. So these are going over here. I got to set up some switches. So we got to go over here. We're going to go through here. Don't think we need fuel yet. Through here. We don't have to go to the lumberyard anymore. Since I'm doing switching, I'll go ahead and do it straight out. You see, I'm trying to keep freight and lumber and everything like separate. So he's going to come down here. He's under manual. Let's do the road forward 25 thing now. And I can watch the speed over here. He stopped. Okay, there's the stop whistle. That's what I learned, is I can tell what's happening as the brakeman. I hear the engineer communicating with me. He's on his way. I mean, that's like so important to not getting run over, right? Yep, there's my problem. Welcome. Welcome to the show, Cameo. Is that how you want me to call you, Cameo? Good to have you here. Good to have all of you here. Now, where's it going? Did I send it away? It's forward. Did it just crash? Yeah. reverse, duh. Don't hit the other guys. Okay, so I'm a bad railroader. I'm new. I'm learning, right? I'm going to be such a better railroad engineer. What do you call it? A conductor? After playing this game. I want to lock on to that, so I follow him. I'm leaving the lantern on the body, because I kind of like the lighting that's going on in there. It's sunrise. It's early. It's 6:30 in the morning. I turned up my volume. If you get feedback through the microphone is what I'm worried about. Because I like that. Choo, 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 choo. Okay, we're coming here. So we got to go past there. We got to come down this line over to here, and we're going to deliver like over here. So I come over here, and I just stop and stand by my switch, and they're going at a pretty good rate. So about 2 cars, I think. Like if I switch it here, and now I can do the switch and turn. And I've already given the command for it to stop. Oh, and you're supposed to come this way. 15, 25. How about that? We'll speed things up. Don't want to waste your time. Right? Wrong way again. I am so bad. There you go. But yeah, so I'm retired. I play games all the time, like more than 40 hours a week. And I think about you guys with jobs or stuff and think, what can I do? What I can do is by showing you what I've learned. I think that the time people working have to play games is shorter, and I consider it more precious. Like they may be able to only game a few hours a week. And so by sharing what I've learned, I can help them make the most of their gaming time. Trying to help, doing the best I can. And if you guys think anything else you want to see me try to, if I say I've got media skills and try to put them together to create content, and gaming just seems to be an easy way to do it. It's like the content creates itself. Right? I'm already doing this, and so I don't have to work hard at it. That's why I'm editing. Was I talking to you earlier about I could edit this stuff. I was an editor, but it's like people who did a job. It's like the last thing I want to do is edit now. It's hard work. You got to stop here. To clean it up and make it shorter, right? With editing, I'd take out the dull bits. So I could sit here and record like 4 hours and come up with a half-hour show. But that's only if you guys want it. Like if you just like hanging, because I think what I like is just hanging out live, and let's just do the content, record it, and I'm recording it on demand so others can watch it later. And I do have a YouTube channel, Silk. Again, you could like probably find it. I think they're cross-linked. If you're watching this one, there's a link down there for the YouTube channel. But Twitch is what I do live, right? This is where we can make the content, and it's recording and on demand for me. So for the next 2 weeks, you can watch this again. But I'll export it. Well, that's what I learned is I can export 6 hours of content to YouTube for free, and that's where I'll archive it, so you can find every show I've ever done on YouTube. But that's how I'm using Twitch. It's helping me create it, record it for me free, right? And with like YouTube, I had to like do the recording myself, and so Twitch records it for me. Creates the on-demand. Yeah, so it's working for me. So I do this, and then it's on YouTube forever. Dude, I'm on the wrong end of the train. You guys should enjoy this. Who's laughing out there? Just like, guess what I didn't do? We got to take it out, and I got to do the go-around, right? I said it earlier. I'm like, I got to go around. Oh, they've been delivered, though, so that's whatever. They have not. They're coming with me. I can't get out of here. There's no out. I backed myself in. So again, streaming and talking apparently seem to be a very difficult thing to do. Yep. See, I've been a viewer too, and I know, like, when you're a viewer, you're casual and you can see it coming. It's like when you're actually on the air, you got a little adrenaline, and I'm trying to talk while I drive, and I'm gonna do it. It's gonna be hilarious though. You guys are gonna love it, right? It's like Silk's gonna screw up, and today you can tune in and find out how. So it's like I do know how to play, but things go wrong. Okay, we're gonna stop. So everybody know what a go-around is? We got to go out to where the tracks will support. Every town has where its go-around is, and ours. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the train around and tell it, come on, reverse 15. Right? I would do 25 if I was by myself, but apparently I'm having trouble. So we got to come out here. So our go-around. I'm on the edge of the screen. Right here is the bottom of it. It's the closest. So we're going to bring our freight out here and leave it on, what are we going to call this, a siding. And then I'm going to go up to this one and come back on the main line. So I'm going to leave the freight and bring the engine all the way back by itself to here to come and pick it from this end to go back in and do the whole same thing again. So that's what I've learned about railroading, right? We do this all day long. Yes, it's happening to all of us. Right, because I'm so much better at this, what do we want to call this, switching. So there's the passenger services, the freight mainline service, and then when I get the main freight to each town, I'm going to break off what that town, that siding gets. So once we're fully in here past where we need to go, I'd like to get it like fully on this line. I think I'm going to have to move this switch. So I've got to get an engine in here to hook up to these guys. So see how I'm trying to see it in the future. So we're going to leave these guys here. This is my one for stop. And I'm going to slow down. I'm kind of getting tired maybe, so that's why I'm jerking the camera around. I can do good work. Let's see. Okay, everybody like that? Yep, I know. So the bridge you're talking about is the first one, the Bryson Bridge. I keep wanting to say Branson, but no. Is it Branson, Missouri? It's Bryson. The Bryson Bridge. Oh, no, it's not the Bryson Bridge. It's the Ella Bridge I did. Which bridge did you do? Branson. Cool. This train is now disconnected, so road reverse 15 should work. We want to see a disconnect there. 3 for reverse. I learned that. That's like so cool. I didn't know my whistles, right? As engineers, we're supposed to whistle. We're like required to whistle by law, and I wasn't doing it. And as soon as I started using the AI guys, they are whistling because you have to. Okay, we're coming out here. We can do 35 now, can't we, on the track with just the engine? But so I did the Ella Bridge, and I like it. Well, we'll show you right when we're doing the freight. I'm so proud when I go over the Ella Bridge that I built it, and I'm looking for the Bryson Bridge the same way. I've got to do, we could do that. Maybe I'll meet you guys again another day. I can, do you see the talking go there? I can turn the engine around anytime, do the switch. Oh, I'm amusing myself if I'm not amusing you. It's like, this is hilarious. Right, because it wouldn't go this way if I was by myself. I've got to relax. Okay, coming down here. I forget what I was even talking about. How much I was enjoying the bridges. And that I could do it on the stream. I mean, once you get started streaming, you have to, when do you end? So I'm aiming at like 4 hours or so. Where are we? We're like 3.5, so I should end soon. So I should just do, I was going to do a little content. Like, what do you want to see? You've seen the passenger service. That wouldn't be any different. You've seen the logging. We can go up, and get more of the logs and keep the thing going. I'll just go down and we'll get the freight to Bryson. And maybe then I'll call it. But then that might be... There's not much freight. I'm thinking how long it'll take me. That won't take that long. But you've seen the main line, so we'll show you the run again. It's just beautiful, right? That's why I'm showing it to you. And that would maybe be a good place to stop, unless there's something... any requests? We can always go over to the sandbox mode if you want to see the different locomotives. Okay, he's done. Yeah, I'm not concentrating at all at what I'm doing. I guess can you imagine you get a little tired? So that's what I've noticed. Is like when I'm streaming, you have to build up your stamina. Should be coming this way, right? I'm going to say 25. Guys, I got to give it a command. And that's okay. This has to align. And straight back in. We're going to pick it up back here and tug it in. It'll be awesome. And I guess since we have nothing to look at, I'm going the wrong... How do I go the wrong way? Are you guys laughing? I hope you're laughing. That is just hilarious. Yeah, Silva, how do you feel about that? I saw that. So if you don't know what he's talking about, Silva's down here. Right there. It's kind of the end of the line by the interchange. And you can purchase it. And he's saying, yeah, so it's a long, multi-day thing with the freight to get it. So I have not done that. I'll show them here in the milestones. Get rid of that lace. The where is it? Track to Silva, right there, right? The Track to Silva can be purchased for $10,000. That's where I get a 25% discount off of it with my reputation. Okay, he's docking to those guys, so I'm gonna go ahead and say yard 20 reverse. So he continues doing that. So I am not buying that quite yet. Why did he stop? There must be a switch against us. Yeah, there's a switch against us. Is that a proper term? Yeah, because that's too much work, right? You guys are going to see how much work I have to do now just to do Bryson, and I'm not ready to add that much. And that's just that side, all right? That's $8,000. Then, like I think he's saying is we built the Ella track here, but there's another bridge, or the Ella bridge here. So I think it's like right here. Actually, no, Ella. It's like over here. I've seen Governor's Island, and that seems weird. That must be the bridge. There's another bridge here. Like all this route isn't opened up to me. And I know there's more lumber up here, I think. But another bridge out here we got to repair. There's more freight down here. I mean, look at all this that's a lot of work. That's why I'll be playing this game for years. I'm not even going to start opening up that stuff yet. And I've heard that maybe this terrain and grade gets a little rougher as we go back up into the Appalachians. So, right, this is North Carolina. So this is like the Atlantic over here to the east. And this is kind of like the interchanges. You're kind of, when I went down there and looked, and it looks like you're more close to the coast. And then we're going west into the Appalachian Mountains, and you just see this track getting more. Isn't this like so awesome and crazy and great? It's like, my God. Yeah, the observation car. What do you think about that? That's like 20% more for every passenger on the thing. And that didn't seem like that much, because if I just add a card and I add 20% passengers, I'll get 20% more too. So can you make a train of all? But they only of all past observation cars give you. Do you get one 20% boost or multiple 20% boosts? And I guess they hold 25 passengers, but my other cars hold 60. Yeah, so that's what I was telling them earlier, that I'm trying to get to where passengers and logging can kind of do their own thing, that you just send them and use the fuses as signals to stop them where you want them. And that's working out great, right? And then I told everybody how excited I was about it. Did you see the signals? Like in the home, under the milestones, there's signal. Like here, I can get the signals from Whittier to Bryson for $7,000. And I'm kind of excited. I'm not going to do it yet, but then that's going to be like my fuses. I can set the signals automatically of like the depots and stuff I expect. I don't know where they'll be, but I expect signals at like the depots and the sidings. So, have I hooked up? We connected, maybe. Open. Why would it be open? It didn't hit hard enough? Oh, it's closed, and it's saying I can open it. Duh. Like I say, I may be getting tired, so click them together, and it doesn't look like that's set. It looks like this is the one. I set it down here. Okay. And I think we're good. And then set the switches. Here, this guy has to go, and we'll send it... Yard, okay, yard, forward, 20. And that should do it. So you are going forward. The engines keep flicking back and forth on me, so I have to check which is forward and backwards. But that's another thing I learned about the railroading, is backwards works just as good as forwards for everything. God, I never thought about that. Silva to Bryson. Yeah, so you make more longer runs, huh? So what have I done? Why is he going straight? You saw me set the switch, didn't you? Or I unset the switch? Oh, this is hilarious. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it. It's like, that is not what I wanted at all. We're going to go back to road reverse 15. That should come on back. It's this switch. I swear I switched it. Whatever. I might be high. I'll just blame it on that. Cool. See, that's why you're helping me, is that I have so much to learn. Yeah, so what was I asking? The observation cars, and you're using the heavy steel ones. How's the weight? What engine are you using to pull those cars? because they were twice as heavy for each car. And my engines are already little baby struggling engines. So stop here. Ah, the Atlantic, good choice. That's a big, beautiful ship. I wish I could like have Sandbox now and I could just call it up and show them what the Atlantic is. But I know that one. Okay, I did the switch. I swear I can do this. Come on down here and get in this siding. Now, we aren't even... I called that the siding. I'm calling this the switching yard once I get this deep. Atlantics. And while it's coming in here, I'm going to work on a cup of coffee. I mean, I can go longer if you guys want to. You can let me know, how you're doing, if you're enjoying it all. But it's just we're hanging out, right? And I'm used to that. Like with the internet, I expect viewers, you'll come and go. So what's important is the time we spend here and now. And like I say, you'll just go poof and you'll be gone. So it's nice meeting y'all. An EBOS 81. Am I saying that right? EBOS. E-boys? An 81. But anyway, thanks for being here. We got that. Did it fit? It's like it won't fit. Oh my God. Did I stop it too soon? I stopped it too soon. I'm doing everything wrong. I'm literally doing everything wrong I could possibly do wrong. Actually, he should go forward more. Oh, he was going forward and he stopped himself? And that just happened, right? I didn't see what happened because I was looking at chat. So I'm learning. I think I'll stream better the more I do it. We're going to call this like my first year of actually really being on the air where you can see me. Like I did a lot of testing and it had a lot of compression artifacts. I was like trying to stream in 480. And it worked. But why, right? I was testing the boundaries, the technology. So he's coming in here. That looks good. Now we can do this. All this work. All this entertainment just to deliver this one load. We haven't even started our day. This is our first delivery of the day. Come on, get in here. God, if I had a boss in railroading, he'd be all over me. He's like, what the heck are you doing? These cars should have been here long ago. Like, what is it? It's already 7 o'clock. The daylight's burning. Yeah, money is not too bad, huh? How are you making your money? This logging mill, right, is paying me thousands. Like, is there I'm expecting like there's a big pulp mill out there somewhere. Is it down near Solva? Is that a reason to spend 8,000 to get rich? And here it comes. I guess I can turn these things and you can see them tick off as they enter, like a highlight. That's the delivery area. So it could be either side. All right, now we're railroad, right? We're railroaders now. Getting ready to put on my little train cap. And we stop. Delivered. Pay me. Oh, they already paid me, sorry. And I'm just going to show this like for new players. And if you didn't know and you missed, like, did you get paid? You hit the console. And we can look up here, switching. Here's all. We got 53, 53, 53. It's like 300. And that's the individual payments. I don't like that. Is I can also come over to financial. And there'll be one freight payment for that. Then you get the 336 and you know how much. So that's our first payment of the day. God, the Whittier Sawmill paid $3,000 just today. And what I can share with you guys is in the locations on the mills. When I was tier 2, it could hold so many logs in storage, like maybe 24. And when I went to tier 3, there's an instant period where it suddenly can hold 10 more logs. So that's where that money came from. Is it filled the buffer? So I don't expect 3,000 again. That once that buffer's full, it'll probably drop down to like 2,400 a day. But anyway, are you making that's your kind of money you're making? Passengers are your bread and butter. That's like a total surprise. Really? Okay. How many trips up and down the line is that? I'm just curious because I was telling him I enjoy the passenger is easier. So I have a hard day of freight switching, and then I do a morning passenger run and an evening pad just to take the stress off of the game and just enjoy the ride. But that's so I'll remember that, right? So passengers, it is a thing. I did pick up on. I got a passenger service up and running on a daily basis, and I was choosing my cars. But you like the heavy steel car? What was I thinking? I really liked the observation cars inside. Have you seen them? I mean, I wish I could show photos of you guys. They had nice lounge chairs and just absolutely beautiful. I might make something up like that, and we'll see. But maybe a combination of the observation car and your steel cars. 84 passengers per car, and you said you have 3? Yeah, 3. So 240 passengers at a time. All right, you got me thinking. Disconnect. And again, I've been playing for just like a week. And we set a break because we don't like freight like rolling around on its own. And a road forward 15 should separate them. And now we're going to go deliver some freight, right? Passenger service is going to wait. Logging is going to wait. We're going to get behind what I call, does that make sense? Like, it's important I communicate with you guys. So if I say that's the mainline freight, you know, that everybody knows what the mainline freight is. That's the freight going up and down from town to town. All right, cool. That's about what I thought. Yeah, so you'd have to do more than 2 runs or 1 run a day. But I'll keep that in mind. So, yeah, if I set up a nice passenger set, I'll call it hardware, you know, you get the engine and the car set up, then just, it could be running up and down the line while I'm doing this. Actually, no, because I'm on the line. So, no. And again, I haven't paid any attention, and he should be reversing through this switch. We'll get this done. But it's fun having, see how you guys are distracting me. It's like talking to you. I'm not playing properly. All right, we're going to come out here. So I have to wait here because we got to go down there to get the cars. So that's kind of what I'm calling myself, the flying brakeman. I'm the brakeman waiting. I'm waiting for him. We'll do the switch, and I set up and wait for him to get here. Probably do 25, but... Oh, that's cool. So passenger, I thought about that. I was telling people about the sightings, and I saw where trains could pass, and I could do that. Give the passenger service gets priority on the line, and when I see him coming, that's where the scheduling and the signals, could help coming in. So stop him there. Pull into a siding with the freight, like you said, and give the passenger priority. It just sounds so cool, doesn't it? It's like this game is just so... There's so much to it. So much content. I'm like really enjoying it. So did I throw the siding? No, I didn't. Throw that. You can come at me. Come forward. 25 seems to be working because we're going down here. Okay, that's not what we want. That was the flip around, and I have to reset these. I try to keep the main line open for everybody. Like player that it's always set, good to go. We're coming down here. I'm not going to pull them. I'm going to push them down the main line. So my deliveries are in front of me. So I'm doing a go around with these guys, and we have to go all the way down back here, and I'm going to hook on the back cars, the Branson cars. And again, check for the train. Am I doing it right? Are you coming? Are you going to make it? I think that's right. I could go down and check. Yep, he's coming. Wow, so I got to come around here. I did get this one set up. Right? Or I'm coming around this side. There he is right there. All right, so he's got to come all the way down here. And that's wrong. I'll get it right. Oh, okay. And I click it. And it doesn't do it. So then it's like, you got to click it and check it and watch it and check it again and check. I guess I could learn to read the colors. Like, what is it? Green is normal and red is abnormal. So this is abnormal for the main line. This is normal. Oh, the Berkshire, is that the biggest? That's the biggest, baddest, big boy locomotive. 10 drive wheels, if I'm not mistaken. That was its distinct. There were a lot of 8-wheel, but that's the big 10-wheel. That's awesome. It sounds totally awesome. So passenger service, just like in the past, with a huge locomotive on the front. See, that's why you don't have. I need a bigger locomotive. Then I don't have to worry about the weight of the passenger cars. I can do that because we could buy an engine before the end of the stream or something for me to remember you guys by. I've got a few in mind. My goals, I wasn't gonna expand south yet, and I might start the Branson Bridge, but I'm gonna do it real slow. I'm gonna try to work the turf I've got. Now it's going 0, reverse 0, reverse 15. We're gonna dock to these guys, so I guess I'll get in here. We can do 25. And again, double checking my switches. Should be coming down. It's an optical illusion. Like I'm looking at the tracks and it doesn't look like I'm on the right track, and then it does. So I'm coming down here to make sure I'm on the right track. And now, since we're kind of on the siding here, I can go into the yard mode. Get you down here. But yeah, it sounds nice. Sounds like I can imagine your passenger train with the biggest locomotive in the game, set up as your prime bread and butter. Why not? Sounds awesome. I'm kind of real frugal. I spend my money slowly. So I've been just sticking with these 3 basic engines and enjoying the hell out of them. That's what I could tell the developers, is I'm really enjoying each engine. And that's my plan, I guess, is I'm going to buy every engine just to enjoy it. So the next one will be just the next one available. And about the switchers, I don't know. Maybe I will buy one of the switchers just to see how they operate. Maybe leave it in one of the bigger towns. I guess I have locomotives sitting in towns as switchers now, so keep the locomotives running on the rails and the switchers doing switching. Okay, speaking of switching, yard, reverse, 20. Should hook us up. And it's just the sounds, just so neat. Right, there's a lot of railroad games out there, right? And I think this has become my favorite. And what this has, I guess, that all the other ones don't, is the AI engineers, right? Doing this to watch it, to just be able to kick back and watch it do this is nice. Okay, we're going on the main line, so we're going to need some brakes. That's a good idea. And then we need to release anything that's been applied. It's probably down here is what I said. And you hear the bleeding air, so that's how badly I screwed it up last time, is I even screwed it up for this. And release. Does it look like we're good to go? All right. And we're going to be reversing all the way to Bryson. So it's going to be road, reverse, 35, right? We are moving freight. So I'm coming down here and clearing the path. The freight path. We're now in the freight mode, so all the lumber stuff, the switches will be away from the lumber. So we're coming down here, and I'll just show you what I do. Freight. What's our first stop? It was Stetzel. So I'll set up the tracks to Whittier here. Right, Whittier. I try to remember the name. Try to come up with tricks, and I remember Whittier, but I'm like, Whittier. Coming through here. Did I set this from earlier when we did the go-around? So I got to fix this switch. And then this is the switch which goes up to the lumber, L1 and L2. I got to switch it over to go to Whittier. And we're going to deliver, and I don't have a switcher. I have a passenger train, but I'm going to use this train, I think, to deliver. It's on the front. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll use the passenger train here to back it in, because since I've got stuff on the front of the train and it has to be backed in here, so I think this is a chance where you can use 2 trains. So we're going to come through here. It's going to come in behind the passenger train. We're going to turn here, and I'm going to leave the cars here, disconnect them, and back out. Then we'll take this engine, so I'll go ahead and disconnect them. I did this before with the passenger cars connected, and I realized I don't have to. So, release, brake. Now, this is a different engine, so to control it, I do that. Order, forward. And he's going to come in here and deliver and push the freight. Oh, those got to come out. Okay, forgot about the pickups. Let's stop here for a moment. I'll get him over here. It's like I haven't collected my list. So stop this. Let me make my coffee real quick, and I guess what should I do? I was going to explain. Let's go ahead and do it. He's coming in. I guess I'm going to stop 3. Like 3. How do I control this guy? Coming in fast. So equipment, 3, select, follow, control 3, and stop, please. Perfect. What was I going to do? So as soon as I saw these, I realized there's freight out there that I'm unaware of and I'm not picking up. So I told you I go to the depots, and we click on like the little window, this thing here, and there's 11 active things, and just pick them all, putting them on my to-do list. And this will help me find them. It's like we go down the main line. We're going to go through all the cities, and I want to make sure I get them all and don't miss something. So this is just the Whittier station. It has this stuff. Then I went to my locations, and we're going to the Ella station and do the same thing there. So this was an important part of my gameplay, is to learn how do I find all the freight and all the to-dos and get it all done without missing stuff, as I've learned to go to the depots. And you click on this, and there's 1 east siding here, so put that on my list. And it's probably going to be over here. There's 1 car over here. I've seen that sometimes the waybills are there and then they're not. So this guy has to go home with us. That's what, I have to get this all in my head. And then we're going to jump ahead to Branson Depot. And location, Branson Depot. And then we're at the depot. Click this and freight. And there's 1 thing here at the freight house. And I know the freight house, I put it on my list here. So that's not too much to pick up. And I'm going to look, if they're empties, I don't mind dragging them along the whole time. Now, freight house, that's back here. Right? So there's the car right there we got to pick up. See how it's hiding back here? And if I didn't check, it could go by real easy. Whereas this one here stays. So back to the trains at Whittier. 3 car follow. Now at least I know what to do. So Silk 3. Go ahead and pull forward, and we'll disconnect. Actually, you know what? Let's stop. Everybody stop. Let's go grab this freight with this loco right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the stuff to be delivered on the front of the train, and we're going to drag the empty cars behind, if that's okay with you guys. Is there a better way? Cool. You sound a lot like me. Right. I've played similar ones, and right, this one is one of my favorites right now. Just like, and it's early access, right? They're not even done yet. Okay, so I wanted to get this ready. We need the siding switch so that the engine comes in here. And I was going to take this, our mainline engine, and go, let's do yard work. We're going to connect at 20 miles an hour. And maybe while it does that, I'm going to get some coffee. And do they both go or just one? Both. They both go. Cool. Oh, and did you see, here's my to-do list now. And you can sort it by destination. So now here I know in Whittier, this is the stuff on the front of the car. This is the stuff at the creek. These are the 2 Stetzels. And so we'll check those off, and then these are the other cars to be picked up. So anyway, I was so proud of myself for figuring that out. If you guys have any questions, you guys all got that figured out? How to find the freight to deliver? I'll just let you watch that, and I'll be right back. All right, I hope you don't mind that I've kind of thought it through. It's like these are long sessions and you got to kind of take breaks. So I'll kind of try to announce them that if you want to take a bathroom break or a beverage break or something, so you don't miss anything. But I just kind of, I talked to you earlier about how it's like a one-man show, and I've decided you just got to do what you got to do. If somebody comes to the door, I got to go answer the door and stuff. So I hope you guys don't mind me taking breaks, but that's the way this streaming thing is. Cool. So, did we hook up? We're going to drag. So, these are empties. And so empties I don't mind. Oh, there's machine parts. Empties I don't mind dragging all the way to Bryson and back. I was thinking about leaving empties behind. We can pick them up later, I guess. I'll do that. We can. So, reverse road 15 should work. I'm going to go put this load, since it's at the end of the train, I'm going to put it out on the main line and leave it. So my thinking, but that would interfere with the passenger service in the future. So I'll just do it for today. That would be a reason to drag them along with you. But I'll leave the loaded one behind. Does it say how much it weighs? 30 tons. Okay, I heard the bell. I heard the thing. Why isn't it moving? Brake. This is set. The second train. We're all here. It's trying. It's trying real hard. It's tugging away. Okay, where's my coffee? My tea. See, that is so cool. I'm glad you guys enjoy it too. It's like, right? So I think this is a good game. That's why I'm streaming it, is kind of sharing what I've seen in my adventures. I just read your baby comment. That's funny. Okay, that looks about right. I'm going to have to throw a switch, it looks like. It sees the train ahead of it, so I think it's stopping. So it can stop. We're done. Okay, throw that switch. And forward 15, please. Get it out here. Well, I think I can leave it here. So the idea is when we come back, I'll pick it up later when we come back. I'll take the empty one with me. Does that make any sense to you guys? Doesn't seem to be frugal or financially to use the fuel to tow the loaded one all the way there and back. So, I'm gonna stop him about here. I still got to separate the cars out that need to be delivered, but we can do that. I believe I hit, and we should be braking. Yep, all the brakes are on. I guess this thing's heavy. How heavy are we? We are 350 tons today. So like he was saying, as we do bigger lines and more freight, I expect that number to go up, and that's when we'll need bigger engines. But I did do 800 tons with these guys, so I was pretty impressed, and I didn't really see a need to get a bigger engine until, maybe for like the passenger cars you're talking about, things I'm having trouble with. So right here, this one that's loaded. I wonder why I'm having such a hard time with my camera work. So again, this is very unique, right? I don't know other games, cameras that work kind of this way, but I'm working on it, right? Because I have to use it for my camera work. Okay. Now I want to take those two Stetzel ones down here that are being delivered, and we're going to kind of put them out here on this line and disconnect from them. And I'm going to use the other engine to push them in. Otherwise, I have to do a go around, and I think this will be faster. So, looking at the engine, I keep forgetting I got to go backwards. Get these guys down here. And I think something like that should be fine. So I hit stop, and I want to jump in there and do the brakes right off the bat. It's like, come on. So, I am the brake man. It's done, so back out of here. Take it away, please. Get out of my way. You're the main line, dude. Yeah, so this should be empty. Not moving because... Open. Yeah, seems fine. It's going slow, but I'm looking like it's got the commands. It should be doing fine. Okay, so yeah, you can do that too, right? I thought, and that makes sense. Maybe I'll do that in the futures. At each siding, prepare a little package to go home that you pick up on the way back. So I'm still working through all this stuff, thinking about it. Oh, it stopped because the car's in the way. Right, so I have to do the yard forward 20 to get it to go clear the switch. So really, this is only like my second or third day doing freight. I'm still figuring it out and putting it together. I've learned so much. Can you see that I'm like, oh my God, I had no idea. You had to do all this. So I think this train will be fine. Right there, right? We're clear of the siding. So stop. Go into manual. You know, when he stops, he puts it in neutral for me. Then do this switch. Yeah, so see how each customer can be a pain in the ass to deliver. There's the ones like this oil one that goes in that direction, so they're on the front of the train, but then these have to go in backwards on the back of the train. So that's why I brought this guy out here. So let's control Silk 2. Let's give it an order to reverse. Let's do yard, because he's got to connect to those cards. Reverse 20. Seeing if anything's going wrong. Oh, it's the wrong car. Stop! Wait, I'm controlling Silk 2, but I see this over here. So let's try that again. Let's try car select. Or I could have clicked on it if I wanted to. Yard reverse 20. Because it whistled and it took the command, but it was like the wrong train over here. So I thought that, you know, Silk 3 up there was going to get a command to go down the main. Yeah, I've been leaving him on. I swear I threw that switch. Oh my God. And that's why you got to check your work. It's like I got to check it and check it again and check it again. Okay, stop. See, if I concentrate and I focus, then I stop talking and it sounds like it's boring when I hear dead air. That's what I call it. Like there's nothing happening. So, are you ready to reverse? Go ahead and do the yard, because I want it to connect, right? Reverse at 20. As fast as you can. That's what I told it to do. All the switches okay? Again, check them again. And check them, because it really sucks like when you go the wrong thing at high speed. And damage, right? There's damage in the cars in the games. That takes a long time to repair. Well, this is the weakest engine in the game, so I'm thinking maybe I should buy the next one will be for this. Like, of the engines, like of my choice, I guess I could show you. Well, he's going to dock, right? Now, we're going to stop, stay there, don't go anywhere. Of the engines, right, I have the Mogul, 10-wheeler in the Pacific. I was going to get this guy. I'm really looking forward to the next 10-wheeler because I like the first 10-wheeler. And I'm thinking of for the passenger car, right? If I were to replace this guy. Can we sell engines? That's the other thing. Oh, yeah, we can. Right? I could sell this number 2 and upgrade it to a 10-wheeler. And right here, right, it's got 16,000 traction effort. This guy would have 21. I wouldn't use a switcher to pull the main train. I didn't really like the consolidation. Oh, the medium curve radius. So it's either, should I get the 10-wheeler or the Mogul? All right, that's 25. That's a lot more, huh? That's 21, or your Atlantic. Here's his Atlantic at 25. So the Mogul and the Atlantic look pretty, but extra small curves. Maybe the Atlantic for my, maybe I will. I might buy the Atlantic. I can't buy it now. It's 15,000. But in honor of you, like I'll make it my passenger car puller because it sounds like a good one. I was looking at it and going, why not get that? All right, so back to work. These cars go through this switch and get delivered back here. So just a road reverse 15 should do it. And it's going to back it in. It sees the end of the track, and it's going to stop. And it's taking longer than I thought. But see how long the freight takes? I'm screwing it up pretty bad. But we're almost done here. I don't think there's any freight in LL, right? It's just these. We get to go all the way to Bryson. And I have 2 deliveries there, so not much. Like left in the street. We're at 4 hours, right? And you guys can give me feedback. Again, how are you doing? Is a 4-hour stream long for you? Or it just doesn't matter. You're here live, and we just go as long as we want. And the 4-hour thing is for the on-demand later. Oh, I have 15K? Let's check again. Yeah, I'll do that. And maybe we'll do one last trip with the passenger cars with the Atlantic. Like, here's the cars. There's the Atlantic. It costs 10, and I have 15. Let's do that. We'll do that as soon as we get the freight done, or you guys want me to do it right now? Cool. Do you guys know who Heiss is? I saw Heiss in his Atlantic. And it was very nice. So yeah, I'm excited to be part of the RailRoader community. I like to support, good games. Why? Why didn't it move? Road. I leave the brakes. I'm just horrible. And hopefully you guys find this amusing. But what I notice is this isn't like my normal gameplay. So when I'm on the air, I screw up a lot. I'm going to go with that. It's going to be awesome. So I'm going to get better. It'll get better. The more I stream, I think the better it'll get. I want to get good at this. It's kind of fun. It's a little stressful. Like, did you guys know that like 99% of the people would rather die than speak in public? Have you ever heard that? I took public speaking. And so it's like, I enjoy doing this. A little rough on the equipment. I didn't know that side of him, but yeah, I'm enjoying him a lot too. I just fell in love with trains. And yeah, just everybody's doing content. You just take a little niche of the world that you know and put it out there and see if there's viewers for everything. So that's the thing. I'm a computer science nerd. I do games. This is what I thought I could share with the world. All right. Consider that's done, right? I have done my job. This guy goes back to a passenger change, but his days are numbered, right? He's going to end up in a shed. Maybe I'll take him up to Bryson and put him in the fancy. Have you seen the facility up there? It's just beautiful. I saw the one down in, is it Silva or it's Billa something? I saw the one in Dillsboro, and that had like the 3 shed. But you've been to Bryson, right? You've seen that nice 5-engine shed with. We were up there earlier. It's just and it's free, right? That's so nice. I love getting stuff like that. So when I saw it, I'm like, that's so cool. That's mine. I get to. Oh my god, that's so awesome. Yeah, I say about the Derail Valley. They raced with explosive cargo. Good content, right? Take what you know and blow it up. So yeah, if we need explosions in this game, so we're gonna disconnect. I gotta focus. Coupler. Brake on. Disconnect, forward. All right, that's done. We put this guy back on the passenger train. So you're saying I got to trade all these cars in for metal cars. Is it okay if I do it just like you? You've got 3 of the 87 cars, or have you done an observation car yet? 4 cars was getting kind of long. There was a siding somewhere that I didn't know if 4, like here. Will 4 cars fit and not ruin this go around? I think it will. So maybe I'll put I don't have the money for it yet. Like the observation car itself is several thousand. Are you going to go the right way? Because you came in this way. You got to go out that way. I was saying earlier how, you do things and you find out you get all the switches set and it's easy just to go out the way you came in. Okay, stop. And I don't even know if I'm going to connect this guy up. Because he doesn't know it yet. But his job may have changed. Like, I don't know what I'll do. He's such an underpowered engine. Maybe I'll just turn him into a switcher. I'll leave him here in Whittier as a switcher. Because I've got Silk 1 is up in Bryson. And I'm thinking the bigger cities with the more freight. Okay, if I go yard, reverse 20, let him go ahead and hook up Get out of my way. Come on, move along. We're busy. Come on, time is money. Yeah, use your setup. That's awesome. Thank you. I like they were beautiful, and they're cheap. And the others, what I saw, the steel ones, pretty much they look very similar. They're hard to tell the difference if you didn't know. So I'm taking it slow, and I really enjoyed these cars. But I think I'm going to trade them all in, right? I'm going to trade 3 of these in for 3 steel ones. These are wooden, I think. They're lighter. Okay, so you just sit there. You do nothing. We're going down the road, right? I'm leaving it behind. We got to get our switches. Got to get back to the main line. I'm assuming the one under the car is fine. So we got to do this one. And that one, and that one. And we're all set to get back out here. And then there'll be one more switch way down there. But I think I can say I need Silk 3. What's the easiest way to get a locomotive? I'm going back to click on him. I could have done equipment and stuff, but I think I need Silk 3. Select. I guess I can start following you now. And you're reversing your way down the road. Reverse at 35, please. And let's do this. Oh, you like that blue? Did I do well at that? That's a new blue. What do I call that? It's not sky blue. So you know I work with professionals and artists and stuff, and so I do have I like this yellow, gold. I like a purple. I like purple, but it's a real royal bluish purple. And then, so like saw these as gold. Maybe I'll do yours as good. The steel ones in yellow, bright yellow. I like the high visibility in the forest. And so like here, I thought black and blue were good complements. Is that what you say? The colors or yellow and black, right? Complement like a honeybee. But you guys can help me. I'll color cars for you. If you guys want to see something. Say, this is a new medium, right? How are we going to use this? So it's like playing the game by yourself, but you have people helping you. So feel free to jump in. Let's see 4 of you. And I'll go back and I'll watch the on-demand playback just for quality control to see, you guys are saying it sounds good and it looks good. And I'm going to tweak my stuff for, like I won't do high definition until you guys want high definition. I figure this is good enough, right? Is it okay if I call like what we're doing here? We're starting a relationship online, this internet thing, and we'll see what you guys want. What can I deliver? But I watch a lot of games. I see what everybody's doing. So I'm calling it communities. I like the Twitch community. I like the RailRoader community. I like the Star Citizen community. Like all these different communities you become part of. And you kind of get to choose how much do you want to get involved with them. But think like the modders for Space Engineers, right? Like Lucas, think of all the work he did for free for the community. And what you get out of that is your reputation and people recognize your name and what you're doing to contribute. So down the line at 35 miles. So see how these engines, they do just freight. Like if we get bigger engines, the freight's not going to move any faster. Ella. So we're going down. I'm going to go set up switches. I got to get ahead of the train. I just thought, Ella, is there a flare for us to stop? Because we don't need to stop. We're not a passenger train. Now, the quickest way to get to the Ella station, I'm going to save you. So I've run up and down it. I know what it looks like, but I can just go Ella station, pop. And I'm right here. And what I was concerned about was a flare. Like, did we clear the south flare or fuse? I'm getting there. I'm starting to use it in that one. So we're going to go straight through here. And I'm thinking anything after this so I can go back to the train. I turn these off because I'm thinking you guys don't have to look at that stuff. See, my audio, I keep my speaker audio low so it doesn't feed back into the mic. And I'm wondering, you guys are hearing these train sounds? Like literally, if I get the camera closer, you get more sounds. So I like to ride back here. I like to ride up here. Up here, I can spot danger a little better. I see a switch, the points are not set correctly. And these are all, I'm learning all these new terms. All right, what was I saying earlier? There's the ballast and the ties and the rails are critical, right? The foundation of the bed is important. These 8 500-ton trains can move the tracks. Nice. And that's just Branson to Ella, so that's a pretty short trip. Yeah, so yeah, you've got me totally more excited about the passenger thing. And I think I enjoy it more than the freight thing. But the freight, it's a thing in itself, right? I had no idea. I would like to be able to, well, stop that. Go back. I'd like to go up to a car, and that's an empty, right? So, of course, it's empty. That's cool. But I would like to go, like, up to the front one. And it's supposed to have 330 tons of building supplies in there. So I totally see them, being able to put freight in there. But look at how gorgeous the rest of the car is. It's like, I'm just amazed. A lot of good work, right, by somebody who knew what they were doing. Because, right, the trucks, is that what we call them? These trucks, and the brakes look really accurate, right? Do you literally see the expansion happen on the piston that pushes the shoes against the brakes? That you can see all that? It's like, holy crap, that's so friggin' awesome. Except, like as coders, like especially if you're writing that in C++ or something, like you guys, they built axles that turn. You get under here and look at the axles rotating. It's just like, oh my god, guys, it's like amazing how you can take code and like ones and zeros and model actual physics. And I love science and physics and chemistry. Yeah, thanks, E-Boss, thanks. Thanks for being here. I won't be going on too much longer, just depends on what you guys want, but I'm going to be wrapping it up. But what a great stream, right? I really enjoyed it. Thanks for being here. And hopefully I'll see you next time. If not, again, it was great. I expect you guys to come and go. But that's part of the game, right? But that was awesome. This was a good day for me. Right, it's everything I hoped it could be. All right, I want to interact with the viewers, and I got to interact with the viewers. So cool. So this is the bridge, right, we built. I'm proud. It looks good, too, right? It looks brand friggin' spanking new. Look at that, even the concrete we poured, I think. And these beautiful ties. We hauled all this here in 3 different trips. And now I drive over it. I love, like, that I got to build it, and we're just driving over it every day now. So I'm excited to build more of these bridges. But I haven't started yet. Like, my next milestone is probably going to be this Branson Bridge here. It's going to cost me $1,500. But see how those discounts really pay off? Yeah, see you next time. That's what I like. That's what I say is, don't know when, don't know where, but I will see you the next time we get back together. And yeah, you might see me in a variety of places. I'm on this channel, but my friends, I'm on their other channels. I do content. I help other streamers create content. And yeah, this is my channel, and I just haven't done much on it. So yeah, hopefully, you guys want to see more, I'll keep trying. Yeah, so I'm not really doing it for the money. I'm doing it as a computer science major, trying to embrace this technology, this new form of media, bidirectional, right? I think it changes everything again. I think it's a disruptive technology. So yeah, broadcasters now, we have to, like CNN, ADCC, all the big broadcasters had now better listen to their viewers more than ever, or they're going to lose them, right? They've had this grace period where they could do pretty much what they wanted. They fought between each other, but yeah, I just think it changes everything. So do you see all the networks now? They have YouTube channels. You can watch CNN live now streaming. Like, everything's changing. They used to try to make us pay for it, and they're losing viewers, right? All the major guys are losing viewers. So they've got to embrace the new media, right? And it's just, how does any big channel, well, I guess Miss Beast is doing something correct, right? Maintain viewers. That's one thing. Is how does everybody keep their audience? Good, you're enjoying it? Cool. That really feels good for me, because, right, that's the only, I'm doing it to try something new. And again, I got a lot of experience with computers, right, in gaming. If you ever would like, let me know if you want to talk about, like, building PCs and Like, what else do I know? Editing. Yeah, if any guys editing kind of sucks, but I can help explain it. And it's changing too all the time. Like, editing isn't even what it used to be like. But I just like this. I like getting on the air with my friends and let's do some content. Like, we record it and it's on demand so that just other people come on. And again, mostly it's my friends. It's like I'm making content for my friends. It's going to be watched by my friends, and that's how I'm just starting this channel and what I'm doing. I'm just keeping up with the cool kids, right? Everybody's doing it. And I say I just got my 5G home internet, and right, unbelievable speeds. Just like, wow. Do you know, like, it's like 50 gigabits down, and I think 12 gigabits a second up. And that's a lot I was getting like I was lucky to get a megabit down before. So yeah, technology just changes everything. So yeah, and if you didn't know, out there in the internet, there are the haves and the have-nots. There are wealthy people who have powerful computers and have everything they want and good internet connections. And then there's a lot of poor people around the planet. So I can go on. Maybe I'll take a short break here at the end of my stream and talk about Linux. And you guys know, so as an uber nerd, I totally love Linux. I wrote Unix. Like in my computer science 101 class, like when we had Pascal back in the 80s, our job was to write the Unix operating system, right? So I actually wrote the commands to do a directory and a change directory and all that stuff. So I really liked Unix, right? It's a faster, leaner, meaner operating system to me than Windows is a clusterfuck if you want to talk computers. I consider Windows a big, piling, heaping mass of code that is amazing it even works. I guess it's gotten better over the variations, but I was around before when it was DOS, and Windows had to be added to DOS. So, what's my point? Linux is like Unix. And it's free, and there are many flavors of Linux. There's like, when I was doing it, there's Red Hat. I'm currently running like Ubuntu, and they're free. You get them free, and you can run it on a PC. So my PCs are dual boot. I run Windows, but then when I boot, I can boot into a whole Linux partition, and I've got a different operating system. And did you know Steam has a Linux version, and many games come out on Linux? And what's important about it? Because it's free. You're not paying for Windows like Microsoft. If you're a poor kid starving in India, again, I look at the whole planet, and you can find a motherboard in the junkyard and a processor and some memory, and maybe you can cobble together some hardware somewhere. It's donated or free or something. There is an operating system he can load on that hardware, Linux, to where he can, and then he needs a connection to the internet to join this community. And right, so I would be an advocate to help all of the poor, kids in the world have access to this. I think it's important for careers and AI and all the stuff that's coming, that people around the planet have access to this internet community. So anyway, so that's my Linux preach and why I'm a supporter of Linux. And it actually runs a whole lot better to me than Windows. So that's why, if you ever want to see me do a Linux stream, OBS is available in Linux. I can go over to my Linux partition and boot and play a game and stream it from Linux. So good. And you enjoy. Hey, I'm going right by the station. I'm going right by him. Let's stop the train. Who's driving this thing? What are we doing? Oh my God, are we going to hit him? I hit stop. It's AI. Oh, it's not AI. It should know. Oh, it's not in front of him. I'm loving this, right? You say you're enjoying it. It's like, oh my God. So our freight belongs way back there. Like, we got to go set up a team dump. The first one's a team dump, and it's way back here. I think this is team here. No, because he would have to come out. But it says team, so it has to join him. So come on back here. See how excited I'm getting so excited I completely forgot what I was doing. Is it forward? Yeah, he's been backing his way all the way down the line. So come on back here. 35. Yeah, so cool. You like what I'm doing, and then let me know if I can do it better. But I'll just keep doing it. And you'll see it here. I'll do what I'm doing on my channel. And what I'm going to try to do is get my friends on with me. We're doing the Space Engineers thing live, and I should. Like, we're in the game, we're at the base, and we're being builders, and we're doing our stuff, and then the Reavers attack. And that's when I should turn the stream on, because it's just, we get annihilated. You want to see us get our butts wiped off the surface. And we fight and kill them somehow, and then we put it all back together. But I'd love to stream. I'll show you the base. Okay, I've got to change directions again. I should have planned this out earlier. It's how do I'm on the siding. I think I need to get on. But that isn't the siding. Oh, it's the main line. And we must have turned on a switch up there. And see, there's no switches there, and I need to get on this line. So I'm going to do it up here. We're going to go forward and stop here. And then I'll use this switch. So, road. You've been reversing your way, so you need to come forward to me. Right? All right, I'm pretty sure he backed his way down the entire main line. Oh, so he has to continue backing. Boy, I'll get it right. I'm trying to think anything I can share with you about the game, because right, you probably tuned in because you want to know about RailRoader. Is I think we all agree, we're agreeing that we got a good one here. I'm turning the volume's a little loud, and of course I'll knock the mic over. I do have a mic stand. The mic, I'm not using a real expensive mic. It's a Shure SM58. It's a vocal mic that singers were using when I was doing broadcasting. Everybody was using, like, all the songs in the 80s and 90s you heard were probably an SM58. And it's a $100 microphone, so it's not expensive at all. So if I can help you guys with your broadcasting, if any of you guys want to stream, I told you I'm a member of an org, and we encourage and support each other. And I said, everybody's doing it. So forward 25. That'll probably get it down here. I want to get right here. So what else about RailRoader? Yeah, so I'll probably play a little more tonight. I'll do the passengers. Yeah, so there'll be stuff I do offline and not online. If you ever want to see me do a series, I can do that. But we're just starting, so it's good. You guys, thank you for tuning in on this just first day. It's like the end of the year stream. I was thinking I was doing trains for Christmas. Does anybody get that connection at all? I thought this is kind of a Christmassy compared to like Space Engineers and stuff. They do have like green and red engines I thought I saw that might be Christmassy. But Merry Christmas to everybody. If I don't talk to y'all again, that's my Discord if you'd heard it. Let's see who's on Discord. Do it! That's my friends Falcons encouraging me. This Falcon, I'm on the air live now, I'll just say. He might be off work. He's still working. Okay, stop. Let's see. It's Saturday night, right? Is that right? Yeah, Saturday night. Cool. Oh. And it's not even 9. It's like noon here. I told you this is kind of odd for me. So I'm reversing my way down the line. It should be coming our way. I guess it's just taking time. Is it moving at all? It's sitting. So road reverse 25. Come on. There's the 3. I hear him chatting with me. He's at work. Or he'd watch. Yep. Yeah, so I mentioned I'm retired. So I was in broadcasting for 20 years. Got a pension and everything. And then I went truck driving. I was an owner-operator. And I have seen all 47 states. I didn't go to Florida. And did that for like 7 years. And then I retired at like 50. And this is what I thought I'd like to do, right? I get to do anything I want. So stop. I can do this better. Stop. Just stop. It's awesome. I'm just laughing. Okay. Yes, it's a forward thing. Come to me. We'll make it. Can you tell I'm distracted? But I think that's what, if I do this more, I think I'll get better at it. So that's the thing is, chatting to people, right? This whole, I have, I'll tell you, what I'm sitting in is what I'm calling my control room from like broadcasting. This is master control, and I've got my monitors in front of me trying to do it all. And I actually worked in master control. I've switched what we call breaks on the air live. That was exciting, right? That got your adrenaline going. Having hundreds of thousands of people watching your work. Should it go? It's stopping. I didn't want it to stop. I can do better than this. I'm giving all the wrong commands. It's got to clear the switch. Yeah, but I'm not really getting paid yet, right? So just so you know, if you assume I'm not making a dime yet. You know, I don't really even think I plan on making money. It's again, I'm doing it because I'm already playing the games, Did I talk to you about? Were you here when I talked about the depression? We can talk about. I didn't want to do politics and religion, but we can talk about mental health on the channel, and that I have depression. I'm not taking anything for it, and I get up every day and I just start down. But by playing the games, it picks me up. And like within an hour, I woke up and I'm like, I don't want to stream. And within an hour, I was like, I want to stream. And so that's how my moods change, that much. But yeah, so yeah, it's not playing and getting paid for it. But it is being in a position to where I can play, and I've got other sources of income. So if you learn to invest in stocks and stuff, everybody needs a Roth IRA, and maybe you can get there, right? But things have changed. There's a lot going on out there with the pandemic, and COVID and all that stuff. That's an economic thing for me. All the jobs that were lost, all the suffer. I think there's a great wave of mental illness now because of all the stuff that's going on in America. Like, did you know, like, half the adults in America take antidepressants just so they can go to work each day? And it shouldn't be like that. It's like, so I'm not taking them yet because I'm on the low end of the healthcare spectrum. I don't get healthcare with my retirement, so that's a thing you have to think about. Let's see. Let's do this switch. Reverse in. But yeah, if I can help you with your gameplay, let me know. Like I say, multiplayer, it's a big deal. And I'm finding, if I like space games, it turns out there are other people that like space games. And what do you want to call those? Genres? So am I going the right place? Like Brian goes into team right there. And let me know if you have any questions. I guess what I'm trying to say, I'm not making much sense. Yeah, so I want to talk in a supportive way. Any way I can support you guys. There's a lot of suffering out there. Yeah, I suffered with my depression. I got counseling and I got better, right? So I reached a point with my depression that I became suicidal. How did that happen to me? How does that happen? So things have. I guess I could tell you people have family problems. So I have a family, and we had some money, and my father passed away, and there's a retirement, and my brothers kept all the retirement money. And that really pissed me off, right? Got me really angry, and I wanted to kill them. And that's where I started becoming mentally ill when I wanted to kill my brother. I would, for 1,000 nights, I put my head on the pillow, and I thought of killing my brothers in different ways. And I didn't like that, so I reached a point when I didn't feel good about those thoughts, and that's when I asked for help. And you get suicidal because if I'm going to kill my brothers, I couldn't think of a way to be successful at it, and I realized there's no life after killing your brothers, so you might as well kill yourself. So I just share that with you to show how that transition happens, that you suddenly become, from killing others that you're so angry at that you might as well just get rid of yourself because you're suffering. And that's when I ask for help. And the counselors, one of the first things so that's what I tell. If anybody's feeling that way, don't be, you're going to be hesitant to ask for help, but I encourage you, at least I got lucky, right? You could get a bad counselor, but I got a good one. I got a guy who had a master's in education, and one of the first things after I explained my situation and what I was in is that it is normal to feel this way with what you've been through. And then what he helped me do is develop coping strategies to deal with those thoughts. And so I've learned that I'm not passive and just letting things happening to me, that as things happen, you can make choices as to how you react to it. So now every time something bad happens to me, I'm thinking, I can choose however, and that's even in the streaming in the game here. It's like, if bad things happen, I'm not going to get upset up the air and start rage quitting and stuff. It's like, I can choose to be positive and learn from these experiences and stuff too. So anyway, I'll stop myself, but I just want to support you guys out there. I know there's a lot of suffering going on. These are hard times, mentally to cope with, because of the jobs and the money and everything is difficult. But support groups, right? Having friends, that helps. Here's another important. Did you know humans are social animals? So I was a computer nerd, and I'm 50 years old, and I didn't even realize that humans are social. So because I wasn't socializing with other humans, I was unhappy. So that's one of the important things, is that get out and try to join clubs or something and meet other people, and you can make yourself happier just by socializing, because we do it naturally. We're social animals. I hear you. So working, money, how to make money. Watch this streaming thing. If you think you want to do this, there's money, but it's not a reliable source of income. But yeah, we can talk more. So any thoughts? Do I need to finish up on the it's okay to feel that way, and then you can make choices And there was a third, an important one. So here's some science behind it too, is that just feeling grateful reduces endorphins in the core lizard part of your brain. So just being grateful can make you feel happier. So if you wake up in the morning and say, I'm just grateful for anything, you can lie to yourself and still cause the chemical release in your brain. So I've learned your emotions and how you feel has to do with the chemistry in your brain, and that's how we can all be different. So the depression in my brain is because that's another thing. I abused alcohol in my lifetime. I have really high blood alcohol levels that could have killed you. So I may have damaged that core part of my brain that releases endorphins that make you feel good. So I don't feel good just because of the chemistry in my brain. I wake up and I don't feel joy. So being on the air here, like here with you, that actually releases adrenaline in my brain and makes me feel better. So this is actually one of the better times I feel good is when I'm on the air broadcasting. So that's kind of why I'm embracing it more. It creates joy in my life. But that's what I wanted to share. I'll leave you on that note, that it's science that just try to be grateful, and it can help make you feel better. And we'll leave it at that. Yeah, exactly. Just what you said. Yeah, so I don't want the stigma, right? There's stigma to mental illness, and I'm trying to say it's okay. I've been there. And if I can help you just by listening and saying it's okay. And how do you take care of your body, try to eat healthy, give it the chemicals it needs to get your brain chemistry right. But if you, like me, and you may have fucked it up beyond repair, you just have to live with it. So I'm not taking antidepressants. I have chosen with my counselor to live with my depression. I wake up and I feel it, and my body is one thing with its chemistry and how it feels, and it ends up in my brain. And then there's a cognition of who you are, the guy that's talking to you now, at the end of the neurons. And I'm using my cognition to cope with the feelings my brain is sending me. So my brain is giving me bad input, and I use my cognition to say it's okay. I actually feel good. And it's amazing how it's working. And the more you do it, the better it gets. So I'll stop that step. Does that make any sense? There's science behind it, and it has to do with your brain chemistry. And what I learned from it is that's how different we all are then. It's like how we are and who we feel and how we function has to deal with how the chemicals in your head. And we're all different, so that's how different we really all are. So the assumption that somebody feels and copes with things the same way you do is completely false. And that we all have to try to deal with this thing in our head. And they aren't perfect, right? They go wrong. So anyway, I'll just stop there and say, park this thing. I'm talking the whole time doing nothing. But is that okay, right? That's what the channel can be, is whatever works between us, right? This is this bi-directional communication, and I'm embracing that. And if we have to stop the game to talk to someone, that's fine. I like it. So backwards, right? Which is really forwards. I did road. Oh, it's not going to dock because I'm in the road mode. So yard, reverse. Anyway, thanks. So it's okay for you that I'm trying to think what to include in the channel, and I don't want to talk with the politics because that's a mess, right? And I don't want to talk about religion, right? Because that's a mess. I'm not religious. So that's the thing, is I really don't want to hear it. But health, right? Mental health is okay. And you guys can help me pick on topics we want to talk about and what we don't. But mainly it's gaming, right? We should focus on gaming. But I'm a nerd, and I think the depression is part of me sharing my nerding experience with you guys, is that it can be depressing to be a nerd. And the first time I found out when I was depressed, I was in EVE Online, and I found out that a lot of my fellow players had it in common, and were trying to deal with it too. So, this is a platform, right? My counselor would say this is a chance for me to impact others and help. And so I'm going to embrace that and say, all right, cool, I'm here. But I'm getting better, right? I wanted to get better. It was years ago. I did my counseling 5 years ago. And I wanted to get better, and he gave me the tools, and we've separated. I'm not seeing him anymore. And when we separated, he left me with a support group. And you want to have people that you can talk to about this stuff. And so what I did is I have friends. And normally a support group would be real people in a club or something near you. But using Discord, have this community of internet for all around the world, right? I have friends in Finland and stuff that are part of my support group, if that makes any sense to you guys. So we're taking what we know, and because of the technology and the changing in time, so you got to step it up a notch. Anyway, it's just amazing. I can be talking to the world right now, like my friend in Finland could be listening, right now. Cool. I'm just reading chat. When I get something like that, I'm like reading, trying to comprehend. So you're just saying, you've been there yourself, right? So that's kind of what I'm telling you. I've been there. So anyway, if you guys are suffering currently, right? If you're not getting help, that's where I can say, you don't have to suffer. And the other important thing, right, is when we were going down, there's like that wall of denial or that point when you want to go to the dark place. Is that where I'll call it? Like, when you're thinking about suicide and I want to catch people before they go there, so don't go there. Because you just have to come back, right? What I experienced is you go to that dark place and you decide you get help and you want to come back, but you got to take that long journey back, and you're just making it harder for yourself. So I'm trying to catch people before they get there and say, don't go there. If I can help, let's do something different. All right. Speaking of different, let's break this thing. I must be amazing to watch while I'm talking because I'm just like, I have no idea what my hands are doing. So forward road 15 should work. We're leaving this coach behind. We have one more. Oh, Appalachian Hardwoods. And is there anything I got to pick up? I think there's a pickup here. It's around behind the back here. But how do you guys feel? How many viewers we got? We got 3. Do you want me to keep streaming? Is this a good point to stop the stream? Do you want to see me finish, or I can wrap it up? But I feel good about what we've done so far. So I'm going to change this. Right, and there's streams, sometimes they're crap. I throw them away. But there's other times when I feel good about them. And they're keepers. Okay, we're coming down here. So I got to deliver to the Appalachian. And then I've got to pick this guy up. Okay, so you're playing either way. So I'll go ahead and finish then. For the on-demand viewers, later can see, I'll just wrap up this delivery stuff. Try to talk. So I can already see it's going to be a problem for me to budget my time with stuff, topics, and control my thoughts. But that's going to be okay, right? Because I think that's what I'm out here learning for, is how to interact with people. Oh, and trolls and stuff. You can tell me I expect trolls, and it's going to be okay, right? That's part of I'm going to make a choice that it's okay. Trolls can't really hurt me, right? Like in EVE Online, I learned trolls, what I call trolls, they enjoy fucking with people. It's pleasurable, and I'm like, so I don't enjoy fucking with people, but I get it. And pirates, right? I've worked some of the pirates are some of the best players in the game. What am I doing with this? I'm gonna go down to Appalachia. Is he turning already? He is. Not what I want. I wanted to go down to Appalachia. I'm gonna go ahead and get on this third line, and we'll go back and pick up. Oh, that's gonna be so hard. We got so much switching to do. Okay, I'm taking this down to get on the what I call the third siding. Should go in there. How are we on fuel and water? God, we're almost out of water. That's weird. Maybe I'll go back here and just top off with water. Have I done this for you guys yet? I think I did. Well, maybe I won't, because I think 1,000 will get us through the stream. So I'm changing directions. He's fast forwarding this way, going that way. We go straight here. See how these two switches are side by side? So you really got to concentrate. But I love this is all being built for me. It's a lot of work to build something like this. But this is like a big train set. We just get to play with it. So I'm going to come all the way back to here. Looks like this one has to be straightened out. And the train will go back in here. And then we got to go in and pick. We got to pull it out. And I got to stick it somewhere where I can get in front of it and a hook to it. It's going to kind of be a pain. There's a little, like we say, we'll go around here. Maybe I can do something here. I bet I can do that. I just got to stop and think for a moment. So 4 hours and 40 minutes. So I've kind of gone with the long format. That 4 hours is okay. I can do longer streams. Or shorter. I just don't know. The longer, they get longer because they just go on when you're playing. So he's coming back here, and I want to leave. Oh, we got to go get that car. See, so setup, I have it all done, and then in that short amount of time, I completely forgot. So he has to clear the switch, which is all the way down here, and then I can stop. Switch and reverse. And he's going to connect, so I'm going to go ahead and do yard reverse 20 and bring him on back here. And we should connect to this. It has to go back to Whittier. Now that was a wide swing. So I'm kind of getting closer. Kind of what I'm learning is I got to get that swing point closer to me, but then I'm so close to the cars. But then there's all that detail. It's like, wow. Okay, he's coming in. I think he should hook up on his own. If I got it right. How's this? I've been in here before, so, right, those should be all set. Okay, and it should be a 5 mile an hour payback, and he's doing 9, 8, 7, right? That's going to do damage. Why does AI... Okay, note to developers, the AI is damaging my equipment. Let's see, is the tender okay? It was damaged earlier. Did we damage it? Yeah, that car's damaged. And that car's damaged. Oh, well. Right, what? There's nothing... I'm going to say that's something I don't want, but it's part of the early access. So it'll probably get better. But yeah, the AI shouldn't be damaging my equipment. So car, train, forward to just pull out of there. So I just need road 15 forward. We're going to pull it out and leave the car. Maybe I'll put it in the shorter one here, and then we'll come around and pick it up, and then head out the way I came. And the handbrake's still on. On which one? What do you think? So I'm pulling this car out, so the handbrake's probably on this guy. And I feel like my camera works really bad at this point. And again, I'm just tired. And it's going. Through here, I think I'm going to stuff it into this little siding here. This is my little turnaround here. Leave the car back in here, take the whole train down here, and back in, and then leave the way I came. And did I really not throw it again? Throw the points? And maybe sure if I'm using the right, I want to make sure the words I use are communicating with you. Because that's what's important, is you understand. And so if I'm not using the right words, so stop here, and now we're going to disconnect this guy. Never was connected. Nothing to worry about. Set a brake? Yeah, because when I bump it, we don't want it to move. So continue on. Carry on forward. 15 works for me. Say just the whistles changed everything. When I started understanding what the engineer was doing. Why did he stop? Why do you think he stopped? Oh, switch against us. So as soon as I clear the switch, he should proceed. And that's a stop right about there. He clears the points. Throw the switch. Bring him back. Is it reverse? I always have to look at the engine. I get them all mixed up. Reverse 15. And we're just traveling through here now, so I'm not in the yard mode to connect anything. He's going to come through here. We want him to go through this point here. And I'm not going back into there. I'm going to turn him up the way he came out. So yeah, isn't this fun? I mean, look at this switching yard. This is what I call it, the Bryson switch. I think it's like a train set, at home, like your HO gauge train. It's like this is going to be so much fun to play with. Can you imagine being full of freight? I mean, I bet you this is how great. And this is just Bryson. You saw how big the map is. It's like, this could be good. So he's stopping because he needs to go through this one. Then I swear I threw that switch up, but I must have done the wrong switch. Like I say, I bet you guys are really enjoying it. You can see me doing it wrong. And I'm like, oh, look at this. Yeah, so bandwidth costs me nothing, so it doesn't matter how much bandwidth I use. It doesn't matter how long the show. It just means I can go as long as I want or need to. Okay, he's going to go back in there now. So I guess for me, this is a really good time. I mean, there's nothing stopping me anymore. There's always problems before with like connecting, and so this is kind of like my time to go. Come on back. Forward, I think, will work. And we wanted to connect, so I'm going to do yard forward 20. Come back as fast as you can. Now I got to learn. I'm going to cover my mic while I cough. I'm trying to get good habits. I used to have push to talk, but push to talk on the mic for 4 hours is a bit. I only have two hands, and most of the time I need both for the game. So pushing to talk interrupted my gameplay. Expecting a dock. And yeah, don't damage my equipment. Dude. So yeah, I live in SoCal, so I officially get to use dude. And yeah, I represent SoCal, so you guys have any questions or anything, 'cause I'm proud to be part of the gaming community. Like Hollywood, I'm in like Riverside, Hollywood's just across the valley. A lot of history here. I'm into telescopes and science and the observatories, like Mount Palomar, and is it the Wilson, the 100-inch Wilson, and the 200-inch Palomar. I like astronomy, I like stars, and we can talk about that sometime. Like the Hubble Webb telescope, that's the latest. And we've been waiting for it for some time. Now I'm picking this up. No, I'm leaving. I'm picking it up. I don't even know what I'm doing. Why am I disconnecting when I feel like I need to be connecting? I may have connected and disconnected. Oh, Branson. No worries, Branson to Whittier. Yeah, that's fine, but that's still a short run to me. Right, so I consider... Ella isn't even really a station to me, but I stopped there. But yeah, that just means, for Silva and those others, their longs are much longer and more money. So much money to be made. Okay. I'm trying to hook these up, but it's like not going to let me. Because I screwed up. So I'm going to disconnect. And then try to reconnect. So 3 road. It can just be anything to back up. 5. I just got to redo this connection. I don't know why I did it. Because I think I'm going to make mistakes. I'm tired and can't talk. Okay, stop. Now forward. And let's make this connection. I don't see any brakes other than the engine. Now, why does it take so long? I did road forward 5. You don't like that. Oh, there's a car in front of us. So it has to be yard forward 5. I'll talk out loud and just share my decision making with you. Yeah, just the important thing is you're making good money with passenger service, which I kind of wrote off, and I was like, yeah, I didn't want to do the dollar thing, but yeah, again, with all the games, I want to try to enjoy all the content. Like in Star Citizen, I won't go to jail and check out that whole, we call them game mechanics, get to know and that's the thing about the pirates is they understand the game mechanics and use them against the new players to fuck with them. So yeah, some of my best friends are pirates, some of the best players of the game. So we're backing out of here, reversing. But I still don't understand. I had that conversation with them. I'm like, you like fucking with people. That brings joy to you. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, really? Yeah. It's great. It's awesome. Like, wow. Okay. I don't enjoy fucking with people. I don't get pleasure out of... Okay, it should be going, right? Silk, orders. I guess we're going to deliver the Appalachian car now. So, road, forward, reverse. And we can do like 25 down there. We can do 35. Let's go right on the train. Down to Appalachian. Why are we going there? Because that's our last delivery of the stream. I don't think I'm going to go. You guys know these are going down to Whittier, to the interchange to be ported off the map. And I get paid for hauling the empties back. Okay, this is going to put us on the third rail. That's interesting. Gotta make sure. I'm going to go ahead and take the third rail out of town. Just straight through here. Straight through here, and then here where we turn for fuel, we're going to go right past this guy. That's why I'm taking the third rail, is this guy's blocking it in the main line. And then we'll come all the way out here. And the main line, I go to Appalachia Lumbers all the time. Let's see, is this set up right? No. And this is set up right. This is to get us back out. And you know the train will stop at any switches set against it. So here's the main line set against it right here. And it should make it to here. I guess we'll go. This is part of the joys, enjoying the ride. Oh, look at that. That's so awesome. I'm going to turn that off. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to filling that up. That's where I'm going to keep all my trains. Most of them. All right, we're getting out of here. So now, this delivers to R1. So Appalachian hardwoods are down here. Let's get this on the main line. We divert off. That's the main line here. I'll show you. This is the way to Appalachia Lumbers over here, but I think this is the main line. Continuing up to the bridge right here. This is what we build next, and the railroad just stops. So I think this is the end of the main line for now. Oh, did you see me fall through the hole there? But that'll be cool. Right? It's almost looks like it's there. Okay, here's Appalachian Hardwood. And there's R1. And no cars are coming out of here. So make sure this switch here are just set for R1. So here, double check it. It's like I have to wait and watch the switch move. And then I think we're all set. So back to the train. We're coming in at 32 miles an hour. Say, what a great way to see America. God, in hindsight, I almost think I would have enjoyed being a conductor. They make good salaries, right? I think that could be a job. You could make $100,000 a year. Railroads hiring. I hear they're working on infrastructure. I've heard talk of like high-speed rails in SoCal or California and Florida, like between Los Angeles and Las Vegas. Have you seen the 15? Like, do you know the West at all? Do you know Interstate 15 between LA and Vegas? And it's just completely clogged near the weekend because, you know, all the gambling in the casinos, everybody leaves. And so the high-speed rail would take congestion off of Interstate 15 between LA and Vegas, take a lot of that traffic off. Okay, so we're going to dock to that. So I'm going to go yard reverse 20. Yeah, I've watched America, so these are my observations of America. And it's right. I was a truck driver. The infrastructure, the bridges were collapsing. It was just ridiculous. It never should have gotten in the state it was in. Is in. Like, our roads and bridges are falling apart. Our railroads. Like, what happened to Amtrak? You know, so you've seen Biden has put money into infrastructure, and they're working. I'm so happy as a truck driver to have them working on the roads and bridges. Now, can the money actually get there, you know, to the roads and bridges, so it doesn't get intercepted by bike paths and parks. There you go. All right. I believe we're looking at a disconnect here. I get paid. Excellent. Setting handbrakes is good. SOP is standard operating procedures. And this guy, I'm just going to pull him forward like 5. I think we're done. I think this is a wrap. I'm just going to do the disconnect. How long? Let's see. 5 hours, right? Perfect timing for the stream. Any last questions? Like, when will I stream next? I don't know. Saturday night. This was a good one. Maybe I'm trying to do a Sunday, Wednesday thing. but it's so easy for me to not stream. So I'll try. So Sunday, maybe I'll try to come up with something tomorrow night for you guys on like Space Engineers, or maybe Wednesday. I don't know. Anything else we need to see? So you see, we've delivered everything. I've showed you all the cities. You've seen the logging. You've seen everything. So. Yeah. Okay. So you're saying so the road damage, the AI. Yeah. So they'll work on. I'm sure they'll work on. And if they see our streams, right, that's how we'll get things fixed better. So I don't want to write a memo, and I'm bad at like writing and stuff. So I'd much rather just have the developers see stuff and be able to fix it on their own. But anyway, thank you so much for watching. What a great day. I hope you have a great day too. And I'll see you next time.